Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter was neglected? The young man finally returned home. The day hadn't gone so bad, but since morning, he had only been looking forward to getting home. Good evening, Master Harry, bowed Ronnie, the head house elf of the manor. Good evening, Ronnie, Harry smiled. Did everything go well? Yes, Master Harry, Ronnie replied, taking his coat and placing a pair of slippers beside him while he took off his shoes. Do you want me to carry your things into your office? Please, Harry agreed. Is everyone there? No, Master Ronnie, replied Ronnie. Thank you, Ronnie, said Harry. I don't need you anymore right now. As the house elf disappeared, Harry went up the stairs and heard bursts of laughter. It was at that moment that he felt that he was letting go of everything that had bothered him during the day to concentrate on what he absolutely wanted to find again. Dad! Barely had he taken a step into the bathroom when Harry was attacked by two vaguely human but completely soaked. He hugged them, not caring about his wet clothes, before placing them on the ground. You should get dressed before you catch a cold, Harry advised, smiling. Yes, Dad. Made the human cannonballs. The wizard placed the towels and pajamas on a chair and helped them dry off and then get dressed. Nicholas and Alexander were his sons aged 5 and 3. Along with their 1-year-old sister Leah, they were Harry's treasures. It was clear that he loved them more than anything in the world, and beware of anyone who would attack them. The 3 children in return loved their father dearly and did everything to please him and please him. Good evening, Elizabeth, Harry smiled as he entered the nursery. I'm bringing you 2 little monsters. Hey, protested Nick and Alex. Good evening, Mr. Potter, smiled the young girl. I thought you were coming home later. I was able to arrange it, assured Harry. Did everything go well? Perfectly, Mr. Potter, Elizabeth said. Here. And she handed him Leah, whom she had just finished preparing for the night, and Harry quickly took him in his arms. The youngest gurgled happily in her father's arms before pulling his hair in greeting. I guess they haven't eaten yet, Harry thought. Not yet, Elizabeth confirmed. On the menu there are green beans with veal, and if they eat it all, there might be chocolate mousse. But that's Ronnie who decides. Yep, shouted Nick and Alex. Everyone went down to the dining room where the meal awaited the children. Harry made Leah eat while Elizabeth made Alex eat, Nick being old enough to eat alone. Livni, the house elf in charge of the kitchen, brought the famous chocolate mousse which the children devoured, and they were taken back to their playroom to wait for bedtime. Are you sure you don't want to eat before you leave? Asked Harry. My friends are waiting for me, smiles Elizabeth. We were going to have dinner together tonight. Sorry again for making you stay later, Harry apologized. It's your job that requires that, smiles Elizabeth. Besides, you arrived earlier than you expected, so that's okay. I'll see you Monday, Harry smiled. Have a nice weekend, Mr. Potter, greeted Elizabeth as she left the house. When the 16-year-old girl had passed through the gate, Harry returned to the nursery where he played with his children and put them to bed when it was time. Elizabeth was a great help to Harry. He had met the young girl when she was only 13 years old, when he had just lost Nick in the crowd of Diagon Alley. She found him and took him to the nearest store, so the owners could send an alert message to the little boy's parents, because the girl was a squib. For one of the only times she had to go to the magical alley, she couldn't believe her eyes when no more and no less than the savior of Wizarding England, Harry Potter, appeared before her. The latter had sighed heavily before taking his son in his arms and scolding him gently. Nick, aged 3 at the time, burst into tears when he realized he had scared his dad. With a wave of his hand, the wizard had enlarged the stroller and created a place for Nick to sit next to his 1-year-old brother Alex. Grateful, Harry first thanked George Weasley, the owner of the shop, before offering to take the young girl home as a thank you. Elizabeth had blushed, and before she could understand how, a few weeks later, Harry had managed to convince her parents that he was going to make her the official nanny of the Potter children. Enticed by the reputation they were going to have thanks to their useless daughter, her parents had signed immediately and without reading the contract that Harry had presented to them a week later. But Harry's smile had alerted the young girl, and this impression was reinforced when he wanted to speak to her alone. Flashback. Worried despite everything, Elizabeth led Harry to the terrace. The latter quickly examined the premises before surrounding them with a bubble of silence. Can I be honest with you? Asked Elizabeth, taking her courage in both hands. Of course, Harry smiled. I don't know why. I trust you, confessed Elizabeth. But I feel like there's something wrong. Indeed, Harry smiled. The contract that your parents signed on your behalf is not quite the same as the one that binds an employee to his boss. What did you do? Frowned Elizabeth. Read for yourself, Harry said, handing him the contract. 10 minutes later, Elizabeth looked up with tears in her eyes. You really did it? Stammered Elizabeth. I couldn't do otherwise, Harry declared. If I chose you to take care of my children, it was not on a whim. You're not going to like it, but I had to carry out a careful investigation on you, which reassured me in my choice. It's up to you to prove to me that I wasn't wrong. In the contract held by the young girl, it was stipulated that in addition to the fact that no one was to know that Elizabeth was the Potter's new nurse, her parents could no longer mistreat her, whether physically or psychologically, could never touch the money she would earn for her work, and above all, what had been the most important in the eyes of the young girl, was that Harry Potter had just taken charge of her studies until the end of her contract. Studies that she had to stop on the orders of her parents, who did not want to take care of a squib who would shame them. And flashback, or back home, Harry had been criticized for this decision for a long time, but he had stood his ground. Harry locked himself in his office and Ronnie, as usual, brought him his lunch. It was sad to say, but the young man never would have thought that his life would be like this once Voldemort was definitely dead. After recovering from his injuries, Harry had agreed to do his final year with Hermione, Ginny, Ron, Neville, and many others. To Hermione's greatest delight, he had immersed himself body and soul in his studies to succeed in finishing with the honors. Then, he had restored Black Manor from top to bottom and then entered the Auror program with Ron. His friends had tried to come and live there with him, but he had refused, wanting a little solitude to work peacefully. Harry went out regularly with his friends, both old and new, that he had made in the program, and very quickly, everyone knew that the young man only drank 1 glass of alcohol in the evening and never more. Despite this, the unthinkable happened. When he was in his 2nd year at the Auror School, during a party, it seemed that the few cocktails he had ordered contained far too much alcohol, and he found himself following a girl whom he saw in his memories as being blonde to spend a steamy night. 2 months later, Ginny told him she was pregnant with him. Harry hadn't liked Ginny for a long time, but she had continued to try her luck. So learning that he was going to be a parent with her had delighted him as much as it had disgusted him. He had asked advice to Neville, and the latter had been very clear. There was no pure blood born out of wedlock if we wanted him to be recognized in the eyes of society. The brunette had to resolve to prepare for his wedding very quickly. Luckily, Molly had offered to organize it, and he agreed, mostly because he didn't know witching customs. So, 3 months after Harry knew he was going to be a father, he married Ginny with great fanfare, and the two moved in together. Less than 2 months later, Ginny suddenly lost the baby. Harry was sad. Really? But he also knew that he didn't plan to spend his life with the redhead. If he had married, it was only for the unborn child, nothing else. So he contacted his lawyer to find out what steps to take to obtain a divorce. Michael Lawrence, lawyer for the Potter family, had not only told him good news. Besides the fact that he could not contact the young man since he had set foot in the wizarding world, he had announced to him that the marriage contract he had signed had been made against all the interests of the Potters. Flashback. What do you mean? Harry frowned. How did you find me? Asked Michael simply. While putting away my father's things, I found a contract which named you as the Potter's lawyer, Harry replied. And I contacted you. Didn't you find it strange that when you got married with a contract I didn't come? Said Michael. Molly told me it was normal, said Harry, understanding that something was wrong. And didn't you know that every contract had to be examined by a lawyer? Pointed out Michael. I signed it because I thought there were only things to ensure the baby's future, Harry declared. That's what Molly told me. You have been deceived, Mr. Potter, Michael growled. I imagine that you haven't had the opportunity to read this famous contract in detail. Have you? Molly had put it away before I could, Harry admitted, ashamed at not having checked. Luckily for you, every contract you sign has a copy that arrives in my study, Michael squeaked. It's to your credit that you trusted people you've known for years, but it seems clear that they don't like you as much as you do. For what? Asked Harry. From the moment you married Ginny Weasley, you opened up the entire Potter heritage to her, Michael announced. She has unrestricted access to all your safes, all your homes, and can even conclude contracts on your behalf. As for your children, but we don't have any, Harry protested. The contract stipulates that she must give you at least one heir and one daughter, Michael announced. If she takes an example from her mother, Harry's eyes widened. Molly and Ginny had made sure he was stuck with the young woman for a very long time. I know how to limit the damage, assured Michael. But now it's time for you to get your act together. You will not be a victim all your life. I'm counting on it, said Harry. End flashback. It had been just the first in a long list of betrayals. He had hidden his visit from his lawyer from the two women and had begun to observe them carefully. Things had changed drastically after the loss of this child, whose existence and, above all, his paternity he had quickly begun to doubt. First of all, Ginny and Harry had roomed apart, because the redhead wanted to mourn before being able to return to married life. Then, as it was a quick accident that caused her to lose her baby, Ginny had stopped the sport to devote herself to journalism. When he thought about it, Harry found it absurd that, knowing she was pregnant, she wanted to get back on a broomstick to do an aerobatics competition. She quickly entered the Daily Prophet in the sports section and seemed to do wonders. But Harry was not fooled and had the opportunity to read his articles. He rather thought that she was starting again with, Rita Skeeter's style is brilliant, and that wasn't a compliment. Supposedly to work, she stayed working later and later, when she didn't even go to bed. In these cases, she would tell him that she preferred to sleep at her mother's house so as not to wake him in the middle of the night. But after innocent verification with Arthur, the latter only saw his daughter at family meals where she deigned to show up once a month. Because of the schedule harder than that of an Auror, please, Ginny and Harry shared the same bed only once a week, and once the deal was done, she threw her husband out of bed, arguing that she had work for the next day. For a person who said she loved him with all her being, she could come back. This behavior did not stop when she became pregnant again. Harry being more protective, Ginny had slowed down slightly and had given birth to a beautiful boy. She had rested the bare minimum a month before resuming her hectic pace. And she did the same thing for her 3 children. This, which left Harry with 3 children to support as if he were a single father. And he absolutely didn't like it. He quickly understood that Ginny didn't have the maternal instinct and that, worst of all, she didn't want children. Why she had given Harry 3 was a great mystery, but solving it was not the young man's priority. He had reorganized his life around his children, and luckily for him, his boss had been extremely understanding and agreed to change his hours. Elizabeth had been a great help after the birth of her second, and even more so when her third was born. And the house elves were always ready to baby. "Oh, you're home," said a voice, breaking him from his thoughts. Harry looked up to find Ginny in the doorway, dressed to go out again. The young man winced at his outfit. Sure, they were still young, but there was a certain balance to be had, especially when you were a parent. Gold Ginny looked more like a kid who absolutely wanted to get jumped by everything that moved rather than a young mother of 3 children. Harry had already made the remark to him several times, but it went in one ear and out the other. "You said you were coming home late," Ginny accused. "I was able to free myself earlier," Harry replied, ignoring the accusatory tone. "Are you going out?" "A colleague who just got a promotion," Ginny smiled falsely. "I'll sleep at Mom's. I kiss the children and go." "Good night." "Good night," Harry replied, but he was aware that she was going straight out the door. Ginny no longer looked at her children, except when some of her employers were invited to the house for tea, and she wanted to show that she perfectly reconciled her professional life with her family life. In these cases, he would give Elizabeth leave and arrange to return as soon as the last guests had left. Yes, he had married Ginny but hadn't signed up to be part of his big lie. Let her fend for herself. Fortunately, the children loved Elizabeth as much as Ronnie and didn't make a fuss when it was the house elf who took care of them. "Ronnie?" Harry said. "Yes, Master Harry," said Ronnie as she appeared. "Who is following Ginny tonight?" asked Harry. "Nancy," replied Ronnie. "Thank you," Harry smiled. "We do as usual." "Good, Master Harry," Ronnie bowed. "You can go to bed." "I'm done for the day," dismissed Harry. "If Ronnie can afford it," said Ronnie. "I'm listening to you," said Harry. "Master Harry should check with the Department of Children," advised Ronnie. "Ginny Weasley, madam, just sent a letter there before coming to your office. Here it is." The house elf placed an envelope before disappearing. What Ginny didn't know was that Harry was monitoring all mail that left the manor. When it was clear that he had been set up, the brunette wanted to know how far the betrayal went. After a few checking spells, Harry opened the letter and quickly read it and put it down in disgust. Ginny was once again trying to gain access to Black heritage on behalf of her children. The children's different surnames allowed those with parental authority to have access to the possessions of the family to which the children belonged. When Ginny introduced him to his first, he decided to call him Nicholas. But when he went to the ministry to register his birth, he was surprised to see that Molly had gone before him to name his son James Sirius Pruitt Potterblack. After firmly reminding the representative of the children's department that the father was still him and not Molly Weasley, he had changed his son's name in the greatest secrecy. Or rather, he had arranged it. Yes, he liked the idea of giving the first names of his father and his godfather, but he would have liked to have had the choice. On official papers, therefore, his first son was called Nicholas James Sirius Potter. Although he had taken over the Black House, there had never been any question of his children inheriting it, and that Ginny knew perfectly well. But as always, she wanted to force him, and she started again with their second child, who she named Albus Severus Pruitt Potterblack, which he changed to Alexander Albus Severus Potter, and also with their third child, that she had called Lily Luna Pruitt Potterblack, and that he had changed it to Leah Lillian Luna Potter. For Harry, his children were named Nick, Alex, and Leah, but for Ginny, their names were James Sirius, Albus Severus, and Lily Luna, and she always used both first names on purpose. Harry was chomping at the bit when she did that, but now that certain conditions of the contract had been met, he was just waiting for the moment when all his ties with Ginny were permanently cut to spew his truths to her. 10 years after defeating Voldemort and 7 after marrying Ginny, Harry didn't think his life could get any shittier. Harry got up that Monday morning, ready for a new week. Of course, Ginny no longer shared his bed since the loss of their first child, and it had always been Harry who moved to her room to honor her before returning to his, so he could make all the noise he wanted in the room without it bothering her. In any case, he doubted that she had returned to the marital home last night. He took a quick shower and got dressed before getting his children up and ready for school. When it had been clear that Ginny didn't care about her children, Harry had made arrangements so that they wouldn't be caught off guard. With the help of his lawyer Michael Lawrence, he had created an identity for his children in the Muggle world and had enrolled them in nursery and then in nursery school. He had never understood why wizards isolated their children so much before sending them to Hogwarts, and Harry refused to let his children be totally relatable and let their father's fame go to their heads. He also had plans for his children once they reached 6, but for that he had to get rid of Ginny. Proof of why she was not at all concerned about her children. She had never noticed that they left the house at 7:45 and returned at 4:45. On the other hand, she had noted the presence of Elizabeth, who went to pick them up from school, and who took care of them until 7 p.m., when Harry returned. The redhead was jealous since the little squib appeared more like the mistress of the house than her. She had tried to send her away, but when Harry noticed, he had wanted a valid reason to separate her from her children, apart from his jealousy, and she had been unable to respond. But Elizabeth felt that Ginny didn't love her. Harry had always made a point of taking them to nursery and school himself. He knew he wouldn't always be able to get them back, but morning was their time for all 4 of them, and no one wanted to deviate from that. Of course, since he had registered Nick, the mothers were more present in front of the school, and even the ring on his finger and the presence of their respective children did not prevent them from trying their luck. Still the darling of these ladies? Smiles a man behind him. I'm out of luck, Harry complained. In your place, I would have taken advantage of it, smiled the man. Alan Holmes was Alex's kindergarten teacher. He had saved Harry when, lost in the supermarket aisles, the young man did not know which diapers to choose so that his son could go to nursery. Surprised, Alan had learned that Harry had always used cloth diapers and swaddles for his son, but the nursery refused to take them. The 2 men therefore got to know each other and became very good friends. When they were more comfortable with each other, Alan had admitted to Harry that he was gay, and the brunette had simply shrugged his shoulders. This was refreshing for Alan because when it became known about his profession and his sexual orientation, many had had less confidence in him, wrongly believing that he might prey on children inappropriately. Harry had pointed out that people were idiots because if they looked closely, pedophiles were generally heterosexual and their targets were primarily children, while Alan was more likely to target men. That closed this delicate conversation. You know that one day I would like to meet Mrs. Potter, Alan joked. Honestly, if you see her here, there really is a problem, Harry declared. Alan was aware that Harry's marriage was based solely on their 3 children. Why don't you ask for a divorce? Alan asked. Don't worry, Harry smiled. I know what I'm doing. Alan didn't push any further. When we talked about his separation from Ginny, the brunette was as silent as a grave. Who's coming this evening? Alan asked. Elizabeth, Harry replied. I have to come home late tonight. The job. We get lost there, joked Alan. Okay, I'll leave you, it's time. Have a nice day, Harry. You too, Alan. Harry smiled. The brunette waved to his children, who waved back and waited until they entered the building to head towards his house. Ronnie handed him his things and he took the chimney of the transportation room to go to the ministry. He greeted several of his acquaintances before returning to his office. Despite his tumultuous family life, Harry had demonstrated exceptional qualities which had earned him recognition as a very good orar, respected by his peers and rather well appreciated. Potter, sir? Harry said, raising his head. In my office, Potter, said the voice. The brunette got up and went to the office of the head of the orar office. Despite chaotic beginnings and questionable choices at best, Rufus Skrygmir was able to regain his prestige and the respect of his men. He and Harry's relationship had started off very badly, but after sorting things out, it had calmed down. Sir? Sit down, Potter, Rufus grumbled. I called you here because we have a delicate matter. I'm listening to you, said Harry. We discovered trafficking in magical drugs in certain areas of the capital, revealed Rufus. I don't see what I'm concerned with, Harry frowned. It was Blaise Zabini who filed a complaint because this was happening in his clubs, Rufus announced. Harry understood better why Rufus was talking to him about it. Aside from the former Slytherins, he had very few orars who were willing to work closely with the people who had passed through this house. Harry, to everyone's greatest surprise, was one of them and treated them all like normal wizards and not like plague victims. This was refreshing for the former Slytherins and improved collaboration. Why not have asked the unit that manages this type of matter? Harry was surprised. They are all too young, sighed Rufus. They don't know what they're going to encounter. Harry nodded. Dealing with Slytherin wasn't for everyone. You can choose a partner, Rufus offered. At the moment, Ronald Weasley is not on any cases. I thought you were friends? Thanks but no thanks, Harry said firmly. Not Ron. Potter. Rufus hesitated. I wouldn't want to get involved in things that don't concern me. But since you joined this department, you've refused to work with him even though he's always asking for you. For what? Harry sighed. He had thought he would be discreet in taking partners other than Ron in recent years, but he had been uncovered. Do I have your word that he won't find out in any way? Asked Harry. I will do my best, replied Rufus. Harry realized that was the best he could get. You know that to become an Auror you have to study 3 years in a school, said Harry. During those 3 years, the majority of the time, Ron and I were partners. And I am certain of one thing, our methods are not at all compatible. Dare to tell me that he doesn't continue to dive headfirst when it is necessary to intervene, when a less brutal solution could have been found if he had waited a few minutes. I'm here to help the population and not to fix his mistakes every time he goes out. Rufus nodded, sighing. While Harry was quietly rising through the ranks with righteousness and seriousness, Ronald Weasley was an Auror that very few people wanted under his command. Arrogant and hot-headed, he always thought that the fact that he fought alongside Harry opened all doors for him. Despite his personality, Weasley is a good Auror, said Rufus. Harry's wary eyebrow convinced him to stop the killing. We both know that Ron should never have been a field Auror, Harry asserted. Who is pressuring you to convince me to accept Ron as a partner? Molly Pruitt, Rufus admitted. Harry was hardly surprised. The Second War against Voldemort had seen the death of the last Lady Pruitt, and as Molly was her last descendant, the title had fallen to her. As Arthur was only the Weasley heir, she now had a higher status than her husband and had decided to take advantage of it. As her daughter had married the savior anyway, Molly had relied on him to establish her power. Harry had doubts about how she got so much power, and he knew he must be the cause, consciously or not. Or rather, it's coffers. I won't work with Ron, Harry asserted. Even more so in an investigation involving former Slytherins. You know, perfectly that for him they are evil incarnate. No chance of me being able to complete this investigation. Rufus winced but couldn't argue with Harry. Besides the fact that he was totally impulsive despite his 6 years of seniority, Ronald Weasley held his prejudices against the four houses. He openly despised the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw and vehemently hated the Slytherin. Only the Gryffindors found favor in his eyes, and then only those who recognized that he was formidable. Very well, Rufus capitulated. I would say that I tried, but that you pointed out to me that the investigation on which you are going to work does not require several people. Does she know what I'm working on? Asked Harry. No, assured Rufus. Good, said Harry. When do I start? Here is the file we have, said Rufus, handing him a thick folder. It's all there. Harry looked up, surprised. It was rare for all the elements of an ongoing investigation to be absolutely in the possession of the head of office. The brunette examined the file and saw that he was the only one with Skrygmir who could open it. Don't lose it, Rufus warned. If you have any questions, you can come see me. Have a nice day, Potter. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, bowing his head. The brunette left the office and sat down at his desk. But he did not open the file, preferring to consult it after a certain visit. Besides, the office door slammed violently against the wall and a well-known figure stood in the doorway. Harry took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm. Just like Ginny, as the years went by, he couldn't stand Ron anymore. But he had to keep his resentment to himself to stay under the radar. Ron, Harry said, why don't you knock on the door before you come in? Hey man, Ron protested with a big smile. It's just me. Their conversations in Harry's office invariably began with these same words. Being Harry's brother-in-law, Ron thought he had every right. But it really annoyed Harry, who didn't know what to invent to chase him away. The redhead took his seat without asking permission and happily picked from the candy dish lying in the corner. Seems you have a new case, Ron declared with his mouth full. Who do you work with? Please close your mouth when you eat. Harry couldn't help himself. Said Ron, not understanding what his best friend was accusing him of. Forget it, Harry sighed. Yes, I have a new business and no, I'll be on my own this time. For what? Ron protested. I could help you like when we were at school. Harry mentally rolled his eyes. In fact, at school, when he had the misfortune of working with Ron, he always had to make sure that Ron was not a burden while he carried out the intervention, very often alone. Psychologically speaking, it was exhausting to find a way to keep Ron occupied when he needed a way to resolve a potentially explosive situation. It's just a surveillance thing, Harry lied. No action planned. Ron grimaced and Harry smiled inwardly. The brunette knew his former friend well enough to know that he refused any investigation that did not involve a minimum of action. So a surveillance mission? Only when it was forced on him. This ugly mate, Ron said. Say, do you want to have lunch together? We can talk. Not today, Harry refused. I have to finish my reports from my last case to start the other one. No worries, Ron smiled as he stood up. Have a nice day, man. You too, replied Harry. Once the door closed, Harry relaxed. He was finding it more and more difficult not to upset Ron, who would do anything and everything, because he was his best friend and his brother-in-law. The invitation for lunch would have been the straw that broke the camel's back. On the rare occasions that Harry deigned to go out at lunchtime, Ron knew perfectly well that the brunette favored luxury restaurants where he generally did not pay attention to the bill. Only, Ron's table manners hadn't improved over time, and it was always a shame to find yourself at the table with him. Harry had only experienced it once, and he absolutely didn't want to do it again because he wanted to keep his meal in his stomach. Unfortunately, every time Harry refused to have lunch with Ron, he knew that automatically, Ginny was going to show up and drag him to one of his favorite restaurants where they were going to get blasted by every reporter she called so they could see that she was very happy to be with the savior of the wizarding world. But that day, he didn't want to be the redhead's docile puppet, and so, he planned to leave before she could intercept him. He first locked the door before rereading his latest reports, then, he opened the file that Skrygmir had just given him. Very quickly it became apparent that he had to examine the places to get a clearer idea of what he had to do. He sent a letter to Blaise Zabini to arrange a meeting, and the latter invited him to lunch with him. Harry smiled and decided to enjoy it. As it was only 10:30, he went to Skrygmir's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," said Rufus. "Sir, can I speak to you?" Harry asked as he entered. "Close the door behind you," ordered Rufus. Harry did so and waved away the listening spell he had felt clinging to him as he entered the office. "Sir," Harry said, "I understood that they wanted me to be closely monitored. Only, you know that the investigation I am going to take is not going to please everyone. So be it," Rufus said simply. "I would like you to be my only point of contact," Harry asked. "You are under the responsibility of a senior Auror," Rufus reminded. "An Auror who is terrible at keeping his files out of reach of prying eyes," Harry reminded in turn. Rufus could only concede this point. Howard Lane, despite years of service and appreciable skills, could not cast stupid secrecy spells on his files, and this was a fact known to all. Just like Ron, who allowed himself to search the offices of his colleagues, who were more advantaged than him according to the redhead. "I'll think about it," said Rufus. "Thank you, sir," Harry smiled. "I'm going to go now." "I thought you had to finish your files," Rufus smiled. Harry allowed himself to let out a sigh of annoyance. Ron opened his mouth again. "Didn't he?" Harry sighed. "Indeed," Rufus confirmed. "I got an appointment with Zabini for noon," Harry declared. "And before I had refused to have lunch with Ron. So I should expect to see Ginny Weasley show up?" Rufus growled. "Exactly," said Harry. Skrygmir frowned. About once a month, Harry Potter's wife, the famous journalist Ginny Weasley, showed up in the Auror office with photographers and other journalists to visit her husband. After the second time, Skrygmir had summoned Harry and made it clear to him that he did not intend to see the young woman arrive every 4 mornings. The brunette had promised to warn him every time she appeared to show up, having understood that she was coming when his brother was refused lunch with his best friend. "When are you leaving?" Rufus asked. "Right away," Harry assured. "I'm going to take the opportunity to walk around a bit." "Do so," said Rufus. "Don't forget to submit your completed files." "Good, sir," Harry replied, standing up. Harry left the room and collected his files to place them on Auror Lane's desk. Noticing the time, he reduced his belongings to put them in his pockets before heading towards the Ministry archives. As with the Hogwarts library, the brunette was certain that the redhead would never set foot there unless he had to. He strolled between the aisles, enjoying the calm so opposed to the frenzy that reigned in the Auror office before taking a circuitous route out of the Ministry. He quickly put on his Muggle coat, which he changed slightly so as not to be easily found, and entered the Muggle streets. For the first time in weeks, he took a moment to himself. On a whim, he went into several stores and found gifts for Nick, Alex and Leah, as well as for Elizabeth and even Ronnie and Livni. With his pockets filled with packages of all kinds, he finally headed towards the wizarding quarters. Since he had finished his studies, he had never had the opportunity to really discover them. Even though his children were adorable, they were too small to enjoy strolls through the streets of the capital. With his eyes wide open, he noticed things he never thought possible. He knew about the existence of the apartments, but he didn't know they existed on the wizard side. The children were playing quietly in the street, which was entirely pedestrian. The businesses were open and seemed to be doing well, which Harry was proud of. He stopped at the address given by Blaise Zabini and looked up. The building fit in perfectly with the others, and no one could suspect that there was a club. Zabini had obviously set up an upscale restaurant on the 1st and 2nd floors. The use of the other 3 floors was unknown. Harry entered the building. The ground floor was shared for the restaurant and the club, which was in the basement. There were 3 reception stations, one for the reception itself, one for the restaurant, and the last for the club. The brunette approached first. "Hello," Harry smiled. "I have a meeting with Blaise Zabini." "What name?" asked the receptionist. "From the Auror office," Harry replied. "Here is my plate." When Harry entered the Auror office, Rufus Skrygmir had noticed that the Savior's groupies were following him. Each intervention. With the older Aurors, they had to think of a solution to guarantee the integrity of their members. They had resolved not to give the names of the Aurors who had an appointment and to authorize the most famous of them to use spells to hide their identities. And the tag system had been adopted to authenticate undercover Aurors. The receptionist cast a revealing spell which confirmed that the wizard in front of her was indeed an Auror before consulting her boss's calendar. "Mr. Zabini will not be long," declared the receptionist. "I will lead you to him." She called his replacement to take his place and led him up the stairs. They climbed to the 4th floor and Harry considered advising Zabini to install an elevator for the comfort of his visitors. She put him in a waiting room and left him there. Harry took off his coat and began to sort through what he had in his pockets. "Are we robbing stores, Potter?" said a voice. "I'm keeping myself busy," Harry corrected. "Zabini." "Potter," Blaise replied, shaking his hand. "I'll put this away and follow you," Harry smiled. "Okay." Blaise smiled. The dark-haired man finished sorting and put his miniaturized packages in his coat pockets before following the black man into his office. "I didn't think I would have to deal with you when I filed a complaint." Blaise was surprised. "Would you have preferred someone else?" smiled Harry. "Potter, the savior of the widow and the orphan," smiled Blaise. "Last I heard, you're neither," Harry reminded himself. "Indeed," Blaise laughed. "Neither married nor father. Unlike you." "Touched," Harry replied. "Tell me what brings me here, Zabini." "With the war against the other weirdo, everyone looks askance at the Slytherins. Even though you did everything to prove that Snape had done more than all those idiots," Blaise explained. "For that, I must say thank you." "You're welcome," Harry smiled. "You are here in the first club I created," announced Blaise. "Since then, I have opened 3 more across the country. I have grown my business and am extremely strict with my employees. I don't want to be attacked on anything, so I do regular and random searches in clubs and employees' belongings. A month ago, a client overdosed and I had to send him to St. Mungo. The same problem arose a week later and I raided my employees. One of the new guys my manager had just hired was involved in trafficking. He doesn't know yet that I found out." "For what?" Harry was surprised. "I had this drug examined," Blaise admitted. "This bastard literally eats up the magic of drug addicts. And I refuse to let it invade our streets." "I would like a sample if you don't mind," Harry asked. "With pleasure," said Blaise. "What exactly are you looking for?" asked Harry. "I want to stop this traffic," affirmed Blaise. "And I'm ready to put what you need at your disposal." "It matters to you," Harry understood. "I saw the second kid almost die before my eyes," Blaise admitted. "I refuse to see this show again." After a moment of silence, Blaise gave Harry all the information he had: the name of the drug holder, the composition of the drug. The brunette asked a few more questions before putting his notebook away. "I hope you are hungry?" Blaise suggested. "I'm curious," Harry admitted. "I heard about your restaurant but never got around to it. However, the Weasley has lunch in all the best restaurants in town every day," pointed out Blaise. "You're a Slytherin," Harry reminded. "For her, you are evil incarnate and she will not want to be contaminated by your personality. You know, she doesn't need us to be a bitch," Blaise said. "I'll pretend I didn't hear," Harry said. Blaise understood the message easily. Harry didn't want to dwell on Mrs. Potter and the black man readily agreed. They went down to the 2nd floor and sat on a mezzanine which overlooked the 2nd room of the restaurant. "Are we waiting for someone?" Harry asked, noting the 2 other place settings set up. "Yes," replied Blaise. "My lawyer and the director of the company that secures my clubs will be there in about 20 minutes. And he started a conversation about what they had done respectively in recent years. Of course, they had spent their last year together, but they quickly lost touch. The Auror career and his marriage having been posted in all the newspapers. Blaise told Harry that he had studied Muggle and witch management in France for 3 years before returning to set up his business successfully. Well, I wasn't expecting that when you told me that you had gotten help from the Aurors," said a voice that Harry could have recognized among 1,000. "Hello, Malfoy," Harry smiled. "Still in great shape, I see. And always coming to someone's aid, Potter," Draco replied, shaking the outstretched hand. "What happened to give us a right to the savior?" "It was either me or Ron," Harry sighed. "I can always refuse and send it for me." "No thanks," Draco grimaced. "I don't want blood on my hands, especially his." Potter greeted a second voice. "Not," Harry nodded. The 2 men settled down after greeting Blaise. Draco is my lawyer, Blaise smiled. And Theo runs a company that protects all my clubs. Master of spells or runes? Harry simply asked. Runes and arithmancy, smiled Theo, happy that someone finally asked him the question. Is not the same thing? Blaise wondered. Not quite, Harry smiled. To put it simply, when you use runes to protect something, it is much more powerful than spells. And rune masters are very rare in England and most are hidden in the Department of Mysteries. I didn't think Auror training would go this far, congratulated Theo. She doesn't, Harry confirmed. I became interested in it when I needed to update some of my mansion's protections. Theo nodded. Ancestral mansions were extremely difficult to restore because most of the barriers used had disappeared. No wonder the brunette looked into it. You are Zabini's lawyer in what area? Asked Harry. All of them, Draco assured. Then you will be able to tell me why you advised Zabini to call on the Aurors, Harry smiled. It seems you've learned to use your brain, Potter, Draco congratulated. Death threats, in fact, for 3 years. I'll send them to you at the office if you want. No, I would like to collect them in person if you don't mind, Harry refused. This is not something I would want to leave lying around. As you wish, Draco shrugged. The waiter then appeared to take their orders and they left aside the business that had brought them together. They had lunch in a good atmosphere before going their separate ways. Seeing that it was still early, he decided not to return to the office right away and went to a particular place. Hello, Michael. Harry smiled as he entered the office. Hello, Harry, replied Michael Lawrence, the Potter's lawyer. Were you able to escape? Yes, Harry smiled. What if we talk business? Good idea, Michael agreed, closing the door behind them. Ginny tossed back her long red hair as she admired herself in the mirror. This outfit suits you perfectly, complimented the seamstress. The neckline is not marked enough, cut in Ginny. I want him to come down here, and she pointed to the exact spot between her breasts where her heart was. And I want the dress to open on the right side to mid-thigh, Ginny added. The seamstress did not show her skepticism. The dress she had just made was very classy, worthy of a lady. But the changes requested would make it vulgar, not to say unworthy of being worn at an evening where great personalities would be seen. But the young woman was the customer and she paid to have her every wish granted. When will she be ready? Asked Ginny. The party is in 2 days. She will be ready, promised the seamstress. She was going to have to work all night for that, not counting other orders for the same date. I'm planning on it, Ginny squeaked as she got dressed and left the room. Ginny had the life she had always dreamed of. 10 years ago, Harry Potter had succeeded in defeating Voldemort. She and her mother had spent her entire senior year devising a plan to get their hands on the young man. Luckily, Ron was still with Harry and knew where he was at all times. In every party Harry had attended, Ginny had followed him to find out his preferences. Very quickly, she understood that the brunette was much more attracted to blondes than to busty redheads, which she was. She had stolen some hair from the one who caught Harry's eye the most and had gotten herself some polyjuice potion. On the big day, she transformed herself into this incendiary blonde, drugged Harry's cocktails before dragging him into a bedroom to undress him. Of course, she hadn't been able to sleep with him, but she had created the situation that allowed the plan to go ahead. Took her a good month to get pregnant. Well, she had slept with everything that moved 7 days a week during her trip to Bulgaria, but she had succeeded. When his mother confirmed it, she went to Harry to tell him the good news. Fortunately, the brunette hadn't asked the right questions, only asking him if they had really gone together and not if they had slept together. The oath had finally convinced him that he was really the father of his baby. His mother had offered to prepare the wedding and like a great naive, he had left everything in the hands of Molly Weasley. The latter had drawn up the prenuptial contract and had tricked him as necessary so that he would sign without batting an eyelid. And she had become Ginny Weasley Potter. Only things hadn't gone as planned. Well, she got rid of the mitten very quickly, but she had to carry 3 kids before she was completely at peace. But above all, Harry had not regained his lordly titles. So she couldn't parade around like Lady Potterblack or even use her prestige and power. Harry didn't have much ambition to quickly climb the ranks of the Auror office. In fact, Harry was a real marshmallow like his father, which made him cringe. Ginny had never wanted children. She knew what it was like to have a house full of brats, and she didn't want to be forced like her mother to be a housewife. She wanted to be free and enjoy the perks of being Harry Potter's wife. She had already told Harry that she wanted to have a separate room because of her odd schedule. In fact, every evening, she went out to clubs or private parties and didn't return until the early hours of the morning. Although the brunette was an exceptional lover, the redhead liked diversity. Her sex life had flourished while her future husband was responsible for eradicating the threat that was Voldemort, and she had never seen the point in changing her lifestyle once the ring was on her finger. She could squander all the money she wanted. She didn't have to take care of the kids she had raised and lived her life as she saw fit. The icing on the cake would be for Harry to make her touch the seventh heaven more often than once a week, and even that had been denied to her since the birth of Lily Luna, their third child. But she had plenty of lovers to fill the gap, and it wasn't any worse. Besides, one of them didn't work very far away, and she wasn't expected for a while. Hermione sighed heavily as she drank coffee with Ron. She had had enough of his incessant recriminations, which had been going on for 20 minutes now. "Ron," Hermione growled, "did you only bring me here to complain that Harry didn't want to take you on as a partner for the new case he was working on? But you don't understand, Hermione," Ron whined. "Only Senior Aurors can work alone, or during matters that are not very important," pointed out Hermione. "Look, Ron, this story is from last week. Anyway, but that means he doesn't want to be with me," growled Ron. "Or that he doesn't need you," Hermione sighed. "I'm sure that if a more important case were presented to him, he would immediately think of you to support him." "Do you think so?" Ron perked up. "Certainly," assured Hermione. "It's true," Ron sighed. "Oh, I have to go," and he took off. Hermione didn't show her exasperation with the man who had been her husband for 9 years now. Instead, she ordered herself another coffee, needing to calm down before heading home. Although she was predestined for great things, Hermione had foolishly accepted Ron's marriage proposal after the final battle. When they both graduated, they got married, Molly agreeing to plan everything for them, from the party planning to the wedding vows. What an idiot she had been. Amazed by the fact that she was going to realize her dream since her 5th grade, she had not checked the prenuptial agreement that Molly had made her sign. Once the kiss sealed their union, the descent into hell had begun. However, his studies had gotten off to a good start. She had turned to the law, since those of magical creatures had been flouted by Voldemort as well as the Ministry during this time of turmoil. Only after coming out 3 years later, with his diploma, obtained with honors, the search for a job had proven more complicated. When Ron came back from a visit to his mother, a few days after his own graduation, he had discovered him writhing in pain in the middle of their living room. The redhead had relieved her and asked her what she planned to do before the magic stopped her. But when he learned that she wanted to go to her job interview, the young man simply told him that Weasley women didn't work. 2 attempts later, she had tried to figure out what exactly was going on. In truth, Ron had been right, except it was actually the Pruitt women who weren't working, and Hermione didn't know she had become one. While going through her husband's belongings, she had found the famous prenuptial contract, which Molly had carefully stored out of her reach, and she had fallen from a very high place. She thus learned that the Pruitts were very misogynistic, since as soon as she had become Ron's wife, she had become nothing more and nothing less than the redhead's slave as well as his designated breeder. The contract had forbidden her from working, from contradicting her husband, from cheating on him, from separating from him, and lots of admirable things. But her better half did not have the same duties as her, because nothing prevented her from looking elsewhere and making bastards on every street corner if she felt like it. He could even repudiate her if he wanted. She had been trying to regain her freedom for 5 years now, and to do so, she had to rely only on herself, since the contract refused to allow her to speak to anyone about what was happening in her home. She would have liked Harry to come to her aid, but he himself had to deal with the harpy that was Ginny, not to mention his 3 children. She, for her part, had been extremely lucky that Rose and Hugo's grandmother, dear Molly, wanted to take care of her grandchildren's education. But Hermione had fought tooth and nail to keep them from being under the control of this woman who called herself loving, when she was just a manipulator unworthy of being a mother. Very often, when she had the opportunity to go to Wizarding London, She surprised Ginny in the arms of other men, and Hermione was not so stupid to understand that the redhead must have been bottle-taught that her behavior should be completely normal. She who had always been close to her mother, while in the eyes of the brunette, he was just more proof of the disrespect of her marriage vows. As for Ron, Hermione let a single tear fall. Freed from the oppressive presence of his mother, the redhead had indulged in all vices once at the Auror School. His favorite was still alcohol, and very often he would come back drunk and beat her violently. Her good results in potions allowed her not to go to St. Mungo, and since the arrival of the children, she was afraid that he would attack them or that they would see something. She finished her cup at once and picked up her things. She did not want to leave her children to the monster with a human face that was her mother-in-law any longer than necessary. Harry locked himself in his office at Grimmauld Place. When he had made the decision to marry Ginny, he had refused to let her move into the Black House. Besides the fact that it was the house of his late godfather Sirius, it had also been his refuge after the death of Voldemort, and if he had refused to allow Hermione and Ron to move in with him during his Auror studies, it was not so that Ginny would leave her luggage there. So while Molly was planning the wedding, he had scoured the country looking for the family home. Having spent most of his summers at the Burrow, he had suspected that the redhead would be looking for space first. Well, he could have had it built, but he didn't want to take the hassle. He had fallen under the spell of a spacious cottage far enough from the neighbors and perfect for raising children, especially wizards. Ginny had sulked a bit, but he had subtly reminded her that it was he who was paying her, and that she wasn't paying a single cent. He had selected 3 house elves to take care of him, mainly because he realized that his future profession was not going to allow him to fully take care of his family. Ronnie was the housekeeper and took care of the upkeep of the house. Livni was in charge of the kitchen and Cloppy was in charge of the exteriors. Ginny had screamed. Of course, the number of house elves available wasn't high enough for her liking. But Harry had stood his ground, and she must have settled into family heart without much complaint. Since Dumbledore's death, therefore, no member of the Order and even fewer of his friends had spent more than a few hours in Black Manor. After the war and his secondary studies, he had redeveloped it so that it suited him and, above all, that it was habitable. He had never understood why all the children had spent so much time cleaning this house from top to bottom, but while looking for books for the renovation, he had discovered that like any ancient wizarding home, the manor had a primitive conscience and knew who did not have the best interests of the master of the house at heart. Molly may appear cheerful, but when she thought no one was looking, she clearly showed her disgust for Sirius. Harry had always thought it was the fact that he couldn't get back on track after Azkaban, but now he knew that she had always despised the fallen heir. This was partly why he had refused to let Ginny and by extension Molly set foot there. His office overlooked the London skyline. For this, he had sacrificed the largest guest room, and he did not regret it. Kreacher had renewed his bond with House Black and was very attentive to the new master. Harry, however, judged that he was getting old and asked him to train his successor so that he could enjoy his retirement peacefully. A letter suddenly appeared in front of him. As he had asked not to be disturbed under any circumstances, the house elves had to examine the mail he sent from every angle, received before transmitting it to him in this way. Many times he had escaped catastrophe. He opened the letter and read it. Lord Potter, we have been looking for a solution to free you from this union for 6 years now. Now that the main condition of the prenuptial agreement you signed, the birth of the Potter heir and heiress, has been fulfilled, there is nothing holding you back from your wife. As repudiation is forbidden to you, divorce seems to be an acceptable alternative and, above all, adapted to your desire for revenge. I have not spoken to you about this possibility because it is an option which is used very little among English purebloods but much more among the average wizard, and more particularly half-bloods and muggleborns, due to their heritage. I am aware that you are going to set a precedent, but your wife is dragging you through the mud without hiding it, and that is only fair. The luck you had, I repeat, is the fact that it seems obvious to me that your marriage did not take place before magic. Your mother-in-law either thought that the contract would be more than enough and that you would never look further, or did not want to risk that the marriage would be refused outright, especially if, as you told me, you doubt that the child that your wife lost, the origin of your union, was yours. I understand that you want to spare your father-in-law from your vindictiveness, but I fear that I will not be able to respond to your request. Although your wife married under her mother's maiden name, her fame was made under her birth name. I would therefore advise you, once the steps have been taken, to make an appointment with him so that he can organize himself so as not to be caught in the turmoil. I'm not worried about his sons, since by your own admission and after investigation on my part, his first 5 sons have completely detached themselves from their mother as well as from their last brother and their sister. I wouldn't say the same about the last one. You were surprised to see him living beyond his means, especially having married straight out of school. With the goblins, we discovered that he had managed to steal your key to obtain power of attorney over your safe. I no longer teach you that a key is strictly personal and that no one can hold it other than its legitimate owner. The difficulty we had was that he validated this order with your blood. Be aware that blood theft is very severely punished by pureblood laws. If you ask, I will provide you with all the documentation on this. However, I must advise you to be very careful if you wish to use this information. Although blood theft is highly reprehensible, the relationship you had with what was nicknamed the Golden Trio gave rise to numerous rumors, including that you considered the other 2 members to be part of your immediate family. Therefore, the theft of blood could not be proven since they would have had numerous opportunities to be in contact with your blood. Only one family council can establish whether there has been theft or not, and as they are not strictly speaking your family, you will be in a bind. Regarding your children, I am still as surprised by the choice of education that you made. Although Muggle education is still criticized, it is indeed better than the one your mother-in-law chose. Homeschooling has its limits, unfortunately, and we could only fear the worst when we see what happened to her last 2 children whom she educated herself even though she sent, without qualms, his first 5 children in a school for young wizards. However, a contract for the 7 years of your eldest child has been established by your wife for the hiring of a tutor. And according to the few elements that are in my possession, said tutor is very far from being qualified to educate the future Lord Potter. Here is the latest information I was able to obtain. For any additional or new requests, you can of course contact me by the usual means. Hoping to hear from you soon. Best regards, me, Michael Lawrence. Harry didn't even bother to get angry. Well, he knew most of the information that was in this letter, but taken together, it showed a very dark scenario. He had actually not thought about divorce since for him, wizard marriages were irrevocable. But if Michael certified that his union could not have taken place in the face of magic, this atypical solution for purebloods to separate from Ginny was perfect. Knowing that Ron had stolen his blood so he could help himself to his coffers hardly surprised him. The redhead had always been jealous of his wealth and had always used his connections to him to appear more important than he was. He didn't think Hermione was common, although their relationship had become much colder since his marriage to her. But he hoped he knew Ron, and he was pretty sure he wouldn't have come up with that idea alone. For his children, in fact, he suspected it. For about 2 years, Molly had had heavy innuendos that she would be happy to be able to take care of her grandchildren full-time. He knew from a reliable source, however, that Hermione had always refused to entrust Rose and Hugo to her for more than a few hours, and Victoire, the daughter of Fleur and Bill, was very far from being welcome under the matron's roof because of her Veela blood. Although Ginny was delighted by the proposal, like the others, he had formally vetoed it, and to make things right, he had extracted a magical oath from his wife that she would not do anything regarding the education of his children without his agreement. He didn't know how she had been able to hire a tutor, but since then, with Molly, she had to find a way around this ban. Even Bill had warned him against this possibility since he had seen firsthand how his mother raised children, Ginny and Ron being very far from being models of stability and morality. Furthermore, the eldest Weasley had admitted to him that the last 2 of the siblings were not aware of pureblood customs, their mother having made a rigorous selection between what they should know and what she did not consider important, while knowing that the second category included almost all of what they should have known, and Harry too. Neville had thus taught him that since he had become friends with the Weasleys, it was they who should have taught him the basics of pureblood laws. Unfortunately, Molly had made Arthur believe that he was taking care of it when she had done nothing. If Harry could prove that she had intentionally sabotaged his apprenticeship, he could destroy the red-headed matron. Harry grabbed a piece of paper and a pen and began to respond to his lawyer. Mr. Lawrence, considering all the information you have given me since I first contacted you, I have decided that Draco Malfoy entered the office. You wanted to see me, Blaise? Draco asked simply. Yes, sit down, Blaise offered. A few weeks had passed since they had met Harry Potter, Auror by profession and in charge of the magical drug trafficking that was rampant in the dark clubs. The brunette had been meticulous and had checked each item that had been brought to him before going into the clubs themselves. He had made contact with Theodore Knott, and with a few oaths he was able to find out how the places had been protected, and the two had talked at length to come up with ideas on how the drugs were introduced and then sold. Potter just contacted me, Blaise revealed. He wants to see how the club works. What do you mean? Draco frowned. He wants to know, I quote, if the club did not encourage consumption, repeated Blaise. It's impossible. Draco cried. That's what I told him, assured Blaise. But he told me that, in my opinion, it was impossible for drugs to be sold in my clubs, and that's where we were. He's not wrong, Draco conceded. That's why I called you, Blaise smiled, to find out if, legally speaking, what he plans to do is possible. Draco exclaimed. But the question does not arise. Idiot. Blaise huffed. No, that's not it. He's just going to get spotted. Be spotted? Draco raised an eyebrow. He's going to get raped, yes. This guy is a bomb. Ah, but our savior caught your eye, I see, Blaise sneered. Who, normally constituted, would not drool in front of him. Draco retorted. All joking aside, I watched because I always wonder how the Weasley manages to deceive him without batting an eyelid. However, Potter doesn't appear with anyone. When he goes out, it's only with his children. That's not the subject for the moment, cut Blaise. He's investigating alone, Draco. And no one walks into a club alone. It's too fishy, the blonde confirmed. To follow the organization of black clubs very closely, he knew that the bouncers were obliged to report anyone who entered and remained alone inside. They were taking precautions because in the early days of the club, a loner in question had tried to rape a girl while she was going to the bathroom. Moreover, since then, Blaise was seriously considering prohibiting access to single people. Do you want to hire someone? Smiled Draco. No, I want us to go with him, Blaise blurted. Draco took a few moments to register the information. You what? Draco choked. I want us to accompany him, Blaise repeated. Why do it? Draco balked. Daphne is no longer enough for you? Leave my wife out of this, please, Blaise hissed. I can't afford to let him go alone. You know the instructions, he won't be able to do anything because he will be watched so much. And then, did you see it? Very well, even Draco grunted. What is the connection? It's obvious that he's not used to going out, declared Blaise. In addition to a good makeover, we're going to have to give him an excuse for him to be there. I understand what you mean, Draco sighed. But why us? Because we know perfectly well what needs to change so that he can carry out the investigation without problem, replied Blaise. And then, it will be an opportunity to move around a little. The blonde honestly hesitated. He loved to dance and he wouldn't mind spending a whole night baiting potential prey. But there was still Potter. Your better half agrees, smiled Draco. She trusts, assured Blaise with a disgusted look. She said, and I quote, Potter is too straight for him to cheat on his wife with you. And she wished me good luck in debauching the Prince of Gryffindor. She's not wrong, Draco sneered. That's not the problem, Blaise grumbled. We'll have to relax him. I'll take care of it, Draco capitulated. But he will be recognized. He told me he was going to take care of that part. Blaise smiled. I invite Theo. If you can get him off Astoria, Draco laughed. I think he won't have too much trouble, Blaise chuckled. Especially if it means a night out with sisters. Draco could only grimace. When the Greengrass sisters, now Zabini and Knott respectively, got together, it was best to hide. When are we planning that? Draco asked. In 10 days, replied Blaise. And plan to change your identity. No worries, Draco replied as he left the premises. Harry thought long and hard before making his decision. Elizabeth had an important exam to revise, and having the children around, even for a few hours, was not going to help her. It was out of the question to entrust them to Molly, and let's not talk about Ginny, who still hadn't returned for 2 days without warning anyone. He would have liked to entrust them to Fleur and Bill, so that Nick, Alex and Leah could see their cousin Victoire again. But they themselves were traveling, and the little girl had been entrusted to her maternal grandmother. That left Hermione, and it seemed to her that it was the most sensible solution. Just after dropping the kids off at school, Harry showed up at Hermione and Ron's home. It was a very charming little witch house and quite well maintained. Considering the finances of the Weasley family in general, the brunette had always been surprised to see the couple acquire this house so quickly. He had always been almost certain that Hermione had had to pay a very, largely with the help of his own parents, but with what he had learned about Ron, Harry knocked on the door and waited for it to be opened. "Have you forgotten, Harry?" Harry was frozen. Hermione had opened the door. Sure, but it wasn't the Hermione he knew. This one. She was a battered woman. The cheek and the bruise that adorned his cheek were indications that could not be missed. "Harry," Hermione whispered. "Where are the children?" Harry asked in a weak voice. "In their room," Hermione whispered. "They didn't see anything." "We need to talk," Harry said. "Not here," Hermione sighed. "And I don't want to leave the children alone." "Come home," Harry suggested. "I could take care of that." "I have potions," Hermione protested. "But support?" Harry countered. Hermione capitulated. She made her friend enter and leave him in the living room to prepare her children to go out. Not without having cast a glamour on her so as not to scare Rose and Hugo. 20 minutes later, the four of them used the Flu network to go to Ginny and Harry's house. "Ronnie," Harry called. "Master Harry," Ronnie bowed as she appeared. "We're going to take Hermione's children to the playroom," Harry said. "I would like you to watch them while Hermione and I talk." "Good, Master Harry," Ronnie replied. "And let me know when Ginny arrives," Harry added. "I will give orders accordingly." "Yes, Master Harry," Ronnie bowed before disappearing. "They're not like the other house elves," Hermione commented as they headed upstairs. "I respect them," Harry assured. "Even though they are of a different species than us, I recognize everything they bring to us." "And how did Ginny take the fact of having an infinite number of house elves at her service?" Hermione couldn't help herself. "I threatened to remove them from her service if she wanted to mistreat them," Harry growled. "After 3 days, she learned the lesson, but I gave orders that they only do what I order them to do." Harry settled the children in the playroom before leading Hermione into a spare bedroom. He quickly returned with a first aid kit and began to treat his face. "Harry," Hermione protested. "No, Hermione," Harry growled. "Put yourself in my place. I come to ask my best friend for a favor and I discover that she is beaten. Don't refuse the help I want to give you." Hermione sighed and let him do it. Aware that he would not leave her alone, she began to remove all her clothes one by one, without shame, to show him the extent of the damage. Harry didn't say anything, but his look spoke for him. She got dressed slowly, her eyes glued towards the ground, before handing him a leaf which she took out of her bag. The brunette read it and his gaze hardened even more. "You can talk," Harry finally said. "Your secrets, voluntary or not, will not be revealed without your consent." The wave of magic convinced her that she had made the right choice. "I only discovered that I had been trapped 5 years ago, when I wanted to find a job," Hermione admitted as she sat down. "And as you see in this contract, I became Ron's slave." "His punching bag too," Harry growled. "Since when?" "He always had bad alcohol," Hermione reminded. Harry knew something about that. One of the reasons why he drank very little in the evenings during his Auror studies was that he was always tasked by the promotion with bringing Ron home, the redhead having very quickly shown detestable behavior and no one wanting to help him. The brunette was simply amazed that he had enough strength to beat his own wife in this state. "The contract?" asked Harry. "I found it a little by chance," declared Hermione. "But it explains a lot. What an idiot I was. If only I wasn't so in love." "What's done is done," Harry cut in. "Now it's about getting you out of there. I imagine you are already financially independent?" "How?" Hermione wondered. "I'm not Ron," Harry smiled. "I'm sure that as soon as you knew you couldn't leave the house to work, you found another solution." "So, I am a consultant for a law firm that deals with Muggle and witch cases," replied Hermione, smiling. "My salary is paid into my Muggle account under my maiden name. And knowing Ron, who hates the Muggle world, he wouldn't know how to get this money back." Harry smiled. Harry's expression turned serious. "Did he touch the children?" asked Harry. "No," cried Hermione. "Otherwise, contract or not, I would have made him pay." Harry smiled. The few times he had seen Hermione in recent years, he had noticed that she was like a lioness protecting her cubs, perhaps even worse than him. Are you sincere? Asked Harry. Hermione's eyes widened before she understood. They had grown too far apart in recent years because of the Weasleys for them to trust each other as easily as before. I want the best for my children, assured Hermione. And I'm sure that won't be the case with Ron around them. I loved him, it's true, but he ceased to be who I knew from the moment he put the ring on my finger. I refuse to allow my children and I to be part of a family where respect is violated in the name of personal satisfaction. Should I give up my life? Magic surrounded him, taking into account his oath for a better world for his children. I would like to show this contract to someone reliable, Harry asked. He will surely be able to tell us if it is possible to break it. I've already looked, Hermione sighed. Let me try, okay? Harry said. Okay, Hermione sighed. And for Rose and Hugo? Asked Harry. I keep them with me all the time, Hermione replied. I take the opportunity to help them learn to read, write and count, not to mention everything they should know. But it's not healthy for them not to be around other children. There are schools for young wizards, Harry frowned. Ron refuses, sighed Hermione. So I educate them at home. Like his mother. Harry did not prefer to comment. I'm going back, said Hermione. Thank you for having me. You have no idea how good it feels to be able to put into words what I'm going through. My door will always be open to you, Harry assured. By the way, why did you come? Asked Hermione. With all that, I almost forgot, Harry apologized. I would need to watch the children overnight. And I said to myself that it would be good for the children to meet again. That's a good idea, Hermione smiled. It will be here, as I think you have nothing left to take care of Leah, Harry added. Tell me when and I'll come, Hermione promised. They hugged each other before leaving. Harry waited until Ginny had left for one of her umpteenth evenings to call Hermione to watch the children. She hadn't had any problems since he had actually asked Skrygmir to keep Ron on watch that evening.
Il ne tenait pas qu'il en profite pour fouiller la maison sous prétexte que sa femme gardait ses enfants.
The brunette headed towards Draco Malfoy's home. Over the past few days Blaise and Draco had discussed what he was going to do in the club. The black man had warned him about the policy for people arriving alone. That was why they had decided to accompany him, on the condition that he had a makeover. Harry had reluctantly accepted and had to go to the blonde for that. Good evening, Potter, Draco greeted. Malfoy, Harry replied. Come in, please, Draco said, letting him pass. Harry looked around. He had expected to find himself in Malfoy Manor but found a small muggle house at the given address. Surprising, isn't it? Smiled Draco. I didn't expect that, Harry admitted. After the war, I was at odds with the wizarding world, Draco explained. I preferred to finish my studies abroad. It's true that you didn't do your last year at Hogwarts, Harry remembered. We were the bad guys, Draco reminded, pouring him a cup of tea. I could handle the distrust due to my name, but because my father made the wrong choice, I was made to pay for it? No thanks. I preferred to rebuild myself far from all this hypocrisy. My father became a Death Eater, true, but he did something to change his world. Unlike those imbeciles who stayed hidden in the warmth when it came to fighting. This annoyed Harry too. When he arrived at the Auror School, he heard many students, old and new, declare that it was their side that had won the war. Exasperated, he spoke in the now silent refectory and reminded them that until proven otherwise, only those who had fought against Voldemort could claim to say that their side had won. He told them that he didn't remember seeing them fight alongside him when it came to fighting for their freedom. He hadn't seen any of them even show support for him when he was wrongly accused of creating panic when he announced Voldemort's return, much less when a price had been placed on his head by the Death Eaters. No one in this Auror School dining hall had pretended to take up arms or help them when needed. No, they had taken care to hide in the depths of their homes, and even, for some, had taken advantage of the policy of terror to denounce their adversaries on false pretexts to take revenge for any acts. For Harry, they were to be placed below the Death Eaters since they had fought to change things, even if they had used a fairly bloody method. Of course, after his little speech, he was summoned to the principal's office, but contrary to what he thought, it was not to reprimand him. The wizard also had trouble with this new generation of Aurors who wrongly believed that they were better than everyone else when they didn't know how to do anything with their 10 fingers. But the Muggle world, said Harry. I didn't want to be found, Draco replied. The Malfoy name is very well known in the wizarding world all over the world, but much less so in the Muggle world. I took the opportunity to make a name for myself. And Blaise hired me. Home is for me. Remember that the prejudices of my youth were all false and that I learned to love this world. It's very pretty, Harry complimented. Thank you, Draco smiled. Okay, let's get started. Come on. They went upstairs and entered a room that Harry quickly identified as a huge walk-in closet. Okay, naked, ordered Draco. I didn't know we were that intimate, Harry said, raising a wary eyebrow. Look, I'm gonna have to give you a makeover, Draco reminded. We're two men and there's nothing we haven't seen in the Quidditch locker room. Say right away that you want to watch, Harry smiled. Draco only froze for an imperceptible moment. What do you mean? Draco asked. I know you play it, but I always knew you had a clear penchant for guys, Harry replied. I wouldn't say you're gay, but I knew guys had an effect on you. What tells you it's true? Draco asked, inwardly stunned to have been discovered by his rival. Apart from the fact that you were always the last to leave the locker room? Harry joked. I've seen your gaze wandering over the players and a few others very often. It was especially the one you had on Zabini and not when they were together that was the most telling. You were envious. Draco blushed. Indeed, he had always envied the couple his best friends formed during their last years at Hogwarts. Blaise and Theo were so close that it was surprising that they married the Greengrass sisters. Does that bother you? Draco asked. That I could be gay? It's your life, Harry shrugged. You do what you want with it, and above all, it's not up to others to dictate it to you. I would have thought you would be disgusted, Draco hesitated. Harry easily understood what he meant. As Neville had pointed out to him, he was very close to the Weasleys, and it was they who should have taught him the customs of the purebloods, but Molly had done nothing about it. Only what Harry should have learned was that there was nothing wrong with homosexuality, as long as offspring were assured. Many purebloods had entered into marriages to give birth to the expected heir before separating from the mother and living the life they aspired to without constraint. If separation was not possible, an agreement was reached between the spouses. However, to Molly, this practice was despicable. For her, a couple was a man and a woman. Point bar. It was almost by chance that Harry had figured out that Molly, Ginny, and Ron were homophobic. He suspected the latter since he had very often heard the redhead criticize gays and lesbians throughout their schooling, while he thought that the brunette was not around. As for Ginny and Molly, he had learned about it when, during his first year at Auror School, one of his classmates, Gale, had asked him out. Of course, Ron had witnessed the entire conversation and didn't hesitate to insult him before Harry was able to pull him aside under a bubble of silence to tell him that he was flattered by his interest in him but that he didn't want to go out with him. Gale had then warned him that Ron's behavior could do him a disservice, especially if it was thought that he had the same prejudices as the redhead. Harry had apologized for his friend's behavior and his interlocutor had smiled, reminding him that it was him that he had asked out and not Ronald Weasley, and that, in his opinion, he didn't care as much as the year 40. The affair had been reported to the two redheads and they had fallen on him, telling him that it was wrong to be interested in a person of the same sex. Well, in stronger and much more vulgar terms for Ginny. Until that day, Harry had no definite opinion on the matter, having always believed that people were old enough to decide who they wanted to spend their lives with, especially in the magical world where soulmates didn't care about the gender of life partners. You don't disgust me, if that's what you want to know, Harry said. What if we started? Because you agree to get naked? Draco raised an eyebrow. In my underwear, Harry corrected. You don't need to look any further to dress me, right? Indeed, Draco conceded. You can put your clothes there. Very well, Harry said as he did so. The brunette turned around and began to remove his clothes one by one. The blonde barely restrained himself from looking at him openly and drooling over him. I understood that you had a son, said Harry. Yes, Scorpius, Draco replied. He is my pride. But who were you married to? Harry asked. I admit that I didn't feel concerned at the time. In Astoria Greengrass, Draco replied. But she's with Not, Harry exclaimed. I was the one who introduced them, Draco smiled. Theo started to be interested in her when we stopped seeing her as Daphne's little sister. And when it turned out that my father had managed to enter into a marriage contract with the Greengrasses, I had to honor him. In a way, that suited me too. Oh yeah, we don't really have the same build, but the enlargement spells should last the night. Harry turned around and was surprised to see Draco in the same outfit as him. We're tied now, Draco smiled to explain. Come this way. A little wary, Harry approached. Draco came to him with a measuring tape. With professionalism, he took his measurements. Are you a tailor? Harry was surprised. Not quite, replied Draco, writing down the measurements on a sheet of paper. My outfits have always been made to measure, but after the war, and still today, tailors refuse to come to my house to take my measurements. I had to learn how to do it myself to send them to them. And what are you going to do with it? Asked Harry. I need these measurements to fit your clothes, Draco replied. If you have to come with us, you have to have something tailor-made. Otherwise, you won't be taken seriously. I'm not going as Harry Potter, Harry reminded. I imagine so, said Draco. But you keep the same build, right? Yes, Harry admitted. Perfect, said Draco. Can you take the face you will have later? Harry agreed, and the next moment he changed his mind. Draco noticed that he didn't look the same as when he first showed up at Blaze's office. It's good for me, said Draco. You can become yourself again. While he was rummaging through the different cupboards, Harry resumed the conversation. You didn't love him? Asked Harry. Who? Draco wondered. Greengrass, Harry replied. I only saw her as an acquaintance. Daphne's sister, replied Draco. From the beginning, I told her that I only wanted her to be the Malfoy heir, but that I didn't want to ruin her life. She agreed, and we did everything we could to get Scorpius there quickly. As soon as she recovered from childbirth, she became a Greengrass heiress again, and Theo was able to woo her without starting any scandals. They got married a little over a year ago, and Scorpius sees his mother very often. The blonde handed him a pair of black jeans. We'll keep it simple, Draco said. You will be more comfortable in it. Thank you, said Harry, sliding into it. And you? Draco said. 3 children. You did strong. I discovered that I love children, Harry smiled. And you plan to beat the Weasley record? Joked Draco. No thanks. Harry laughed. My 3 children are more than enough for me, you know. The blonde handed him a long-sleeve t-shirt, then a suede jacket. The brunette put them on and recognized that Avocado had a sure taste when it came to fashion. While he was admiring himself, Draco quickly chose his outfit and opted for leather pants. A fitted shirt accompanied by a leather jacket. Blaze should like that, Draco smiled. Shoes and we can go. Are you going to go like that? Asked Harry. We are at the club very often, replied Draco grimly. And unfortunately, this traffic continues even though we are there. The 2 wizards finished getting ready before leaving the house and heading to Blaze's office. I should suggest to Zabini that we install an elevator, Harry said as he reached the office. I leave this honor to you. Draco sneered as he entered the office. By Morgan, Dre, do you want him to get raped or something? Blaze cursed when he saw them. I don't think so, mocked Draco as he took his seat. Malfoy, Harry growled, removing his enchanted hat. Hey, don't look at me like that, Draco cried. I have a certain standard to respect, and there is no question of me showing myself around poorly dressed people. Kid, breathed Blaze. So little, Draco sniffed. Take on your new appearance, Potter, Blaze said. We are going to eat at the restaurant before going to the club. The following hours were very rich for the 3 wizards. Without going into intimate details, everyone had gotten to know each other. They quickly went to the club where they sat at the boss's usual table. Much to Harry's surprise, Draco immediately took to the dance floor after dropping his jacket. Dre loves to dance, declared Blaze. Harry turned to him. He's the one who created the atmosphere of this club, smiled Blaze, looking at the blonde. It made him happy, and honestly, it saved me money, especially since he knows what will please. I would never have thought that of him, Harry admitted. No one could have, Blaze laughed. Lucius wasn't exactly a loving father, and he was really strict with Draco. He wasn't allowed to do much without it going against the Malfoy image. And going clubbing was part of it. Would he have agreed to his son studying to be a lawyer? Harry hesitated. Lawyer, yes, replied Blaze. What would have thrown him into a fit was the fact that he was dealing with muggles. A good? Harry was surprised. At the beginning, Blaze confirmed. And he still continues, because he understood that the future of his family's fortune could grow with this association. I have a question. About his son, Harry hesitated. You want to know how he gets along with him? Blaise smiled. Surprisingly, really good. He always made sure to have time for Scorpius. That's a good thing, Harry smiled. And Green, Astoria? Scorpius sees his mother and gets along well with her. If that's the question, Blaise answered. He appreciates Theo, whom he sees as an uncle. Anyway, we're stuck together all the time that we come to think we're one big family. The two young men remained silent for a moment while sipping their respective drinks. I'm going to join Dre, announced Blaise. I leave you to your investigation. Thank you, Harry smiled, and he plunged into the crowd. Harry took the last sip of his cocktail before starting to really look around the room. Contrary to what he thought, the music was not deafening and the floor was not crowded. From his place, he could clearly see the two former Slytherins moving languorously, attracting other dancers like honey and bees. Seeing them, it was impossible to imagine that he was married to a beautiful woman for Blaise and a father for Draco. His eyes tore away from them and back to the club itself. The light was subdued without making the room completely dark, and against the walls, coffee tables, armchairs, benches and poufs allowed customers to sit and chat. The waiters were quite discreet and managed to navigate bringing orders thanks to the clever layout of the room, which left a band all around the dance floor to let them circulate. His investigation would begin with the bar. Pansy Parkinson slammed her teacup down on the table. One of her contacts had told her that he had seen Draco Malfoy, and she had rushed to see him accompanied by a beautiful brunette. This had twisted the heart of the witch who was in love with the blonde to the point of obsession. Since the first day she had seen him at the age of 8, she had always promised herself that she would be Draco's wife and the next Lady Malfoy. It was also the first condition of the agreement she had made with her father when it was necessary to choose sides. His father had promised to intercede with Voldemort to support the union between Draco and Pansy, and in return, the witch would help the cause like any Death Eater without taking the mark. But when Potter finally defeated him, she understood that she would have to fend for herself to conquer Draco. She had lost 5 years when he left the country for his studies, and even more when he married Astoria Greengrass to have his heir. Now that he was free and above all with a perfectly healthy son, Pansy was ready to do anything to have the ring on her finger. Except Draco wasn't even looking at her. The blonde saw a lot of people, certainly, but only frequented a hardcore, made up of Zabini, Nott, and the Greengrass sisters among others. She regularly tried to attract his attention, going to the same places as him, appearing at the same social parties, but nothing. Pansy didn't want to understand that she was in no way attractive to the blonde and that his behavior, bordering on harassment, was repulsive at best. Seeing Draco's date leaving, the witch decided to intercept him. She fixed her outfit before getting up and walking to the blonde's table. "Hello, Draco," Pansy fluttered. "Pansy," Draco greeted. The aristocrat had gotten into the habit of keeping to himself what he really thought of his interlocutor when he was in her presence. Pansy Parkinson had been pursuing him since their first year, convinced she was the next Lady Malfoy. Narcissa and Lucius had carefully observed the young girl, and had established at the age of 15 that Pansy was absolutely not a possibility to be Draco's fiancée. Lucius had even warned Lord Parkinson, but the latter did not understand when he was told no, especially when his daughter wanted it so strongly. Draco, for his part, had tried to make Pansy understand that it was impossible for the two of them, but she was stubborn, and above all, since he was no longer with Astoria, determined. Pansy took the vacant place. "I didn't know you frequented this salon," said Pansy. Draco was really tempted to tell her that he knew she was tracking him every time he set foot outside. Fortunately, he had placed very powerful protections on his house, not to mention that he had put it under Fidelitas. "Don't want to find her naked in her bed." "I had a meeting," Draco evaded. "And you, what are you doing here?" "I was walking around," Pansy smiled. She raised her hand and ordered a new set of tea. The blonde grimaced. If he had come, it was for a job interview. That the candidate had completely failed. That she didn't know the pureblood codes was no problem, but that she was totally devoid of grace and common sense was. This meeting had annoyed him, but if he also had to deal with Pansy in the process, he wasn't sure he would keep calm. "It's been a long time since we had a chance to talk," said Pansy when she was served. "I'm quite busy," Draco replied. "I heard you were a lawyer," Pansy said, "and that you are gifted." I manage, Draco shrugged. But why don't you take more clients? Pansy asked. Everyone would dream of offering your services. It's not false, Draco admitted. Some former Slytherin had approached him to defend their cases, often rejected by more conventional lawyers. The Malfoys had always been great orators and politicians, and Draco was no exception. But he was also aware that the majority of Wizarding England would boycott him because of what his father had done. It doesn't matter if he's the best. He was a Malfoy and a Slytherin, the ultimate and worst combination in the eyes of most wizards of England. Then why? Pansy asked. I already have a clientele, Draco admitted. I already have a lot of work. But, Pansy protested. Besides, Draco cut in, I have a meeting with one of my clients. I don't want to be late. I wish you a good day. And the blonde walked away, leaving the witch on the verge of bursting into rage. He could use a good correction, wouldn't he? Said a voice. Pansy was about to insult the person when she recognized them. Ginny Weasley Potter in all her glory. If you want Parkinson, we can together remind him that he has no right to flout the honor of a witch, whispered Ginny. Entirely focused on her anger, Pansy only thought for a few moments before responding. Okay, Pansy replied. With a big smile, the redhead then took her seat. We're going to have to pool all our information about him, Ginny declared. Mr. Potter, it is a surprise to see you here, commented Amelia Bones. I avoid coming there when I don't have good reasons, Harry replied. And I wouldn't dare invite myself over to enjoy a cup of tea with you. Sit down, please, Amelia suggested. What can I do for you? I come on a personal matter, announced Harry. And I need your expertise as Lady Bones. The old witch simply raised an eyebrow before engaging various protections to ensure confidentiality. I'm listening to you, Amelia declared. I wish to separate from my wife, Harry announced. The fleeting flash of relief made Harry realize that there were things he had missed. Speak without fear, assured Harry. Your marriage itself was a mistake, Amelia revealed. Many have wondered why, of all the marriageable girls, you chose Ginny Weasley. A Muggle-born wouldn't have been as shocking. For what? Harry was surprised. He had hardly thought about the consequences of his marriage because for him, it was done and there was no need to return to that. But it was clear he was wrong. The Prewetts may have a very long line of wizards, but they could never claim to be purebloods, Amelia recounted. It is said that this is why Molly sneaked into the beds of all the purebloods in school at the same time as her to get pregnant with one of them. It fell to Arthur and the marriage was quickly announced. They are careerists and are ready to do anything to achieve their ends, whatever the means, especially since they do not respect our oldest customs, when they do not despise them. Why are you talking to me about the Prewetts? Harry asked. I thought the line died at the same time as Fabian and Gideon, Molly's brothers. She's not, Amelia assured. Molly named her last two Prewett Weasleys, which really made old Muriel moan. Harry smiled. He had had the opportunity to meet Lady Muriel Weasley, in particular to introduce her to his descendants. The brunette had noticed that she openly despised Ginny, but she had offered a warm welcome to Harry, Nick, Alex, and Leah. What exactly are the Prewetts accused of? Asked Harry. Their position in relation to Muggleborns first, replied Amelia. They were for their extermination from their first burst of magic. Harry swallowed. It was a most extreme position. All the more incomprehensible that Ron is married to a Muggleborn, Harry reminded. Among the most powerful of her generation, Amelia completed. It's a strategic choice, there are no other words. But I never said they didn't elevate hypocrisy to an art form. Afterwards, Harry said, they are known for obtaining colossal fortunes through dubious marriages and having them melt like snow in a few generations. Amelia taught him. And last thing, their words no longer have any value in the face of magic. Pardon. Harry jumped. It's not known to many people, but there is a trace of it in the Ministry's archives, assured Amelia. I discovered it by chance, when I was asked to do a routine investigation on Arthur when he became head of the Mugglecraft Misuse Office. What does that mean concretely? Asked Harry. That they can't make a magical oath, replied Amelia. But what about marriage? Harry thought, thinking of Hermione. They can't get married in front of magic, unless magic decides so, replied Amelia. According to rumors, Fabian and Gideon had managed to regain this ability. What you just told me could change a lot of things, Harry admitted after a few moments of reflection. I would like to speak to my lawyer about this before going any further. I understand, said Amelia. But since you requested my expertise as Lady Bones, I wanted to ask you for the possibility of taking advice from someone whose knowledge of pureblood customs is well established. Who? Asked Harry. Lady Augusta Longbottom, Amelia announced. Harry had already heard about Augusta's place in pureblood society. It was his grandson Neville who taught him everything he should have known. Why not organize a meeting? Harry suggested. But not here, otherwise the surprise effect would be ruined. It's true, said Amelia. I imagine yours would be out of the question, as would your lawyers. At Lady Longbottom's? Harry suggested. Or even, if they allow it, among the goblins. I'll organize all this, said Amelia. I will contact you as soon as everything is ready. Thank you, Headmistress Bones, Harry bowed. I'll leave you then. I wish you a good day. You too, Mr. Potter, Amelia smiled. Knowing that well-meaning people were going to warn everyone that he had gone to see the Director of Magical Justice, Harry immediately went to Skrygmir's office. It seems that you are leaving Bones' house? Attacked Rufus. Private matter, Harry replied. What are you going to do with the rumors? Rufus asked. Nothing, Harry shrugged. I've lived with it since school, so a little more or a little less. You don't want me to give you excuses? Rufus was surprised. You'll never believe me. Harry smiled painfully. In any case, I would welcome them. Rufus had to stop himself from stepping back. He no longer had Aurora Potter facing him but the savior of the wizarding world who had faced Voldemort. And personally, he didn't want to face her. Regarding Zabini's investigation, are you making progress? Rufus grumbled. Slowly but surely, Harry sighed. I can't get any further than the dealer in Zabini's club. I admit it's a little annoying. Take your time, advised Rufus. The lab has analyzed this drug and it is the worst we have found. If it spreads into the streets, it will be a disaster. I realize that you saved us from you-know-who and now you must save our children from fools who are putting them in danger. That's not wrong, Harry conceded. Thank you for having me, sir. No problem, Potter, Rufus grumbled. When he left the office, some of his colleagues tried to find out why he had been in Bones' office as well as Skrygmir's. Harry absent-mindedly chased them away and re-entered his office to do a little work. But he knew he hadn't seen the worst of the day. Besides, the door opened violently and Harry tried very hard not to roll his eyes and, above all, not to knock the person who had just entered too hard. Harry, what were you doing in Old Bones' office? Ron hissed. Could you knock for once and wait for authorization before entering? Harry said slowly through gritted teeth. I asked you a question, spat Ron. Silence. Harry roared. He noted absently that the entire Auror office had suddenly gone silent. But all turned towards his impromptu visitor. He does not taken into account. He slowly stood up and stared heavily at the redhead, who was beginning to understand that he had perhaps made a mistake. What allows you to storm into my office to demand answers that I have the right not to give you? Harry whispered softly. What right do you have to know what I'm doing and with whom? Should I remind you that you are not my mother because she died when I was 1? But Harry, Ron protested weakly. There is no Harry who can hold. Harry hissed. I had a bad day and it didn't get better with your morbid curiosity and your inappropriate behavior. I strongly advise you to be discreet for the days to come. I don't have the patience to put up with you. The dark look he received made Ron yelp in fear and run out of the room at high speed. Harry picked up his things and left his office, slamming the door so hard that all the walls shook. He stood in front of Howard Lane's desk before opening his mouth. I'm taking the day off, Harry announced. I'll be there tomorrow morning. And he left, aware that in his state, he would scare his children more than anything else. Harry decided to go to the training room to let off some steam. 2 hours later, the unspeakables themselves came to chase him away because he had panicked all the sensors in the entire building. So he changed and went out to get some fresh air. He walked through the witching streets and gradually calmed down. Although he had forgotten his all-purpose hat, his dark aura kept everyone from approaching him. But something was at risk. Something small, very small, which threw itself at his legs. Harry looked down and found a head of very light blonde hair. A pair of very light blue eyes completed the picture. It didn't take long for the brunette to recognize who had hit him. A Malfoy, presumably Draco's son. But his name seemed to escape him. He got down on one knee and looked the 3-year-old boy straight in the eyes. "Sorry," said the little blonde. "It doesn't matter," Harry smiled. "Tell me, where are your parents?" "Dad told me to wait for him, but there were people who scared me," explained the blonde. "Scorpius, right?" Found Harry. The child nodded. "I'm Harry." Harry introduced himself. "The people who scared you, did your father know who they were?" "I think so." Scorpius hesitated. "And he doesn't like them." The brunette was not calm. He knew he had to help Draco but couldn't leave Scorpius alone. He looked at the time and agreed that the little blonde would be safer away from London than abandoned on Diagon Alley. "Scorpius," Harry said, "would you like to meet my children? They're your age, you know. And while you play with them, I'll bring your daddy back. True?" Scorpius lit up. "True," Harry assured. "Come into my arms, we're going to apparate." The little boy shyly held out his arms and Harry took him in his own before focusing on his house. They arrived in the transportation room of Family Heart and went to the games room where he was sure to find Elizabeth. "Mr. Potter." The young girl jumped. "You come home early." "I'm just passing through." Harry sighed as he put Scorpius down. "Could you keep little Scorpius in addition to the children? I have to find his father and I can't take him with me. He looks like..." Elizabeth thought. "The Scorpius Malfoy," Harry confirmed. "I'll leave you, I'm worried." "I'm here, Mr. Potter," smiled Elizabeth. Harry turned to Scorpius. "I'll come back with your dad," Harry promised. "In the meantime, would you like to go play with the others?" "I won't be long." "Okay," Scorpius breathed. Harry left the room and apparat closer to where he had met the Malfoy heir. This time, he had cast a glamour on himself so as not to be recognized and turned into the nearby Nocturne Alley. He plunged into it, being on the lookout. He didn't want a little boy to become fatherless, and what's more, the little blonde's father was becoming more and more sympathetic to him. "I seem to have been clear a while ago," hissed an easily recognizable voice. "I don't owe you anything." "Of course you do, Malfoy," another voice sneered. "Your father owes us a lot of money." "You're repeating yourself," Draco said, "and I tell you it's impossible. My dear father is not a charitable soul and even less like a banker." Harry took a quick look around the alley. The blonde was surrounded by no less than 6 people who didn't look comfortable. But what worried him most was the Muggle weapons they had in hand. Due to the end of the war, the wizarding world had begun to take an interest in the Muggle world. And unfortunately, what was first exchanged was what hurt others. Iron bars, baseball bats, brass knuckles. So many weapons favored by small-scale criminals, especially since Aurors had difficulty determining who was guilty without a magical signature. Harry strategizes quickly. According to Neville, all purebloods had to have extensive combat training to at least know how to defend themselves. Draco being supposed to become Death Eater in Voldemort's perfect world, Lucius must not have neglected the training of his son. All that remained was to warn the blonde that he was not alone. "Dre!" Everyone jumped, not expecting to be interrupted. "I thought I heard the sound of your voice." Harry smiled, coming closer. "How have you been since then?" Draco looked at this oddball without a word. First of all, no one besides Blaise called him Dre. Then he didn't know this guy. However, he had an attractive physique. A build that reminded him. Silver eyes widened slightly as they met emerald ones. Well, in this annoying situation, his ally was neither more nor less than Harry Potter. And he was going to take advantage of the situation. "I haven't met many people like you," Draco whispered, brushing Harry's hip, who had the merit of not reacting. "Really?" smiled Harry, getting into his game. "Let me take care of these insects before I prove it to you, will you?" said Draco. "With pleasure," Harry smiled, moving away slightly. "The Malfoy son is a scumbag," sneered one of the thugs. "And you don't even know the rules of our world," Draco sniffed. "I live my life the way I want, and it's not idiots like you, who end up stealing for futile reasons, who will change my mind." "Dirty peddle," spat another. "It doesn't affect me anymore," Draco informed kindly. "What would you say if you knew you behaved like Voldemort's dogs?" Another didn't like it and cast a burning spell which was easily countered by Draco. This was the signal for combat. Harry moved closer to Draco, wand in hand just like the others. How do you want us to negotiate this? Harry whispered. I'm not the Or, Draco smiled. You'll excuse me. Seeing as I left the office this morning, Harry pointed out. You don't mean it's because you're their hero? Draco fluttered. Joking aside, you'll be in trouble if your name comes up. Harry noted. A little more or a little less? Draco shrugged. Okay. I'll just ask you to stay conventional, Harry prayed. I would have loved to use dark magic, Draco sighed falsely. It's more effective, Harry conceded, much to Draco's surprise. But we can't take any wrong steps at the moment. Then let's go, Draco smiled. After you, Harry invited. As you thereafter, it seems to me. It will pay for itself, Draco promised, raising his wand. The confrontation only lasted about 10 minutes. The thugs did not expect to find themselves faced with two wizards who knew how to use their wands, and much more. They had not been able to relieve them of it and had suffered the blows all along. They were finally deprived of their magical items and firmly bound, and Harry contacted the Aurors. After talking for a few minutes with the police, they took everyone away and left Harry and Draco there. Draco, who was looking around every corner looking for something. Problem, Malfoy? Harry was surprised. I wasn't alone when they came upon me, Draco admitted through gritted teeth. What if they hurt my son, Scorpius? Harry wondered. He's at home. Draco turned around. What do you mean he's at home? Draco growled. He ran into me on Diagon Alley, Harry explained. That's how I knew you were in trouble. I didn't want to leave him alone and I took him home before coming to help you. The blonde oscillated between relief and apprehension. The brunette easily understood what he felt. We're gonna go, Harry smiled. And we're gonna take advantage of this to treat ourselves a little. I'm not sure you want your son to see you with this. And he ran his thumb over a slight cut on his cheek. Draco didn't want to dwell on the probable and possible meaning of the gesture. I follow you, said Draco. Hold on to me, Harry asked. The next minute, they found themselves in front of the Potter cottage. Harry took him in and up to one of the guest rooms to make himself comfortable while he went to get the first aid kit. The two men healed each other quietly in silence. Thank you for helping me, said Draco. You don't add that you could have managed on your own? Harry joked. I stopped misplacing my pride. Draco sniffed, putting his shirt back on. The damage would have been greater if I had had to deal with it alone. Especially since everything would have been blamed on me, even if I had been the victim. The joy of having a name like mine. It's not easy to have a famous name, Harry smiled. You can talk, Draco sneered. Every time you go out, there's a riot. Except when you're with your kids. Besides, I never understood why. It was a few years ago, Harry sighed. As you noticed, there are always crowd movements when I am in a place. That day, Nick couldn't have even been more than a year old and he was walking pretty well. I decided to walk him down Diagon Alley and the crowd squeezed me and almost crushed Nick under their feet. I freaked out when I lost control of my magic and spread them 20 meters around me. Even more so when I picked up my son and saw bruises all over his body. The open letter I published in all the newspapers convinced everyone to stop coming near me when I had my children with me. Draco understood. Even though he hadn't loved Astoria as he should have, his son was everything to him. And knowing that someone had hurt him because of him would have completely destroyed him. It's time to eat, Harry announced. We should go down to help Elizabeth. Who is it? Draco asked, following Harry. The children's nanny, Harry replied. I would have thought Weasley Girl would have taken care of it, Draco commented. It turns out that his job is not very compatible with this occupation, Harry said. Looking pinched, Draco then understood that everything was not so rosy in this couple, and he wisely decided not to question him further. They entered the kitchen and were hit by human cannonballs. Dad! All the boys roared. Good evening, Harry greeted, kissing them. He quickly made the introductions before rushing to help Elizabeth, who was visibly struggling to give the meal to both Alex and Leah, but also to Scorpius. Thank you for Scorpius, said Draco, taking his son in his arms. Harry and Draco had agreed to wait until the Potter children's bedtime for the Malfoys to leave. Curious, Elizabeth also stayed a little longer to get to know this tall blonde who was described as a cruel and sadistic bastard, even though he was always caring for his son. Draco was surprised to know that the girl was a squib, but he had to admit that you don't have to have magic to take care of children. Just be well organized. It's nothing, Harry brushed off. At least he made new friends. Indeed, the little blonde had had a lot of fun with the Potter siblings but had not strayed more than a meter from Alex, who, for some obscure reason, he only called Elle. I'll go, Draco smiled. Good evening, Potter. You too, Malfoy, Harry replied, closing the door behind him. It was not uncommon for Augusta Longbottom to be within the walls of Gringotts. The old witch went there very regularly to deal with the goblins regarding her family's affairs. The wizards who were used to seeing her therefore did not notice any unusual behavior. She was quickly ushered into a far from empty meeting room. Amelia Bones was the one who invited her. However, she wore her family crest on her work robes, which foreshadowed that what had brought them here was very serious. In front of her, Augusta recognized Michael Lawrence, a distinguished lawyer who had fought for many years to ensure that the Potter fortune was not affected. The matriarch had heard dark rumors after the deaths of Lily and James Potter that some unscrupulous high-ranking members of the government had attempted to line their pockets while Dumbledore ensured that their heir was safe and without this man's presence of mind. She was certain that the new Lord Potter would have been in charge of far less property. Speaking of the latter, Augusta never thought she would see Harry Potter around this table. The latter hardly mixed with pureblood society, and when he was invited, it was only when he was as Harry Potter but never as Lord Potter. Some whispered that it was because he had not yet claimed his title, and even the matriarch was in doubt since he was not wearing the ring symbolizing his title. She greeted everyone and Amelia decided to start right away. Mr. Potter, we are all here, so we are listening to you, Amelia declared. As I told Director Bones a few days ago, I wish to separate from my wife, Harry announced. Why did you marry him in the first place? Augusta asked. It's not the best choice you could have made. Headmistress Bones also pointed this out to me, Harry smiled. Only, at the time, Ginny certified that she was pregnant with me. She took advantage of my desire for fatherhood to obtain marriage. Your eldest is only 5 years old, Amelia pointed out. How is this possible when you have been married for 7? Do you remember his accident shortly after our wedding? Asked Harry. The one from Quidditch? Augusta remembered. Neville told me about it. He said that although she was professional, she had never pulled off a Wronski feint, and it wasn't that day that she was going to succeed. Rightly so, in fact. But his injuries weren't that serious, were they? She lost the baby, Harry replied, and the trauma would have made him lose the desire to play. Rumors are circulating that she was fired a few days before, after complaints of harassment turned out to be true, remarked Michael. It didn't reach us, but I also heard about it, Amelia confirmed. And anyway, this young girl wasn't that good on a broom. Broom that should never have gotten on knowing she was pregnant, Augusta noted. I understand why you had to marry him, but after the child died, why not call it off? Because of this, Harry said as Michael took out 2 copies of the marriage contract and handed them to the 2 witches. They read the contract very carefully, and in their eyes there was indignation and disbelief. Molly Pruitt? Amelia asked for confirmation. Molly Pruitt, Augusta confirmed. Did we miss something? Harry asked, intrigued. Not really, Amelia sighed. I've already told you what the reputation of the Pruitt family was. This is a continuation. This contract clearly has this witch's touch. This contract allows little Weasley a lot of things, Augusta noted. If I understood correctly, we can roughly conclude that she would be a Potter by blood, Harry summarized. But she's not, Amelia noted. She's not even Lady Potter. For what? Shortly after the final battle, I went to see the goblins, Harry replied. They understood that I did not know what it took to calmly take over the leadership of my family, and they accepted that I refused to use my title for the moment. Even today, I receive economics lessons from them. I had time to study this contract carefully, said Michael. It clearly indicates that the person concerned by the contract is Lord Harry Potter. However, he has not yet fully claimed his title. This, who saved him, in a way. You made sure to limit his rights to the Potter heritage, Augusta understood. Harry nodded. So you want to separate from your wife, Augusta returned. Why are we here? Because I plan to file for divorce, Harry announced. It's not a pure-blood custom, Augusta noted with a frown. It's a method mostly used by Muggle-borns and half-bloods, Amelia added. The contract prohibits my client from repudiating his wife, explained Michael. And from the interviews and his own memories, it is clear that the marriage is very far from having been made in front of magic, which makes it easier to opt for this solution. Augusta looked at Harry for a long time before opening her mouth. You want revenge, Augusta understood. The brunette's smile convinced her to continue. The fact that you do not take a position on certain points is now explained, said Augusta. You didn't want to seem concerned for the moment when you pushed your wife down and made her lose everything. You are not the nice Gryffindor that everyone thinks, Amelia noted. I never was, Harry growled softly. I simply took on the role given to me by the wizarding world. I always promised myself that as soon as Voldemort was gone from this world for good, I would no longer let anyone manipulate me. But my lack of knowledge about the wizarding world as well as my desire for fatherhood briefly worked against me. And many will bite their fingers. It's time, said Augusta. What can we do for you? As Ginny loves to have publicity, I plan to give it to her, Harry smiles Machiavellianly. However, I want to ensure that the decisions I make comply with pureblood laws. In case anyone wants to attack me. Good thing you thought of it, congratulated Augusta. Master, if you wish, said Harry. With a smile, Michael handed the two witches a list of everything he and Harry had undertaken to prevent the Prewetts from taking over the Potters. While reading, Harry brought in a set of tea and served them all. There is something disturbing about the fact that your children are named after people who sacrificed themselves to save you, Amelia noted. Harry couldn't suppress a grimace. Fleur, Bill, Charlie, George, and Michael had made the same remark to him, especially after the first ones had received the first announcements sent by Molly. Harry had always wanted to pay homage to them, but not like this that he had explained to them. But if even people who weren't family noticed, Ginny's choice was far from common sense. Only Molly, Ginny, and Ron call them James Sirius, Albus Severus, and Lily Luna, Harry admitted. They are also known by these names, Amelia reminded. Officially, those are not their names, Harry corrected. When I learned that Molly had taken the liberty of declaring MY children, I corrected the situation. Every time. Augusta noted that the young man's calm was only a facade, and that the Prewetts' attitude really annoyed him. It was a relief to see that he was not blind to the fact that they were gleefully trampling on the young man, who he was and what he stood for. Can she claim anything in the event of divorce? Augusta asked. Technically, no, replied Michael, consulting his notes. As this is not specified in the contract, the couple is placed by default under separation of property. But she claims the title of Lady Potter, noted Amelia. Doesn't that change the situation? No, assured Michael, because she asks Lord Potter for it. However, for the moment there is only the Potter heir. And even if she had become Lady Potter, Mr. Potter here would have had to grant her the inherent rights. It is not obligatory. But she's going to want a piece of the Potter heritage pie, Harry declared. A very big part. You're known for not seeking attention, Augusta reminded. Won't she want to gamble on it, thinking that you will prefer to pay her rather than face her in a high-profile lawsuit? Except I want this trial, Harry smiled. They talked some more, putting the final points in place to trigger the disaster. But as the interview ended, Harry decided to ask for one last piece of advice. I would like to ask your opinion on this, Harry said, handing Hermione's marriage contract to Augusta. He saw the matriarch's eyes flare as she read. I'm sure it wasn't Ronald who gave it to you, Augusta assured. Who? Hermione copied her copy, Harry revealed. Nothing prohibited him from consulting it and even less from making a copy, unlike the original. It is a negation of the existence of this young woman, Augusta observed, handing the contract to Amelia. Unfortunately, this contract will be more difficult to contest and break. Unless we can prove that Molly cheated on Miss Granger, Amelia reflected. Something we should clearly prove to Mr. Potter. And the rest will be contested immediately. Is she aware of your approach? Asked Michael. No, Harry replied. I would never have known about his situation without a combination of circumstances. Augusta made a copy of Hermione's contract. I will study this in more detail, announced Augusta. It's time to leave us, said Amelia. We will contact each other by mail. Before I forget, said Harry. Skrygmir told me that Lady Prewett was putting her nose into the ministry more and more often, particularly to get her son in my way. Be careful. It's not this upstart who's going to trap us, Augusta growled. With these words, everyone returned home. Indeed, it's a problem, noted Hermione while enjoying her cup of tea. Since discovering his secret, Harry and Hermione had become as close as they were at school. They had managed to redefine their friendship, more mature but unfortunately much less idealistic. To allow him to escape from this house, which was more of a prison, Harry invited Hermione, Rose and Hugo to his house every 2 or 3 days. Having managed to negotiate his schedule, the brunette returned every evening around 5 p.m., the time Hermione arrived. The two families, plus Elizabeth, met until around 8 o'clock, when the brunette left to put her children to bed. The two brunettes had told each other what they had missed in each other's lives in recent years, and there, Harry told him about his progress in his investigation. Of course, Hermione had made a magical oath before he spoke. I'm stuck, Harry sighed. No matter how much I follow this idiot who sells his shit around the club, I can never figure out where he gets it. He doesn't make it? Hermione suggested. Malfoy and the Ministry Laboratory are clear. It is not within the reach of just anyone, assured Harry. Malfoy? Hermione wondered. He had already had the drugs analyzed before I was sent, Harry explained. Logic, said Hermione. As a lawyer, he must examine all the elements at his disposal to establish a course of action that is beneficial to his client. Harry could only smile at him a little painfully. It was obvious that law was Hermione's domain, just from the way she spoke. Learning that she couldn't work openly as long as she was Ron's wife must have been a big blow to her. Have you seen him selling drugs? Asked Hermione. Yes, Harry replied. Moreover, with Zabini, we take care of buyers who are now banned from clubs until the end of the investigation and registered in other select clubs in the capital. Not to mention that their dose is destroyed in front of their eyes. A good thing, Hermione agreed. Why don't you set a trap for them? How? Harry asked. Parties are the best places to sell drugs, and I can't pass myself off as a customer. Wait, said Hermione, taking a piece of paper and a pen. She wrote for a few minutes before folding the paper in half. Give that to Malfoy, Hermione ordered. I don't have access to all the documentation, and I would like to know if it is possible for you to put this in place. I'd rather he explain everything to you if that's possible. Do you trust Malfoy? Harry was surprised. Being a housewife, you have time to kill, even more when you use magic. When you told me you were working with him, I did some research and studied his various trials. He is good, he is very good. If you don't believe me, ask whoever manages your affairs. If you say so, Harry shrugged, handing the sheet to Ronnie to put away, just in time. The door slammed and Ginny entered in all her glory. Harry, have you returned? Ginny asked falsely. Yes, Harry replied. Good evening, Ginny, greeted Hermione. Yeah, hello, Ginny said distractedly. Harry narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. He had never paid attention to the relationship between Hermione and Ron, but even less to that between Hermione and Ginny or Molly. In recent years, Harry, Ginny, and his family only saw the other members of the Weasley family during big reunions. For 6 years, he had seen that Ginny and Ron were not particularly appreciated by their other brothers, but, puffed up with their own importance, they did not take it into account. But Hermione, entirely focused on his children whom he did not want to see hanging around Molly, he had absently noted that the young woman was also isolated with her children. And obviously, despite being her sister-in-law, Ginny openly despised Hermione. Where are the children? Asked Ginny. They're playing, Harry replied. I saw Ron, said Ginny casually. It wouldn't be long before he left work. I'll go, Hermione sighed, getting up. I would just have time to wash the children and put them to bed. Luckily they ate, Harry smiled. Yes, fortunately, Hermione smiled as she went upstairs. What is she doing there? Ginny hissed. I invited her over for tea and for the children to see their cousins. Harry replied calmly. For what? Said Ginny. Because she's my friend, Harry growled. Funny friend if it's only now that she comes here when she doesn't do anything all day, Ginny criticized. I'm not at Hermione's, Harry reminded. And neither do you, as far as I know. Ron always tells me that she doesn't even know how to run a house. Ginny sneered as she walked away towards her chambers. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes. When you are injured from head to toe and unable to move properly, not to mention the children to take care of, the priority is not really maintaining the house. And if the redhead compared Hermione to his mother, having spent years cleaning the Dursleys' house, the red-headed matron herself did not know how to run a house. She doesn't know what she's talking about, Hermione whispered. Harry saw her come back into the kitchen with 3-year-old Rose and 1-year-old Hugo. You heard everything, Harry lamented, discreetly casting a silence spell around them. It doesn't matter, Hermione said, wiping her eyes. Be strong, Hermione, Harry whispered. For your children, become the Hermione Granger who fought alongside me again. Okay, Hermione smiled. Good evening, Harry. You too, Hermione, Harry said, walking them to the door. Are you cheating on me with Hermione, Harry? Spat Ginny as she heard the door slam. I beg your pardon? Said Harry, staring at Ginny. I'm asking you if you're cheating on me with Hermione. Ginny hissed. Are you asking me if I'm cheating on you with my best friend? Harry hissed in turn. She's been coming here almost every day for several weeks, Ginny declared. I have the right to ask myself the question. Harry found it particularly bloated. She was the one who was having sex with everyone who had pants since they were married and even before, and it was him who was being accused of adultery. Hermione is part of the family. Harry reminded sharply. Have you forgotten that she is Ron's wife? Do you think I'm so selfish for doing this? How would I know? Said Ginny. We don't even talk to each other anymore. Seeing Harry's eyes ignite, she quickly understood that she had said something stupid. Already, the brunette towered over her to his full height and his magic was expressed. Proof that he was really losing his calm. My hours are fixed, Ginny, Harry said softly. And when I know I'm going to be home late, I always warn. Am I the one coming home early? Or who spends nights whole for my work? Who would rather browse the stores than spend time with my family? And it's me who you blame for not talking to each other anymore. But you would have to be there to do it. But Ginny tried to protest. Am I wrong? Harry snapped. The lack of regret in Ginny's attitude confirmed what he thought. To her, what she was doing was completely normal. You accuse me on unfounded suspicions, and you complain that we no longer speak to each other when it's because of you if that's the case. Harry hissed. Ginny balked. Don't talk to me in that tone. I'm your wife, roared Ginny. Silence. Harry thundered. I don't want to hear you anymore. The redhead glared at him before going back to her room, hitting the floor violently and coming back down dressed from head to toe to slam the door loudly. Did you argue really hard, Dad? Nick asked. Hearing his son's voice, Harry's magic calmed completely, and he tenderly hugged him along with his brother Alex. A few steps behind her, Elizabeth held Leah, visibly worried. It happens that grown-ups shout at each other very loudly, Harry said softly. Tonight it was. Harry sighed heavily, finally calming down. You can come back, Elizabeth advised Harry. I'm going to go put them to bed and do the same. Are you sure, Mr. Potter? Asked Elizabeth. Yes, definitely, Harry smiled. It's been brewing for a while and it needed to come out. Sorry you had to witness that. It's nothing, said Elizabeth. They both went upstairs to put the children to bed, then the young girl left Family Heart. When the door closed definitively for the night, Harry understood that he would not sleep and cheated his insomnia in the Potter family account books. Pansy went to the ministry. She had spoken at length with Ginny, and she understood that Draco was not looking for a witch who would chase after him but a strong woman. Reluctantly, she had to admit that Astoria was far from being stepped on, which must have titillated the blonde. So it had to change radically, and in a few weeks it had been hard. Still, on Ginny's advice, she had changed her wardrobe. Her style was uncoordinated and the redhead had given her some pointers and she had moved on to a more mature style, meant to appeal to the aristocrat, and unfortunately for Pansy what she hadn't noticed, more vulgar like Ginny. And the old Slytherin had looked for work, to appear independent. Being an annuitant, she had never found the benefit of such a step, having always been certain that she was going to marry Draco, who was more than rich. But his aspic results were not sufficient to qualify for positions of responsibility. It made her angry. His last solution was to get hired at the ministry. Not many people showed up there because their position during the war worked against him. A little reluctantly, she had sent a cover letter, especially highlighting her network of pureblood knowledge from which her future employers could benefit. She received a response, asking her to appear on the date and time communicated. Miss Parkinson greeted the secretary. "The director is waiting for you." Pansy didn't even bother to thank him and went in the direction indicated. She opened the door to an office and found the person she was supposed to see. "Miss Parkinson, welcome," smiled the wizard. "Sit down, please." The young woman had no idea that by sending her cover letter, she would attract the attention of the Director of International Cooperation, Hans McGregor. "I wasn't expecting to see you, especially since rumors said you were preparing for your upcoming wedding to Lord Malfoy." Pansy almost didn't hide her astonishment. Yes, she had spread the rumor that she would be the next Lady Malfoy, but she could not believe that in such a high place, people could give credence to information whose provenance was so dubious. "I realized that I didn't want to twiddle my thumbs in the future," Pansy confessed falsely. "And that is to your credit," congratulated Hans. "What exactly are you looking for?" "I don't have anything specific in mind," Pansy hesitated. "I understand you haven't worked since you graduated," Hans said. "Is this correct?" "Yes," replied Pansy. "Well, it's never too late to start," Hans smiled. The director looked at his files briefly. "I see that you studied at the same time as our famous Harry Potter," noted Hans. "But not in the same house." "I'm a Slytherin," Pansy declared proudly. "I have nothing against that," tempered Hans. "I even think it's an asset. And that's what I look for in my colleagues." Pansy felt her interest piqued. "What do you mean?" said Pansy, looking like nothing. "I have a position that might suit you," smiled Hans. "You're young, quite pretty, and best of all, you have a brain, which most Slytherins have. I just need to know if you are interested in my proposal, and I will hire you." "I have to think about it," simpered Pansy. "Don't be shy," Hans smiled. "I see you are interested in this job. Don't resist. This position is for you." Pansy didn't want to hesitate. She wanted to be more interesting to Draco, and international cooperation was going to lure the blonde into its net. "I accept," Pansy smiled. "Wonderful," Hans exclaimed. "To celebrate, I'm inviting you to dinner and we'll take the opportunity to discuss the details and sign your contract. Above all, make yourself even more sublime than you already are." "Be sure," Pansy smiled. "Have a nice day, Mr. McGregor." "To you too, Miss Parkinson," replied Hans. The witch left her office and the director leaned back more comfortably in his chair. "Frankly, you're going to have to explain to me what I should do with her," Hans declared in a cold voice. "She's not even pretty enough to fuck." A figure came out of the shadows and sat on the sorcerer's knees, pulling up his dress to an indecent level, almost revealing the non-existent underwear. "Parkinson knows Malfoy," whispered Ginny Weasley, kissing him. "She's completely crazy about it. She's going to give us the information we need to take down this peroxide blonde. His network of acquaintances is a problem for you, right?" "Yes," Hans sighed, running his hands shamelessly under his dress. "This bastard doesn't give a terrible reputation in other countries. But you? What do you blame him for?" "I don't like him," Ginny declared, taking off the top of her dress. "And he always looks down on me when he sees me. He needs to come down from his pedestal." Hans kissed him violently full on the mouth. "It excites me, this plan to bring him down," Hans sneered. "And you even more." "Prove it to me then," whispered Ginny. "With pleasure," replied Hans, laying the redhead down on the desk. Michael was feverish. The big day had arrived. He navigated through the crowd struggling to leave the ministry and headed towards the judge's offices. Most were still present but would soon leave as well. But fortunately, the one he wanted to see was still there. "Mr. Lawrence," greeted the judge. "It's very late for a courtesy call." "I won't be long, Judge Mathis," Michael smiles. "I have just filed for divorce." "It is true that in recent years you have expanded your activities," smiled the judge. "So, who are the two opponents of the day?" Michael smiled inwardly, reveling in advance at the shocked look that the judge would display when the protagonists were announced. "Harry Potter versus Ginny Weasley, Your Honor." "Miss Weasley, why is your husband filing for divorce?" "Miss Weasley, is it true that you no longer live at home?" "Miss Weasley." The redhead literally elbowed her way to reach the courtroom. She didn't know how but her colleagues had learned of Harry's request, and they kept pestering her for more. If she were truly objective, she would have understood that her habit of always showing off her happiness with the hero of the wizarding world had ensured that the paparazzi were always on the lookout for everything that concerned her. However, when she herself heard the news, she did everything to hide everything. Flashback. It had been a week since Ginny and Harry had argued following Hermione's visit. The redhead did not see fit to warn that she did not intend to return and had decided to settle in a luxury palace. And above all, to relax, he immediately had one of his lovers come. During this week, she continued her life as if she had not left the marital home. But a week later, the palace reception sent an owl to Ginny to tell her that someone was waiting for her downstairs. Curious, Ginny went downstairs. "Ginny Pruitt Weasley?" said a wizard. "It's me," smiled Ginny. "Charming. I must deliver this letter to you in person," announced the wizard. "Thank you," said Ginny. "If you want, you can come up with me while I read it, especially if you're waiting for a response." "That's very kind of you, but no," the wizard refused. "You're missing something," assured Ginny, opening the letter. But she froze. "Miss?" the receptionist asked worriedly. "Is everything okay? Is this a joke?" asked Ginny in a blank voice. "No, Miss Weasley," replied the wizard who had given her the letter. "This is completely official. The ministry has already been informed that you have read this letter. From now on, you are obliged to appear for the summons. Have a nice day, Miss Weasley." And the wizard left, leaving the redhead to realize that her life was going to take a radical turn. End flashback. The receptionist had surely spilled the beans because the next day, everyone started harassing her. She had to leave the palace and wanted to return to Harry's, but she discovered that the house was completely empty. His business, husband and 3 children had completely disappeared, as had all the furniture that Harry had acquired. In fact, only his clothes remained. Even the furniture in his room was gone. Drunk with rage, she had packed everything and decided to return to her small apartment that she had bought for live before she gets married. As it was barely 30 square meters, she realized that it would very quickly become cramped. But she had no choice. Everyone knew where the burrow was, so there was no way she was going back to live with her parents. As for the various Potter homes, Ginny had never had access to them, even as the mother of the Potter children, since the heir was Harry. Thanks to her contacts as a journalist, she had an impressive list of lawyers she could hire to defend her interests in what promised to be a heated divorce. But against all expectations, no one accepted. She knew she was famous, so she couldn't believe that the lawyers would spit on the case that would propel them to the forefront. But she didn't want to understand that they didn't want to be against Harry Potter. Besides being the savior of the wizarding world, he was also one of the most powerful wizards of the century, alongside Albus Dumbledore or even the controversial Tom Riddle, better known as Voldemort. They felt that the case would be very difficult to defend, just by remembering what had happened when their firstborn was injured by the crowd. The redhead had to call all the lawyers in the country before finding one who accepted. The latter must have been enthusiastic since she had learned that her father had had a dispute with the Potter family. The sorcerer had lost everything and his son must have harbored a stubborn grudge. Jan Leroy would surely want to eat Potter, and he must have been happy that Ginny offered it to him on a platter. Moreover, the latter was waiting for him in the courtroom. "Mrs. Potter," smiled Jan. "Master Leroy," smiled Ginny. "You had difficulty arriving, I see," said Jan. "I realize that being on the other side of the fence isn't exactly fun." Ginny grumbled as she took her seat. Jan refrained from commenting. When taking on this case, he had carried out a preliminary investigation into his client. Her investigative methods were quite criticized by most of her colleagues, and it seemed that her marriage had gone to her head, unless she had always been so condescending to the people she met. More than once he had been on the verge of slapping her, who must have missed him during his childhood. She thought he wanted revenge on the Potters. Yes, his father had been ruined by the Potters, but that makes you think he wanted revenge on them. No thanks. If he had accepted this case, it was for the challenge. He was still going to face Michael Lawrence, one of the most prestigious lawyers in Great Britain. "Where is Harry?" asked Ginny. "Mr. Potter has not arrived yet," replied Jan. "Who is it?" asked Ginny, pointing to the opposing lawyer. "Master Lawrence, one of the greatest lawyers in the country," replied Jan absently. "Well, he doesn't deny himself anything," Ginny hissed. "At the same time, we are talking about the Potter heir," noted Jan. He wasn't going to take just anyone. Ginny scowled. She herself hadn't been able to hire the best, but Harry could afford it. Suddenly, the crowd outside the room erupted into screams, and the next minute, Harry Potter entered the room, an impressive aura around him. He didn't even glance at Ginny and took a seat next to his lawyer, who immediately leaned towards him. "So?" Harry asked after throwing a bubble of silence around them. "Young Leroy, quite good in his part," revealed Michael. "It will be stimulating." "Will he succeed in getting more for her?" asked Harry. "I don't think so," said Michael. "If he can have amicable results, that would be a plus." "I'll let you try to get a meeting with him," Harry smiled. "If it's not indiscreet, where are your children?" asked Michael. "With Andromeda Tonks," Harry replied. "I didn't want to bother Hermione. Besides, speaking of her," said Michael, "Lady Longbottom let me know that she could use medical reasons to leave her house. It's worth looking into," Harry conceded. "Starting," warned Michael. Harry cancelled his bubble and stood up at the same time as the whole room. "Good evening, Potter," Draco greeted. "Malfoy," Harry replied. "Zabini, have you been able to study this idea? Admit it, it's from Granger, right?" Draco asked. "What makes you say that?" Harry asked, genuinely intrigued. "You're a pretty direct person," Draco admitted. "You don't like pretense." While Granger, she had locked herself into her school readings, but now that she has become an adult, I think she must see the world differently and know how to use it to her advantage. "You want her to think like a Slytherin?" Harry guessed. "Someone very cunning?" "I wouldn't go that far," Draco corrected. "Let's just say she knows how to use the law to her advantage without even approaching the limits. Unlike me, who happily flirts with them." "I see," said Harry. "So, that's a good idea," Draco conceded. "But it will be a long-term job. Posing as a regular customer can take months. Unless we remove a good number of his other clients," recalled Harry, who had had time to have the plan explained to him by Hermione while waiting for Draco to give his answer. "And I could use a colleague." Blaise and Draco tensed. "For what?" Blaise asked. "If I'm undercover, someone will have to continue destroying the doses they sell," Harry replied. "I can't be in two places at once." "And who do you suggest?" Draco asked. "There's a catch," Harry sighed heavily. "All the Aurors are on other business. Except one. Ron." "Out of the question," growled the two wizards. "Don't worry, it's not an option for me either," said Harry. "But if I don't want him, I'll have to wait. I have no other solutions." Realizing that there was nothing else to do, they were silent for a moment. "I would like to know," said Draco. "Your divorce is in all the newspapers. Why didn't you try to stay more discreet?" "Mainly because of Ginny," Harry replied. "If I had asked for an amicable divorce the very day everything would be effective, I would have found in these cabbage leaves a story in which she would be the heroine. And she is far from having the best role. There have been rumors about her for a long time." Blaise hesitated. "Like she's been cheating on me for years?" Harry smiled painfully. "Contrary to what you think, I opened my eyes a while ago. But I had to wait before getting rid of her." "Will the fact that all the media are covering your divorce help you keep the children?" Draco noted. "Yes," Harry smiled. "I refuse for Ginny to have custody, even partial. A discreet trial would allow her to gain the sympathy of the average wizard so that everyone will know that she is an unworthy mother." "You really blame him," Blaise observed. "You have no idea how much," Harry smiled evilly. "She wanted to play with me, she's going to lose." "What don't we know?" Draco whispered. "A lot of things," Harry replied mischievously. "Lots of things." "What exactly happened?" Draco asked. "I mean, at the opening." "She learned the reasons why I filed for divorce," Harry replied. "Incompatibility of personalities." Blaise remembered. "It's a bit vague and I don't understand why she's screaming." "Because I asked to give him back his freedom," Harry replied. "Clearly, she is no longer a Potter. No more access to your vaults, then," Draco smiled. "Given her lifestyle, she's going to hang on to it. And I want to see how far she wants to go for this," Harry said. "Your children," Draco understood. "You want to know if she cares about her children or not." "My children," Harry growled. "She only served to bring them into the world." Realizing that the subject was becoming sensitive, the Slytherin elders decided to let it go. It must be said that they wanted to be surprised too. Medical reasons, Hermione thought. Ronnie, Harry's main house elf, had passed on the possible answer to her, so she could leave her abusive home. But she realized there was nothing she could do to protect her children. And that was what scared him the most. She managed to educate them as she saw fit, but if Rose and Hugo were to live at Molly's, it was simply impossible. She could never escape without her children. Harry's discovery about his real life had given him a new boost. Yes, she was only surviving for her children, but the brunette had rekindled hope in Hermione and above all, her fighting spirit. Although she couldn't openly rebel against Ron and his family, she had long ago learned to make life difficult for her dear husband. Hermione had burst into joy when the newspapers announced the pending divorce between Ginny and Harry. Of course, her best friend had already warned her of her approach the day before, and she had waited until Ron had left for work before letting herself go. But she was happy that Harry decided to take charge of the rest of his life. And she knew that as soon as he got what he wanted, and she knew he would succeed with flying colors, she would have to prepare for her own fight. The next few weeks were going to be very hard. She knew that. The night it was published, Ron didn't wait until the kids were in bed to beat her like a cast. Rose and Hugo had seen that their mother was in great pain and had been very good. The brunette knew that throughout the trial, Ron was going to take his anger out on her. For 10 days, not a single day went by without her being the receptacle of her husband's anger. Unfortunately, she came to fear for the safety of her children. With Harry's authorization, she had contacted Fleur and Bill through Ronnie and asked them if it was possible to create international port keys so that Rose and Hugo could find refuge with them if the situation deteriorated. Fleur had been intrigued that she was asking them when Harry could have happily taken care of it, but Hermione had replied that it could work to the brunette's disadvantage if Ron accused him of having kidnapped his children, being only a member by marriage of the Pruitt Weasleys. Something he would be careful not to do with the eldest Weasley. The couple, installed in France, had agreed as well as not to tell anyone about this procedure. The door slammed violently and Hermione tensed. Ron wasn't supposed to come home for a good 3 hours, but very often he would leave the Auror office without telling anyone to go get drunk in some bar, or come back home to beat her up or, if the day had been particularly bad, rape her. "Hermione, there you are," said a familiar voice. The brunette turned around, carefully hiding the fear and rage that was swelling inside her. What was Molly doing at home? Rufus Skrymir sighed heavily as the door closed. Harry Potter had been kind enough to warn him the day before the hearing of his projects, and they had been able to discuss together the consequences that the legal procedure would have on his work. Fortunately, the investigation in Zabini's clubs took up all his time and he very rarely returned to the ministry. Otherwise, even the Auror office would have been stormed. Moreover, as soon as the Auror had left the premises, he had raised numerous barriers to repel the nosy journalists, barriers which he had had to lower at the suggestion of certain right-thinking members of the ministry. The next morning, he summoned all the Aurors and reminded them that they were forbidden from responding to journalists. Most knew it, having learned the hard way that the latter only distorted their words to increase their audience. But some, especially the youngest, were fooled once, certainly not twice and even less 3 times. Some young, and some diehards. One of his Aurors, Jonas, had just warned him that he had seen one of his colleagues with one of the most virulent journalists, and they did not hide the subject of their conversation. This Auror stormed down the office, allowing himself to reveal elements of investigations still in progress. Both Jonas and Rufus conceded that one could criticize the institution that employed them, being those most able to see the dysfunctions, but with people who were in the same situation and who were more able to understand their point of view. But what this Auror was saying was nothing but malice and defamation. Not to mention what he invented to get a boost. The director sighed. Ever since he entered the Auror Corps, Ronald Weasley had been a disappointment, while his other brothers were all so brilliant in their fields. His record of service was hardly glorious, not to mention his terrible character and deplorable manners. There was only his best friend Harry Potter to support him. But since the day the brunette had sent him packing, the latter no longer set foot in the office, and when he was there, he simply ignored the redhead. Said redhead had since been unbearable, well, more than usual, and there were numerous complaints coming from all his colleagues. Rufus had considered dismissing him, but the support of Lady Pruitt, Ronald's mother, was numerous and he risked losing his place, not to mention that revenge would be attempted on his men. But Harry Potter had unwittingly given him the solution to this problem. The trial he was leading against his wife brought the whole family, including Ronald, to the forefront. Rufus was tempted to ask Harry for a little help to prove the extent of the redhead's incompetence. Because he wasn't kidding himself, if he kept it, the whole office would turn against him, even if he was a good boss. What Jonas had just reported to him was just another proof of Ronald Weasley's incompetence, but also, and above all, of his contempt for authority. Despite his formal ban, he did not hesitate to talk about his work in full view of everyone, especially to his sister Ginny Weasley, at the heart of the affair of the year, opposing her to her husband, Harry Potter. A layoff wouldn't do him any good, and he had been off the field for a while now. On the other hand, it would be good for him to relearn the basics. By presenting it well, he wouldn't even balk. With a Machiavellian smile, he left his office and went towards the public chimneys so that no one could tell where he was going. "Hello, Rufus," smiled Quinn Collins. "It seemed to me that you had finished school a long time ago, right?" "Believe me, I missed that blessed time when we learned our profession as Aurors," sighed Rufus. "I could use you, Quinn." "I'm listening to you," replied the director of the Auror School. "I need you to take care of one of my Aurors," announced Rufus. Muriel was impatient. Shortly after filing Harry's divorce petition, Michael Lawrence, who had previously requested an audience with Lady Weasley, went to Muriel's house to explain to her in person what was going to happen. The witch had not waited for the end of her well-prepared speech to send her house elf with an urgent letter to Arthur Weasley to come and join her immediately. While the father of the family was preparing a small bag to obey his head of the family, the elf had been ordered to remove all presence of Arthur from the burrow. When Arthur heard the news, he thought it was a bad joke. But the howler that Arthur received after the hearing convinced them that the trial would mark a turning point for the Weasley family. Through Michael, Muriel had asked to meet Harry, and the latter had accepted, on the condition that all the people concerned by the impact that the affair would have on the family would be present. Muriel had agreed, especially since she had never considered a reunion without the rest of the Weasley family. All around her, therefore, were Arthur, who had been living with Muriel since the affair broke out, on Muriel's orders, as well as her sons. Bill was there, Fleur Delacour Weasley upstairs to take care of Victoire, just like Charlie, eternally single, Percy, whose wife, Penelope Clearwater Weasley, pregnant to the eyeballs, kept Fleur company upstairs, and George, who had been able to abandon his ever more successful business. But no trace of Ron, and even less of Ginny and Molly. Muriel had not considered their presence useful and, above all, necessary. Suddenly, Muriel stood up. "Here he is," announced the matriarch. Everyone stood up, and the next minute Harry Potter entered the room. The greetings flowed, in pure blood etiquette, until Harry broke down. "I'm not your enemy," Harry sighed, "and I don't want to be. You are the ones who showed me what a family was, and I want you to speak freely. If I wanted to find purebloods, believe me, I've already met enough of them. Be natural, that's all I ask." George smiles. "Well, man, you started a nice little war on us." Smiles the surviving twin. "That was the goal," Harry smiled. "But why did you make everything public?" Percy asked. "You don't know what a delicate position this puts us in." "You don't think I know that?" Harry stated calmly. "I know that among all of you, the ones who have the most to lose are you and your father, because you work in the ministry with positions of responsibility. But in this room, the one who has the most to lose is me. I am the future Lord Potter, and all of Wizarding Society knows that Ginny is dragging me through the mud without me lifting a finger. And I should give her discretion when she doesn't even hide when she cheats on me? I didn't love Ginny anymore when I had to marry her, but I refused to let her behavior affect my life once I separated from her. I must send a strong message that those who play games with me will pay a high price. I can't do less, but I don't want you to be affected. That's why you're here." "Why isn't Ron here?" Bill asked, intrigued. "I did not feel that his presence was necessary," declared Muriel. "All the Weasleys are there, anyway. But he's a Weasley like Ginny." Charlie frowned. Arthur and Percy sighed. Both of them knew about it, Percy having learned about it when he joined the ministry. "Ron and Ginny are named after Pruitt Weasley," Arthur admitted. "I gave in to Molly." All the sons frowned. The Pruitt name was quite controversial, particularly because of the various actions of the last patriarch who, without being a true sympathizer of Voldemort, approved of his actions and carried out similar ones. This was why her grandsons, Fabian and Gideon, Molly's younger brothers, had insisted on engaging in the war with the Order of the Phoenix, advocating ideals contrary to that of their head of the family. To Wizarding society, the Pruitt family was not a family, frequentable even for those versed in occult magic. So want to re-establish this lineage? It made no sense. The problem is not there, Muriel refocused. The divorce filing will put the Weasleys in the spotlight. And Ginny's actions don't work in our favor. Far from it. We live abroad, Charlie and I, Bill reminded. But I can tell you that there are things that have reached us, aren't there? Yes, Charlie confirmed. In Romania, Ginny comes across as a bitch, especially in her articles. We regularly have photos of her at the parties she attends where she appears like the worst slut. It fuels the tabloid press and not in a positive way. Not to mention his positions, added Bill. I was shocked that she was willing to support the fact that Muggleborns were a problem that could be radically remedied if necessary as soon as she became Lady Potter. Do you realize? Unfortunately, I can only support what they say, sighed Percy. Ginny's articles tarnish the reputation of the ministry which does not need it. We've come a long way and Ginny isn't helping with her questionable insinuations. And let's not talk when she interferes in ongoing matters. How many cases were ruined because she revealed information she should never have known? All our work is brought to naught by his actions. Arthur could only nod. Many times he had wondered why Ginny was doing all this, especially when the consequences had to be repaired. I intend to make Ginny pay for her behavior, assured Harry. But if you're here, it's not just for that. Attention refocused on the brunette. What, you have something worse than the fact that you're going to start the apocalypse by divorcing Ginny? Sneered George. Honestly, I don't see what. I learned all the pureblood customs from Neville, Harry admitted. The information took a few minutes to process. You mean Mom didn't even teach you? Percy frowned. No, said Harry. If you want, I can make an oath on magic. Don't bother, Bill hissed. We don't doubt you, but we would have thought that our mother would have ensured that the future Lord Potter would not be helpless in this new world. Harry realized he had missed something. What are you not telling me? Harry said. Mom forbade us to talk to Ron and Ginny about pureblood customs, Charlie replied. And when you arrived, Percy continued, she told us that she was responsible for teaching you everything. But with Fred, we immediately noticed that she didn't do anything about it, George whispered. We tried to talk to you alone, but Ron and Ginny were always in your way, whether at school or at the Burrow. Muriel fumed. She fails in all her duties, roared Muriel. That doesn't shock us, sighed Bill. She didn't teach Ron anything and Ginny didn't either. Muriel froze. What did she do? Growled Muriel dully. They don't know anything about pureblood customs, repeated Bill. Have you ever wondered why Ron has terrible table manners? Comes from there. We will have to examine the whole situation, Muriel understood. Harry, said Arthur. What exactly do you expect from us? All the redheads turned towards the brunette. Honestly, nothing, Harry admitted. I just wanted to warn you of my intentions. Despite what Molly, Ginny, and Ron did to me, I didn't want you to be caught off guard. Ron? Bill noted. What did this little idiot do? Thereupon, I will ask you for an oath to reveal nothing until everything is revealed, Harry prayed. The whole family quickly consulted before complying. At Harry's invitation, Michael handed Hermione's marriage contract to Muriel, who read it. His magic ignited. A Pruitt marriage contract. Muriel spat as her magic came out. That bitch Molly is going to have to answer to the family. Muriel? Asked Arthur. It turns out that the bitch who serves as your wife has drawn up a marriage contract for Ron and his wife. Muriel hissed. Poor Hermione has become nothing more and nothing less this pig's slave. And he forbade her from leaving the house to work, among other things. The contract passed into the hands of each member of the family, and everyone quickly wore a somber look. I'm not stupid enough to imagine that if Molly created this contract for her son, she's doing the same for her slutty daughter, growled Muriel. Michael waited for Harry's agreement and their oath before handing over Harry's own marriage contract. All the Weasleys were outraged. It's time to take care of them, Muriel growled. Thanks for warning us, Herr Potter. Now we will have to organize ourselves accordingly. Know that you will always be my children's family and, if I may say so, Mine, Harry smiled. And you will always be welcome in ours and one of our members, Arthur smiled. Harry and Michael greeted them before leaving the premises. Draco was really upset. One of Blaze's affairs required him to be absent, but he could not entrust his son to his mother who was traveling abroad. He couldn't take Scorpius, and having suffered too much when he was young, he refused to entrust him solely to the house elves. He grabbed a pinch of flu powder and went to Astoria and Theo's home. Draco, smiled the witch, welcoming him. What is the pleasure of your visit worth to me? I have to go away, Draco sighs as he settles down. And I can't leave Scorpius alone. When? Astoria asked, taking out her diary. Next week, Draco announced. Family council, Astoria grimaced. Shit, Draco swore. When Astoria had separated from Draco, her family had been angry with her for not having been able to impose the Greengrass name in the Malfoy family. Although Daphne yelled at the holdouts, Scorpius, even though he was Astoria's son, was not welcome among the rest of the Greengrass family. I'll have to find another solution, Draco sighed. I'm sorry I couldn't help you, Astoria apologized. Don't worry, Draco said, kissing her tenderly on the cheek. A Malfoy always finds a solution. Show off, Astoria laughed. Draco had looked around his acquaintances, but there weren't many to whom he could confide the flesh of his flesh with a closed eye. And unfortunately, no one could take care of his son. You're not here, Malfoy, Harry observed. Excuse me, I was in my thoughts, said Draco. The two wizards had met to share their information on the ongoing investigation which was stalling. They had to admit. Everything was blocked by the fact that Harry needed help. Certainly, the latter had already managed to become one of the undercover seller's clients, but had restricted himself to this activity only once a week. The other evenings, after entrusting the children to Ronnie, he worked hard to challenge the users to expel them from the club with the help of Blaze and Draco, and to destroy the doses acquired. Do you have a problem? Asked Harry. I'm stuck, Draco sighed. I have to go abroad next week, but I can't take Scorpius. And no one can take care of it at that time. If you want, I can take care of it, Harry offered. One child more or less. Draco was surprised. But, he's my son, Draco protested. I thought you understood that I had given up on our school bickering, Harry smiled. We've grown up, there's no point staying there. I have no interest in taking revenge on your son, especially since I must have paid you back quite often. That's right, Draco laughed. But you won't mind having one more child with you? I already have 5, Harry smiled. Hermione's children are here. And Alex asks for his new friend Scorpius every day. He hasn't forgotten it? Draco wondered. Scorpius also talks to me about his friend Al all the time. I should actually ask him why he calls him that, Harry thought. So, you would take a thorn out of my side, sighed Draco. On the other hand, I would like to know if you wanted him to stay at home or go to Muggle school, asked Harry. What do you mean? Draco asked. My children are at Muggle school, Harry replied. But Hermione's are homeschooled. You choose. I would have a hard time getting my children to stay home, since it's not the holidays yet. I'll talk to Scorpius about it, Draco thought. But honestly, I would be reassured if he stayed with you. Maybe I could arrange it, Harry smiled. Thank you, Potter, Draco smiled. No problem, Harry replied. You'll see, Scorpius will love Black Manor. Do you live in Black Manor? Draco wondered. In London? Yes, Harry smiled. I thought you lived in the English countryside, Draco pointed out. Well, that's what your wife said in one of her many interviews. With the trial, I didn't want my children to be harassed, Harry admitted. I moved out as soon as Ginny found out about the divorce filing. No one knows the kids go to a Muggle school, not even Ginny, to tell you the truth. What mother can ignore this about her own children? Draco's eyes widened. Believe me, you are not at the end of your surprises, assured Harry. What an idiot. That was what Hermione currently thought of her husband. And from the looks on the faces of the Aurors who questioned her, they seemed to agree with her. She had been at St. Mungo's for 5 days to treat her burned back. As with any suspicious injury, the Sorcerer Hospital had notified the Aurors for verification. When treatment had stabilized the witch 3 days later, the young Auror was shocked to know that the accident had been due to an error by one of their own. He had retrieved Hermione's statement, and now his superiors had come to confirm what they had read in the report. Fortunately, just after the Aurors and Medowitches arrived on the day of the accident, Hermione was able to take advantage of Ron being taken first to St. Mungo's to ask for Harry to come and look after her children. 5 minutes later, the dark-haired man had disembarked and understood that his priority was to shelter Rose and Hugo, and he quickly disappeared with the children before seeing Molly arrive to take the children, which the two brunettes categorically refused. Since then, Hermione had been in the hospital. Ron was quickly released the day after the accident, but he was immediately caught up in a business that didn't allow him to take care of his children, however much he tried to do so. Molly had protested that they were not under her roof, but the authorities had clearly established that the couple's children were very safe with their cousins, while the borough had been regularly stormed since the resounding divorce between Ginny and Harry which was raging. "If you allow me, Mrs. Weasley, we will recapitulate the circumstances of the accident," said the highest-ranking Auror. "You were at home when the incident happened, weren't you?" "Yes," replied Hermione. "My kids were in their playroom and I was downstairs in my potions lab." "Why such an installation?" asked the Auror. "I like making potions," Hermione smiled, "and I have very limited confidence in commercial ones. I prefer to brew basic potions myself. I got my Newt in potions as well as the first degree of mastery in potions." What she didn't say was that she brewed much more delicate potions that were not normally within the reach of those with her degree. Only all the evidence had disappeared with the house explosion. "What potion were you brewing?" asked the Auror. "Potion of peace," Hermione revealed. "My oldest was having a little trouble falling asleep and I wanted to have this potion just in case." "What happened?" asked the Auror. "The laboratory is soundproof for security reasons," replied Hermione. "That's why I didn't hear my husband coming, let alone call me. He opened the laboratory door violently and I jumped. I saw that he was furious and he approached me, gesturing wildly. In the heat of the moment, one of the jars broke and the contents fell into the cauldron where the potion was in a stable state. It exploded and I just had time to turn around before it fell on me. I was dizzy and the smoke was obscuring the room, not to mention the fire that was spreading. I saw Ron who was passed out and I took him out of the laboratory despite the pain. I magically placed him in the garden before going to look for the children who were terrified and calling for help." "So it's your husband's fault that your house caught fire and then exploded?" understood the Auror. "It's an unfortunate combination of circumstances," Hermione tempered. "Do you know why he was furious?" asked the Auror. Hermione felt her words stuck in her throat. Of course she knew why Ron was furious with her and had shown up in her lab. Since the current divorce, every evening Ron would come home and unleash himself on her. But he increasingly abandoned his fists to concentrate on the rape. Fortunately, she had opted for undetectable Muggle contraception for wizards, so no unwanted pregnancies, especially with the redhead who dreamed of a family as large as his, unlike Hermione. But she couldn't say all that under the marriage contract, and the latter forced him to tamper with the truth. "He expected me to be upstairs," Hermione shrugged. But his suspicious look made the brunette understand that the seed of doubt had been planted. "Do you want to file a complaint?" asked the Auror. By Merlin, how tempting the possibility was, but the contract prevented him from doing so, and she preferred to discuss it with Harry first. "I don't know," Hermione whispered. "We'll let you think about it," smiled the Auror. "All right, we'll leave you alone. We wish you a good recovery." "Thank you. Goodbye," said Hermione. The Aurors left and Hermione crawled back into bed. She knew she no longer had a home and now she was going to have to manage to leave Ron. His plan was going pretty well. Yes, she had created the situation that led to the disaster. She could very well have brewed her potion at another time, knowing precisely her husband's schedules. The jar that had fallen had been intentionally cracked so that it would shatter as soon as the door hit the wall. And yes, she had helped one of the leaves from the jar land in the cauldron. She didn't think the treatment would last so long. "Hello, Hermione." "Harry," sighed Hermione. "I'm happy to see you." The brunette kissed him tenderly before taking a seat and ensuring their privacy. "You know I'm not stupid and I can't believe your whole house could have caught fire over a simple potions accident." Harry smiled. "You know Luna's story and you would have done everything not to repeat the same scenario. So, I might have helped a little." Hermione smiled. "Only a little." "How?" asked Harry. "Under the contract, there are certain things I can't do," Hermione explained. "For a potions laboratory, it is advisable to use runes protections. However, I have to contact a specialist to install them, which is forbidden. Protection spells are not my specialty, and I may not have put all my goodwill into protecting my lab as well as it should be. I understand, Harry said, smiling. What is the next phase? My children are safe at your house, assured Hermione. Now I'll have to get to safety too. My door is always open to you, Harry assured. And then they ask for their mother. Oddly enough, never their father. For him to deserve this title, he should already take care of it, Hermione sniffed. Do you have any idea what you're going to do when you get out of here? Asked Harry. I refuse to let Molly come and take me to the burrow, said Hermione. Give me the exact time of your release and I will come pick you up, Harry offered. Thank you, Hermione smiled. Luckily for you, no member of the Weasleys knows the address of Black Manor. Harry smiled. Did you put him back on Fidelitas? Hermione wondered. Do you remember when Ron insisted that you come and stay there? Asked Harry. Yes, replied Hermione. I understood that you wanted to be alone, but I was quite annoyed that Ron was so insistent. Ron came into the house several times, Harry admitted. Once or twice he robbed the liquor store and I realized I didn't want a notorious alcoholic in my house. And Fidelitas is a good compromise. And at the time, I really wanted to take a breather, and although Molly was lovely, I always found her a little stifling. So I didn't think it was useful to make it a secret. As for Ginny, not even in dreams. I can understand, said Hermione. Did they come to see you? Asked Harry. Only Molly, and only once, replied Hermione. She came to demand that the children be placed with her while I was treated and joined them. That's why I got the children's department, Harry understood. And when they saw that there was a Fidelitas, they turned around and said that the children were better off here. As long as they're not with that harpy, that's fine with me, Hermione whispered. I'll leave you, Harry smiled, kissing her tenderly. As soon as you know when you're going out, you let me know with the AD Galleon. Okay? No worries, Hermione smiled. Kiss the children for me. Promise, Harry said before leaving. Potter. In my office. Harry sighed inwardly before heading towards the head of Auror's office. For once when he came to the ministry he was made. Summon. Close the door and sit down, ordered Rufus. The brunette obeyed. Your trial annoys me, Rufus announced. I can no longer count the number of requests for interviews, hidden or not. Can't speed up the movement? If only, Harry said. But I don't intend to use my reputation to make the trial end quickly. For what? Rufus was surprised. That would be a free pass, Harry replied. And I don't intend to skip anything. I want the trial to proceed normally. What exactly are you looking for? Frowned Rufus. To destabilize Ginny, Harry replied. As for interview requests, send them to me. I will answer them in my own way. Rufus understood that the wizarding world was going to face the one who had faced Voldemort, and he was not going to escape unscathed. So be it, Rufus capitulated. Your investigation now. What's going on? I need someone to help me, Harry admitted. But I refuse to let it be Ron. Don't worry, Rufus brushed off. I sent it to a place where it will finally be used for something. And where, if it's not indiscreet? Asked Harry. At the Auror School, Rufus smiled evilly. As an attacker. Harry smiled, imagining the situation. The attackers, or chess protectors, were responsible for attacking the students during the scenarios. The latter had a lot of trouble beating them since they were Aurors who volunteered to kick their ass and who perfectly mastered what the younger ones had to learn. Except that Ron had never been able to fully master the Auror program, and he had to take a beating every day. The brunette had always wondered how the redhead had been able to obtain his diploma, but with the specter of the new Lady Pruitt, the jury had to give in. I'm not here to question your decisions, Harry smiled evilly. But the problem remains the same. I need someone. Who exactly do you need? Rufus asked. Mainly an Auror who has no prejudices or problems with the Slytherins, Harry warned. He must have enough seniority and be good enough in his game. Obey orders when necessary, especially if he is older than me. Don't be overzealous. You're telling me about the rare gem, Rufus grumbled. Unfortunately, most Aurors of this caliber died during the war. I know, Harry sighed. Don't you have anyone? I'm thinking of someone, Rufus admitted. Shacklebot. King? Harry wondered. I didn't know he was still an Auror. He is no longer, Rufus confirmed. But if I ask him as a favor, or rather, if you ask him as a favor, Harry took the time to think. Kingsley was an Auror known to be incorruptible and very skilled with his wand. He had achieved the feat, among other things, of becoming the partner of Nymphadora Tonks, a born shapeshifter but very clumsy, and of making them one of the best teams in the Auror office. After Voldemort's death, he hunted the remaining Death Eaters for 2 years before retiring and living a peaceful life. But calling on him, it would be a dream, but he didn't want to force anyone to help him. I would like to speak to him if he agrees to meet me, said Harry. But like you said, he's not an Auror anymore. And you know perfectly well that procedural defects are one of our dreads, especially if we discover that you used a civilian, even a former member of our ranks, to do the job of an Auror. Let me do my part, Potter, Rufus grumbled. Just worry about convincing Shacklebot. Good sir, Harry replied. I will contact him and I will pass on the answer to you, Rufus promised. If your proposal still stands, I will also return all letters for you. With pleasure, Harry smiled wickedly. Have a nice day, sir. You too, Potter, replied Rufus. Hermione blinked as she set foot at Black Manor. Harry, said Hermione. Yes, Hermione, smiled Harry. We're brown, aren't we? Asked Hermione. Yes, Harry smiled. We both married redheads, which was one of our biggest mistakes. Hermione continued. Yes, Harry confirmed grimly. We both had children from these redheads. Children who are our pride, continued Hermione. Yes, Harry assured. You agree with me that by the laws of genetics we theoretically only have brown-haired and red-haired children, don't you? Said Hermione. Yes, Harry replied. You can't suddenly change your hair color, unless you mess with the Weasley twins' pranks, right? Said Hermione. No, Hermione, Harry laughed. So who is this blonde in the middle of browns and reds? Hermione railed. Harry couldn't hold it any longer and burst into laughter. This attracted the attention of the troop of children who rushed towards the 2 adults. They hugged them before sending them back to the playroom. The 2 brunettes went down to the kitchen to have a cup of tea. Where is Elizabeth? Asked Hermione. At her place, Harry replied. I gave him his day, as I was going to pick you up after picking up the kids from school. Who is it? Hermione asked. He looks like someone, but I don't remember who. It's Scorpius Malfoy, Harry revealed. Draco Malfoy's son. Malfoy? Hermione jumped. But what is he doing here? His father had to go on a trip and no one could watch him, Harry replied. Filler? Hermione sneered. I offered, Harry sniffed. And I like children, you know. You're adorable with them, Hermione admitted. This little guy looks cute. He is, Harry confirmed. He's been here 2 days and he's a miniature version of a pureblood. Very polite, super calm, even too much. In fact, it's only with Alex that he lets loose, and only in their bedroom. He looks like his father? Asked Hermione. I prefer that you make up your own mind, Harry smiled. Nasty, Hermione growled. Savoring their cup of tea, both recalled the events of the day. Flashback. So you're telling me I can go out? Hermione repeated. Yes, Mrs. Weasley, replied the Medowitch. Do you want me to call someone? I can't go alone? Asked Hermione. It is not recommended in your condition, the Medowitch refused. You are recovering and it is best to have someone help you until you get home. Okay, Hermione capitulated. But Hermione wasn't fooled. She had already managed to steal her file and had clearly seen that her dear husband had made it the person to notify, not him. And in any case, she would have refused, but her mother Molly. And there was no way she was going to end up in this. There were no words to describe her. Carefully, she rummaged through her things and took out of her pearl bag, which had not left her side since the quest for the Horcruxes, the AD Galleon. She absolutely had to warn Harry because she was certain that the Medowitch had gone to warn the person indicated on his care sheet. Exit granted, Molly warned. Hermione didn't wait very long before receiving a response. I'm coming. But there was a problem. Her things could be put away with a wave of her wand, but she had to get hers back. Wand with Medowitches. His best friend responded immediately. I'll take care of it. Crazy Harry. Hermione smiled. She knew she could always count on him. But she had to make his work easier too. His bag contained lots of treasures, including some inventions from the Weasleys' shop. As she could not work, She also joined forces with Georges to make toys for infants. The rolling ball, originally intended to encourage children who were too lazy to move, fell soundlessly to the ground and rolled towards the front door to roll down the hallway. Georges' little additions meant that the ball created funny situations. When the screams rang out from down the hall, the brunette smiled as she dressed quietly. 10 minutes later, the door opened to reveal his best friend. I see that Georges has a bright future ahead of him, Harry smiled. Always, assured Hermione. Especially when he has help. I found this little thing in the corner, Harry said, showing him his wand. I was able to take it with sickening ease. Let's go, said Hermione. I don't want to run into Molly. I have what you need, Harry smiled, taking his invisibility cloak out of his pocket. The witch put it on with pleasure while her friend cast several spells on himself to remain discreet. He also gathered his things and checked that there were no spy spells. Then he pushed the brunette to leave the room. Holding hands, they slalomed through the corridors towards the exit and made sure to leave for the Muggle world. In a dark alley, he threw a few glamours at the two of them before heading towards the London Underground. They arrived very quickly at Grimmauld Place but were surprised to discover Molly camped on the place. Carefully, they moved away. Do you think she knows I'm with you? Hermione said fearfully. No, reassured Harry. Every day, she comes once a day to try to see me. She no longer knows where the mansion is, but she remembers the surroundings. For what? Hermione wondered. Honestly, I don't want to know, Harry replied. But I'm sure it has something to do with the fact that I want to separate from his darling daughter. How are we going to get back? Hermione worried. Very easy, Harry smiled. Ronnie? Master Harry called Ronnie? The house elf appeared. Yes, Ronnie, said Harry. I would like to go home without Molly seeing us. Good, Master Harry, Ronnie bowed. If the masters will take Ronnie's hands. The two wizards obeyed. The next moment they were in the Black Ancestral Mansion. End flashback. What do we do now? Sighed Hermione. It's up to you, Harry pointed out. As long as you stay here, you will be safe here with your children. But I'm sure Ron will soon be screaming that you're not on his side. Can we trace it back to you? Hermione worried. Considering the blood protections that I reactivated, I would like to see that, Harry smiled. As the Black Heir, the house recognizes me as its master and will do anything to protect me and my children. And since I consider you my sister, the protection can extend to you. Thank you, said Hermione. Come on. I'll show you your room, Harry smiled. They climbed to the 3rd floor and entered the first room. It's a master suite, Harry explained. A bathroom and dressing room all to yourself. As you lost your entire wardrobe in the accident, if you want, I can have a tailor come. Are you serious? Hermione choked. You can't go out, Harry reminded. And I'm just offering you solutions. It's okay, Hermione grumbled. I'll think about it. Okay, said Harry. This door opens directly into those of your children. All you have to do is say the name of the person you want to see and the door will lead to their room. If you want to go more traditional, their rooms overlook the hallway you saw from the staircase. This room is magnificent, Hermione gushed. It's a queen's bedroom. I admit I let myself go a little, Harry laughed. For this, I apologize. They looked around the children's rooms before returning to Hermione's. You spoil me, said Hermione. You deserve it, Harry assured. Come on, sit down. Ronnie will come pick you up when dinner is ready. Thank you, Harry, said Hermione in a small voice, hugging him tenderly. Don't worry, everything will be fine, assured Harry, returning the hug. Michael looked at the daily newspaper and smiled. Finally, Ginny Weasley had decided to attack. The Revelations of Ginny Weasley Potter. While our newspaper announced to you in its columns the divorce between Ginny Weasley and her husband Harry Potter, the latter does us the honor of granting us an exclusive interview on the subject. One of the most famous journalists of the generation is not stingy with secrets, it goes without saying. Donald Sills. Miss Weasley, how did you and Mr. Potter come to want to separate? Ginny Weasley. You know, even in the happiest couples, there are ups and downs. This is the case for Harry and me. Donald Sills. But, divorce? Who came up with the idea first? Ginny Weasley. We decided by mutual agreement, you can be sure. Daphne didn't let her annoyance show. Otherwise, this upstart who claimed to be a pureblood would have received what she deserves. The witch was in one of the Wiesengemots meeting rooms. The institution had been gathered to discuss a law to restrict access to Diagon Alley, but honestly, Daphne was aware that it was pure madness to pass such a thing. The most fervent defender of this nonsense was Lady Pruitt, in other words Molly Weasley. Since her older cousin had died shortly after Voldemort, the matron was making a name for herself in wizarding politics, but not in a positive way. She was best known for having a particularly conservative position, being resistant to integrating Muggleborns into wizarding society or even wanting to eject squibs without gloves. Even the purebloods didn't want her to show up alongside them. And unfortunately, the fact that she was the stepmother of the future Lord Potter and Black gave her a lot of leverage. Fortunately, not enough to rule the roost. Always the same refrain, Draco sighed. Blaise shrugged as Theo looked back into his grimoire. Harry Potter's generation had come together to present a common front in front of the shrew and all her doggies. The former Slytherin, but also the former Ravenclaw like Susan Bones or even the former Gryffindor like Neville Longbottom could not stand this new trend which royally sat on the errors that the war had revealed and made society take enormous steps backwards. "I can't wait for Harry to come and help us clean up," said Neville in a low voice. "He should already get rid of the harpy who serves as his wife," Blaise sneered. "And it seems to be on the right track." "Maybe," Daphne conceded. "But it's about time we stopped waiting for Potter and did our part." "You are among those who think like you," Theo pointed out. "But there aren't enough of us to make a difference. We only manage to derail the most dangerous projects, no more." "We should destroy this red cow's support," Blaise grumbled. "If only we knew how she manages to attach them like that. If she was prettier, I would have said it was her ass, but she has the ass to make these perverts hard," Daphne reminded. "Except that it's not her but her daughter who has it. With the slutty reputation she has, it wouldn't shock me." Everyone conceded. Ginny Weasley was very far from being a paragon of virtue, and it wouldn't surprise them if Molly used her whore daughter to make sure her supporters did as she pleased. "Since Dumbledore is no longer in this world, she has become more comfortable," said Neville. "And it is not to our advantage." "Personally, I wonder why she does that," said Susan. "Probably to get his share of the pie," Theo sniffed. "The Pruitts have been ruined for a long time, and the only thing they have managed to keep is their title and their place among the purebloods. We almost believed that the lineage was going to die out, but the second branch took over with the results that we all know. We're going to have to take a serious look at his case." Blaise growled. "I have a few items," Draco declared, lowering his voice. "I'll tell you more at home." Everyone nodded and reinterested in the session. Michael smiles as he serves Jan Leroy a cup of tea before taking his seat. Everyone took a long sip. "I imagine that this meeting is not trivial?" Smiles Jan. "It will have the importance that you give it," underlined Michael. "Let me put things back in place," said Jan. "We are both lawyers, you for Harry Potter and I for Ginny Pruitt Weasley, both going through a divorce. This took on media importance because of who our respective clients are. Now for my guesses. The most plausible reason for both of us being in the same room is to reach an amicable agreement. But I don't believe it." "But then not at all," here said Michael. "For what?" "She doesn't imagine that I did an investigation on her," sniffed Jan. "Ginny Pruitt Weasley lives in her world. And she doesn't hide it. I would lose the trial, I didn't doubt it for a single second when I agreed to defend her. But I want to have the satisfaction of having given you a hard time. Only, your presence tells me that even that will be taken away from me." "Not necessarily," corrected Michael. "Mr. Potter already knows I'm excited to face you in the courtroom. But he refuses to give anything to this witch who has used and abused her situation. I was able to find proof that she actually cheated on him once or twice without hiding it," Jan admitted. "I'm going to be believed," declared Michael. "My client honored it only once a week. The rest of the time, she had practically reached the point of opening her thighs to anything with a tail. This is a continuation of the reputation that she claims is false," Jan conceded. "False reputation?" sneered Michael. "But it is true from beginning to end, and still, no one knows everything." "I sense an unclear story," Jan understood. "We are taking care of the trial," Michael decided. "The rest will be handled in a timely manner by my client. Many seem to forget that he is not a wizard like the others, and that he is the one who rid them of the one who plunged our country into chaos just a few years ago." Jan shivered. Indeed, Harry Potter was not an ordinary pureblood but the future Lord Potterblack, but above all the savior, the one who had killed Voldemort at the age of 17. Even though he had an atypical education despite a traditional school career, he was not a person to be underestimated. And that was clearly what Ginny Pruitt Weasley was doing. "What am I doing here?" Jan finally asked. "We will find an amicable agreement," replied Michael. "I'll take care of the extras." "I'm not sure I want to know what you're preparing," said Jan. "No, you don't want to," confirmed Michael. "But I might as well tell you right away. I had the opportunity to study what you have done in recent years and I liked it. No matter what happens, if I like the way you advocate, I may have a place for you in my office. Won't people believe if I accept your proposal that I sabotaged the trial in your favor?" Raised an eyebrow Jan. "It's a risk to take," admitted Michael. "It's up to you to find a way to win on all counts." "I don't have the easiest task," grumbled Jan. "I think I'm going to refuse this offer, as tempting as it is." "For what?" Michael was surprised. "No matter what I do in the next few years, my name will always be associated with this divorce which promises to go down in history," reminded Jan. "If I enter your office, doubt will always remain about the quality of my work." "I'll do without it, thank you." "It's your choice," Michael said. "But our work remains the same. We must share our clients' assets fairly." "Let's go," sighed Jan, taking his files out of his bag. "But you should know that your client brought nothing to this union," pointed out Michael. "Yes," Jan grunted. "She rented out her womb to allow the birth of the Potter heirs." "You only consider her a surrogate mother?" Michael was surprised. "When did you see him with his children?" asked Jan simply. "And I'm not talking about the times she poses with them in the security of their home. She has never gone out with her children. She only runs around in the evenings, when she is not putting on a show. Personally, I find that she is not at all like a mother." Michael understood that he was going to learn some great things and launched the work. "I beg your pardon?" Draco articulated. "Rumors are starting to circulate again that you were in favor of you-know-whose policies," shuddered one of the directors of the wizarding companies belonging to the Malfoys. "And it's starting to hurt our business." The blonde looked at all the wizards around the table. His monthly meeting with the senior leaders of the Malfoy Empire, which had lost its prestige with the actions of the former Lord Malfoy, had gone quite well, that is, until he was told this strange news. "Who?" Draco asked simply. "It comes from our international branches," replied the director. "We were able to go back to a certain Hans McGregor." Draco frowned. The director of the English Department of International Cooperation seemed to have declared war on him since taking office. After analyzing his methods, the blonde had clearly established that it was not effective enough, and since the Malfoys had links with companies around the world, the latter had spread his opinion like wildfire. In response, McGregor did everything in his power to pick lice on him. However, what he didn't seem to understand was that his little vendetta was not in his favor. Far from it, especially since Draco didn't care about him. "Why so much hatred?" "I'll take care of it," said Draco. "Thanks for warning me. You can go there." As the headmasters left the premises, Draco thought. McGregor was starting to be a thorn in his side. If he allowed himself to spread false rumors behind his back, it wouldn't be long before he would make him sweat according to the rules of the art. Yes, his father had made bad choices, but apart from this misstep, the Malfoys had been very gifted businessmen from generation to generation, and he was no exception. He was going to try to remind this upstart of that. The blonde left the meeting room and took the fireplace to go to his office. A stack of files was already waiting for him, and he immediately got to work. He was disturbed a few hours later. "Blaise?" Draco wondered. "It's after 2 o'clock," Blaise pointed out. "I'm absolutely sure you haven't eaten yet." "You're right," Draco admitted, stretching. "I walked out of the meeting and haven't been idle since." "You look worried," Blaise noted. "Do you want to talk about it?" "Let's go eat first," Draco preferred. "As you wish," Blaise shrugged. The two wizards chose an upscale Muggle restaurant and installed a few spells to guarantee their privacy. They enjoyed themselves while savoring their dishes until dessert, when the blonde decided to speak. "McGregor is starting to act up again," Draco sighed. "What does he have against you?" Blaise frowned. "I would like to know," Draco sighed. "It is being circulated in other countries that I was in favor of the Dark Lord's policies." "Oh yeah, it's annoying," Blaise understood. I'm going to look into his case, Draco declared. But seriously, I want to know what exactly he wants from me. You're right, Blaze agreed. We managed to make people forget that the Slytherins are evil, but he's going to ruin everything. Draco only nodded. Have you heard from Potter? Blaze asked. Yes, Draco replied, but not for work. He just wanted to invite Scorpius back to his house. You accepted? Blaze asked. Of course, Draco smiled. Scorpius doesn't meet many kids his age. And I know Potter will protect him no matter what. He has too much honor for that, Blaze confirmed. They continued to talk quietly before going their separate ways. Ron grumbled on his way to the burrow. Over the past few weeks, his life had been completely turned upside down. First, Harry had yelled at him in the middle of the Auror office. Then the latter had filed for divorce from Ginny, which had resulted in his sister calling him every day to brood over his shoulder. The accident that had completely destroyed his house had been a blow that he would have gotten over, especially with the authorities declaring that his children would be more in danger. Safety at Harry's house than at their grandmother's during their mother's hospitalization. Mother, who had disappeared before Molly picked her up from St. Mungo's. Oh, the redhead was sure that Hermione was with her children at Harry's, but since the trial had started, no one knew where the brunettes' new home was. And it was in no one's interest to snoop on Harry, who had always fiercely defended his privacy. Ah, there you are, Molly whispered as Ron entered the house. The house hadn't changed much since Molly had become Lady Pruitt. By gaining this title, the matron realized that the family's accounts were at their lowest and that the former lady lived very simply, very much in contrast to Molly's desires for grandeur. What's going on? Growled Ron. It turns out there's little chance of me remaining Harry's wife, Ginny spat. Ron wasn't surprised to find his sister with her mother. Even with the contract? Ron wondered. Yes, Molly sighed. It turns out that since Ginny has fulfilled several clauses, the contract is weaker so it can be broken. How do you know? Ron asked. We had to ask for advice, Ginny admitted. Flashback. Ginny had arrived at Jan Leroy's house to find out what had come out of the interview with Mr. Lawrence. The latter welcomed him calmly. Madame Pruitt Weasley greeted Jan. I told you, call me Ginny. Ginny fluttered. You are my client, madam, reminded Jan. I can't afford that much familiarity. The redhead gave up. She would never be able to convince her lawyer. What have you learned? Ginny demanded to know. Neither Mr. Lawrence nor Mr. Potter are ready to leave you anything, revealed Jan. They believe that you have contributed nothing to the couple. Ginny grimaced. I am a great journalist, exclaimed Ginny. The Potter name has never been so bright as since I became Harry's wife. That's not their opinion, replied Jan. For Mr. Lawrence, you are not even part of the family. I gave birth to the Potter heirs, squeaked Ginny, and that is to your credit, Jan bowed. But it didn't make him hot or cold. For him, you have no right to anything. I have the right to part of his money, exclaimed Ginny. We will have to present the right arguments, declared Jan. Mr. Lawrence presented me with a list of all the assets acquired during your marriage, and unfortunately, all the invoices are in Mr. Potter's name. Concretely, according to him, you owned nothing in the house you occupied, apart from your clothes. I am the mother of the children, Ginny declared. Jan preferred to remain silent. Michael's position was very clear. She was only the progenitor, and was in no way part of the Potter family. All she knew how to do was squander fortunes built over generations, when she wasn't trying to make them her own, and sleep with everything that moved. Honestly, based on the evidence they have, this is the only point you can press to get something, declared Jan. Ginny was annoyed. She knew she didn't care enough about her children to be able to claim much. But she knew Harry. He wouldn't leave her with nothing. On the other hand, she was less sure of her lawyer. Would it change anything if I told you that we signed a marriage contract? Asked Ginny. It depends on what's in it, Jan frowned. That's the first thing you should have told me. A divorce is not treated the same way with a marriage contract or without. Can I see it? Reluctantly, the redhead handed him the document. The lawyer read it carefully before putting it down. That changes absolutely everything, asserted Jan. And I understand better why Mr. Lawrence was not in favor of leaving you anything. Ginny scowled even more while Jan went back to the contract. Most of the conditions of your marriage contract are met, said Jan. There is nothing about a separation. I think that's why your husband filed for divorce. And he has every chance of getting it on his terms too. What could I get? Asked Ginny. Without the contract, maybe an annuity, admitted Jan. But with this, I'm not even sure I'll get it for you. Which didn't make Ginny happy. End flashback. So, you're going to have to keep access to the Potter vaults, Ron understood. I hadn't thought about the fact that he wanted to leave Ginny. Molly lamented. I always thought he believed a marriage was for life. No one has separated in our entourage yet, cursed Ginny. We have to keep our grip on these chests, Molly growled. I'll take care of it. Are you sure? Ginny worried. I can go talk to the judge. Me too, said Ron. No, Molly refused. I know what to say to get him to do what we want. Ronnie? Yes, Master Harry? The house elf appeared. I need you to take this package to Mr. Lawrence, Harry said. Above all, it must not be intercepted. Good, Master Harry? Ronnie bowed, taking the package and disappearing. Harry sat back in his chair in his office. He had just sent Michael all the proof that Ginny did not respect the most basic principles of a marriage. In the package was no less than 7 years of evidence of adultery. But aware that the adversaries would take advantage of this to cast doubt on the paternity of his children, he had slipped in the various tests carried out from birth. In her immaturity, the redhead had apparently had a jolt of conscience to only present him with legitimate children. As for whether she had other children, Harry was not naive. Magic could do a lot of things, and he was sure that Ginny could very well have hidden another child. It remained to be seen where he was. Michael agreed with him and used all his means to find all the proof of a double life. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, said Harry. Hermione entered and took her seat at her friend's invitation. You isolate yourself quite often, Hermione observed. The first hearing is approaching, Harry whispered. I wouldn't want Ginny to win anything. You have enough to make it sink, Hermione reminded. I know, said Harry, but I have to go with her mother. There's no point in me even taking care of Ron since he'll fall as soon as Molly does. It's the connection with Molly that I need to highlight. How do you plan to do that? Asked Hermione. I don't know, Harry admitted. I could argue that Molly took care of everything, both the marriage and the contract, but she could get away with saying she wrote the contract poorly. But what about all the embezzlement? Hermione exclaimed. Why don't you use it? The brunette's eyes lit up. You don't want to do everything at once, Hermione understood. You don't want them to understand that you discovered absolutely everything. Yes, Harry confirmed. Divorce will corner them. The lawsuits that I am going to bring against them will reduce them to nothing. But what about the Weasleys? Hermione worried. They have nothing to do with it. I already warned them what was going to happen, Harry revealed. Unfortunately, I showed them my marriage contract. And yours? Hermione jumped. For what? Hermione trembled, because they had to understand that Molly, Ginny and Ron were one block, in addition to having the same name, Harry replied. They don't know anything else, don't worry. Okay, Hermione sighed. Aside from that, they know that Molly didn't teach me pureblood customs, Harry added. And what I didn't know, she didn't teach Ginny and Ron anything. We kind of suspected it, given Ron's manner, Hermione thought. But nothing? Nothing, Harry assured. Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred and George were even forbidden to talk to them about it, as they were to me. Couldn't we attack Molly for stealing her inheritance? Hermione guessed. Michael works there, Harry smiled. As soon as the divorce is finalized, this will be one of my main accusations. What will happen to the children? Hermione finally asked. I hesitate, said Harry. I was tempted to completely delete everything related to Ginny, but I thought of the Weasleys, who are still wonderful people. I intend to make Pruitt renounce their part, announced Hermione. The brunette turned to his friend. What do you mean? Harry was surprised. Our names will be hard to bear, Hermione reminded. But with what you plan to trigger, that of the Pruitts will be even more so. You managed to get around the problem by regaining control over your children's names, but I didn't have the chance. I only see this solution. You're not wrong, Harry conceded. But we touch on purely pureblood traditions. And it's true that you are now part of it, having had Ron's children. It would be better if we seek advice from people who know more than we do. Who? Asked Hermione. I was thinking of Lady Longbottom, said Harry. I trust you, Hermione smiled. The two of them remained in calming silence. I would be in favor of organizing a tea party, Harry smiled. What do you say about it? There's no birthday coming up, Hermione pointed out. Why should there be a birthday? Laughed Harry. Where do you plan to do it? Hermione asked. Here? No, Harry smiled. But in a place with a large park so that children can enjoy it. I was thinking of Potter Manor, where your parents died. Hermione said in an incredulous voice. No, Harry corrected. My parents died in Godric's Hollow, which is one of the Potter properties. The manor was left abandoned when they died. I fixed it up without Ginny knowing. She won't think that you're going to take back your title? Said Hermione. Harry froze. I hadn't thought about that, Harry whispered. I'll have to find somewhere else. And why not Weasley Manor? Hermione suggested. Muriel's house has always been sublime. I'll ask him, Harry smiled. And then only she will be able to control who comes to her land. Otherwise, there is always a Muggle amusement park, Hermione smiled. Or even abroad, Harry continued. We'll see. With all that, I almost forgot to tell you that the children were asking for your famous pancakes, said Hermione laughing. Let's satisfy them then, Harry laughed. Harry was feverish. Today, her divorce trial would begin in earnest. That day, he was going to start cutting the wires that connected him to 3 people who had wanted to manipulate him. You're excited, noted Hermione in the kitchen of Black Manor. You have no idea how much, Harry smiled. Yes, since your magic appears, Hermione laughed. Stunned, Harry took a few moments to understand what she had just said before taking a deep breath to calm down. Will it be okay for today? Asked Harry. I can take your children to school and nursery, Hermione smiled. Everyone knows me as your sister over there. If you have a problem, see Alan, Harry reminded. And don't forget that Elizabeth is going to join you at school to help you with the kids this evening. But yes, Hermione smiled. Go now, otherwise you'll be late. Thank you, Hermione, said Harry before leaving the house, but he couldn't go any further. 2 steps from the front door, Molly Pruitt Weasley was waiting for him. Harry, Molly said with a smile that was meant to be sincere. Molly, Harry replied, holding back from sending her packing. What can I do for you? I would like to talk to you, said Molly. About divorce. I have nothing to say about it, Harry cut in. I don't want to live with Ginny anymore, and I was sure she would scream if I refused to give her anything. I prefer that justice resolves the situation. But why did you alert all the newspapers? Pesta Molly. I didn't do anything, Harry assured. Journalists stopped following my every move years ago. Unlike Ginny, you should look his way instead. My daughter would never do that, Molly exclaimed. I never said that, Harry corrected. But rather it was the journalists following Ginny who must have revealed the whole story. Molly had to concede that point. What can I do for you, Molly? Harry repeated. Ginny is made for you, assured Molly. It's between Ginny and me, Harry said. And it will be settled in front of the judge. I imagine I'll meet you there, so see you later. And he turned his back on her. But a resonance wave made him fall to the ground. Stunned, Harry turned around and only had time to see Molly with her magic wand before she disappeared. Michael was worried. The hearing was about to begin, but Harry was still missing. The latter had entrusted him with one of the AD galleons, so that they could communicate together, but the brunette was noticeably absent. The satisfied smile of Molly Pruitt Weasley, alongside her daughter Ginny, did not reassure him, but he did not want to be pessimistic. Clamors behind him reassured him, but only for a short time. His client's dark look showed that something had happened. Mr. Potter, is that? Michael began. We'll talk about it later, Harry cut in. Michael looked attentively at his client before a detail jumped out at him. You have blood from your ear, Michael whispered. Harry bit back a curse before discreetly moving his hand to clean his face completely. I'll leave you free for this morning, declared Harry. I don't plan to intervene. Michael frowned. When they had discussed the conduct of this hearing, they had agreed to speak equally. Why this turnaround? I'll explain everything to you, Harry assured. Good, said Michael. They could not continue talking as Judge Joshua Mathis entered, followed by 2 others to assist him. Hello everyone, said the judge. We are gathered today to decide on the terms of the divorce between Ginny Pruitt Weasley and Harry Potter. Let the parties concerned stand up. Michael Lawrence and Harry Potter on one side, Jan Leroy and Ginny Pruitt Weasley on the other stood up. Good, said the judge. Masters, please bring me the wishes of your clients. Michael and Jan approached and each handed him a parchment. Judge Matisse looked through them quickly. It seemed to me that you had consulted, Masters, said the judge. So why are your demands so opposed? My client felt that she was wronged, said Jan. No comments? The judge was surprised. That would be inappropriate, replied Jan. The judge glanced at the requests again. I would like to speak to you a few moments before the lunch break, declared the judge. Some points are quite obscure to me. Yes, Your Honor. The two lawyers bowed before returning to their seats. The morning passed quite quickly. During the hour and a half following the opening of the trial, each lawyer had painted a very flattering portrait of their client. And as the room emptied for lunch, the spectators remembered that the trial was going to be between one of the heavyweights of the wizarding world, the future Lord Potterblack, and above all, the one who had saved them all 10 years previously. As promised, Michael and Jan approached the judge. The latter took them to his office, which he isolated. I'm not going to take gloves, declared Judge Mathis. Something particularly shocked me. Why is Mrs. Pruitt Weasley Potter not demanding custody of her children? Is this an oversight, Mr. Leroy? Jan sighed. Honestly, he was ashamed to defend such a woman, but he was committed and he couldn't back down. It's not an oversight, Jan admitted. I tried to get my client's position on this point, but it was clear that she was absolutely not concerned about the children she had from her union with Mr. Potter. Michael wasn't even surprised. He had understood for a long time that Ginny swore only by money and her children would only gain value if they offered her access to immense fortunes. This is the first time I've seen this, said Judge Mathis. Usually parents fight over childcare, but here, nothing. Do you have a suggestion? If you want my opinion, said Jan. The two wizards turned towards him. Our main concern is to protect these children, declared Jan. If my client doesn't want to hear about it, then we have to resolve the problem at our level without taking their opinion into account. Well, yes, we know their opinion and they agree. What do you say? He's not wrong, Michael conceded. My client wants sole custody of his children and Miss Pruitt Weasley doesn't seem to want that. I'll think about it, said Judge Mathis. Thank you for answering my questions. You can go there. The two lawyers left the office and went their separate ways. While Jan got rid of the invading Ginny, who was trying in vain to get into his bed, Michael joined Harry under glamour outside the ministry, on the Muggle side. The brunette led him to the wizarding quarters and they found themselves in front of a famous restaurant. They entered and presented themselves at reception. I have an appointment with Mr. Zabini, Harry declared, handing Blaze's letter. The receptionist looked at the letter before calling one of her colleagues to pick up the boss. The latter appeared very quickly and without a word, led them towards his office. Once inside, Harry dropped his glamours. Michael Lawrence, Mr. Potter's lawyer. Michael introduced himself. Blaze Zabini, owner of the place, replied Blaze. This is Theodore Knott, my head of security, and Draco Malfoy, one of your colleagues, I believe. Nice to meet you, said Michael, Theo, and Draco. Settle down, Blaze invited. Potter, your message was worrying, you know? Said Theo. I didn't see anyone else to answer my questions, Harry sighed. You don't seem surprised to see us here, Draco commented. Because I suspected it, Harry replied. I know what Knott knows and what he doesn't know, you know. Malfoy, don't you have a headache potion? Is it natural? Draco asked. No, Harry admitted. This is why I asked Knott for help. I received a spell this morning, but I don't know what. Lie down, ordered Theo. We'll see what we can do. Docilely, Harry obeyed and successively the wands of Theo, Blaze and Draco moved above the brunette's body. Constraint spell, Theo revealed. And quite powerful. You seem to have countered it, but not completely. Do you have a Cluman's barriers? I tried to learn, Harry admitted half-heartedly. But it was not a great success. Will you allow me to check your mind? Draco suggested. I just want to see if the natural barriers have been chipped or not. Treat yourself, Harry sighed. Carefully, the blonde stared into his eyes and entered his mind. To his greatest surprise, the wall around the brunette's mind, although bearing traces of relatively deep cracks, seemed very solid. As a matter of conscience, he walked around it to spot any much larger cracks. Theo is right, you should get back to it, Draco announced as he came back. But I didn't see anything that could put you in danger. Good news, Harry breathed. Don't move. I'll give you a potion for your headache, Draco smiled. The next minute, Harry sighed in relief as his head felt lighter. You were affected by a spell considered to be black magic, commented Theo. Quite powerful considering your condition. Who did you piss off so much? Molly, admitted Harry. Molly Pruitt Weasley? Cursed Michael. But who does she think she is? You must file a complaint. Not now, Harry balked. If we do it now, everything we've prepared will go down the drain. Potter, said Draco. I understand what you mean, but you cannot let such a crime go unpunished. If she had forced a little more, she could have killed you, Theo asked. It's a spell that can only be cast safely by people who have mastered it. She played a dangerous game. Why would she do that? Blaise asked. Because she understood that her daughter would lose the trial no matter what she did. Harry squeaked. And above all, she doesn't want to lose the advantages that our marriage brought her. But what did she want to force you to do? Asked Michael. Surely granting whatever Ginny wants, Harry sniffed. Which includes absolutely all my safes. Is this an impression or are you letting go in our presence, Potter? Draco smiled. Because I never heard you criticize your wife until today. I'm in no condition to play the perfect Gryffindor, Harry scoffed. I'm an adult who has the right to scream from time to time. You are not the perfect Gryffindor, but you are the prince, Blaise reminded. I have the impression that you are going to remind them of this with loss and noise. Oh yes, Harry sneered with a Machiavellian smile. Everyone will pay dearly. Mr. Black Malfoy is not wrong, Michael intervened. This crime must not be left unpunished. You should still report it, Draco added. But make sure your complaint doesn't become known until you decide. Excellent idea, smiled Michael. You do not demerit your reputation. Thank you, Draco bowed. I'm sorry, but I'm really hungry, Harry complains. Especially since the trial will not take long to resume. I'm failing in all my duties, Blaise apologized. We'll take my personal table. No one will see you. He would miss more than that, Draco grumbled. The 5 wizards went down a few floors and entered the restaurant through another entrance. Harry recognized the mezzanine where he had lunched the first time. He met Blaise as part of his investigation and felt the various spells around it that guaranteed their privacy. By mutual agreement, they did not bring up the attack on the brunette but managed to convince him to file a complaint at the end of the day. 2 hours later, Harry and Michael appeared again at the hearing. Ginny had come to the burrow to take refuge at the end of the day. The first day of the trial had been hard to bear because she had to stand less than 5 meters from Harry, while knowing that she might never be able to enjoy his filled coffers again. Molly sat across from her. We'll have to prepare for what's next, said Molly. I was able to smooth things over with Harry. He will surely grant you enough money so that we can live peacefully for the rest of our lives. A good thing, Ginny smiled. I started taking a little more money from his coffers. Not too much, I hope? Molly growled. Above all, we must not alert the goblins. Just enough to stock up on, said Ginny. You think people won't notice everything I took? I don't think so, Molly replied. These chests are so full that he wouldn't even notice if something was missing. I managed to put a few houses in my name, added Ginny. At least we'll have something left. I'm not even sure he knows he has that much. That's not the problem, Molly brushed off. We need to know the terms of Harry's divorce so we can think about it. Pension? Ginny suggested. It's the best we can do, Molly confirmed. Or he must give us several of his coffers. All in all, he should like it, Ginny giggled. I'm going to go see Jan to see if he can negotiate this for me or if he can get me half of the Potter assets. Excellent idea, congratulated Molly. I'm going to go get ready to meet my lawyer, smiled Ginny. Go, my daughter, replied Molly. Judge Joshua Mathis sighed heavily as he returned to his house that evening. It had now been a week since the trial between Harry Potter and Ginny Pruitt Weasley had been going on, and he didn't think it would be this complicated. After the first 2 days, when the courtroom was stormed by spectators and journalists, he announced that the trial would henceforth be held behind closed doors. A transport room had been made available exclusively to participants so that they would not have to go through the crowds that were literally camped in front of the doors. But what surprised him the most were the 2 protagonists. He had heard about the close couple they formed through the newspapers, but like anyone who knew how to think at least a little bit, he had noted that in the media, there were only the assertions of Ginny Pruitt Weasley. And still according to her, Harry Potter would not do anything without her agreement. Obviously not, since it was he who had filed the divorce request. The main information concerning the brunette was generally transmitted by his wife. But since the beginning of the trial, it was clear that the wizard was very far from the description of the redhead. Harry Potter had a self-control worthy of the greatest in this world, especially knowing that he had been raised by muggles for the first 10 years of his life. He hadn't blinked once when his wife's lawyer had argued once again that the Potter name had never been more prestigious than since Ginny was Harry's wife. To counter this display, Harry's lawyer had brought out some of the witch's most famous articles but also, and above all, the minutes of the trials that had resulted against her, which was much less known. To his greatest surprise, the judge had understood that what he had read on the first day about the Potter children was true. At no time had Ginny asked for their custody, even though Jan Leroy was reaching out to put them on the table. All that seemed to interest Ginny was whether and how much she could still benefit from the immense Potter heritage vaults. After consultation with the two lawyers, he decided to suspend the trial to be able to put everything straight. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to sleep right away, he changed into a more comfortable outfit and went to his office. Equipped with the notes of the two lawyers and his own, he began to study the file more carefully. As the night was well underway, the house alarm sounded, pulling the judge from his thoughts. Who could have come at that time? Intrigued, Joshua stood up and picked up his wand before heading to the front door. He made it transparent and was surprised to see who was standing in the doorway. Not without taking precautions, he opened it. "Mrs. Potter?" Joshua exclaimed. "What can I do for you? Can I come in?" asked Ginny. "Of course," said Joshua. "Enter." The redhead entered and at the invitation of her host, took off her cape to reveal a muggle dress very close to the body and particularly low-cut, both at the level of the neckline and the slits on the thighs. Clearly, the redhead was on the hunt, and knowing that he was his prey did not please Joshua. "Would you like anything, Mrs. Potter?" Joshua suggested. "Pumpkin juice, tea, coffee?" "No thank you," smiled Ginny. "Charming. Come and sit down," Joshua prayed. They both took a seat in the living room, but Joshua did not leave his wand on any table. No, he preferred to keep it in hand. He did not feel this impromptu visit. "What can I do for you, Mrs. Potter?" Joshua asked. "Call me Ginny," Ginny fluttered. "Under other circumstances, perhaps," said Joshua. "But due to my position, I would abstain." "But you can," insisted Ginny. "No, I wouldn't," assured Joshua. Understanding that she would not win her case, Ginny changed the subject. "I would like to know what you think of the trial," said Ginny. "I prefer not," Joshua refused. "You are one of the parties to the lawsuit, and if I have to reveal information to you, I must pass it on to Mr. Potter." The slight tightening of his face betrays his annoyance. "I won't tell anyone," Ginny promised. Her progress towards him, which she thought was discreet, did not escape Joshua. "Mrs. Potter, no," Joshua refused. "What exactly are you doing here? And who gave you my address?" It was not a trivial question. At times, Joshua envied Muggle laws because the personal details of magistrates were not publicly available. In the wizarding world, it wasn't quite like that. "Can't we talk quietly together?" Ginny simpered. "We're adults, right?" Joshua cursed internally. Although in the prime of life, he remained a man with his charm, as his companion liked to tell him. And at the moment, it was her who he missed because she would have sheltered him from the praying mantis that was Ginny Pruitt Weasley, especially now that she allowed herself to place her hand on his arm, which he immediately released. "Mrs. Potter," Joshua growled. "A little outfit." Ginny waved the remark aside and sat on Joshua's lap, speechless. "We're adults, right?" Ginny repeated. "Why can't we have fun? Like adults?" The redhead's hands deftly navigated under Joshua's magically undone shirt. The latter felt a well-known warmth spreading through his body. He had to admit that she knew how to excite a man. The judge recovered and stood up, literally throwing the witch to the ground. "I will ask you to leave my house now," Joshua growled. "If you leave now, I will not press charges against you for attempted bribery." The redhead got back on his feet, and before he could make a single move, disarmed him of his wand and pushed him back onto the couch. Several spells hit him, but Joshua could no longer move a single muscle. After several minutes, Ginny sat up, satisfied, and headed for the door. I knew we would be able to understand each other, smiled mischievously the redhead. I'll see you soon, Mr. Justice, and she went out. Ulcerated, Joshua jumped to his feet, put on shoes and a cloak, then threw himself into the fireplace to go to the Department of Mysteries. The unspeakable guard was surprised to see him arrive, but even more surprised to have to call the director. The latter arrived quickly and took the judge to his office. I've never seen you so disturbed, noted Jordan, director of the department. I just got attacked and I want a list of everything I received as spells, Joshua explained. And if you certify that this is what I received, then I could file a complaint without my word being questioned. You take this to heart, noted Jordan. Okay, I can do that. And after, you will have to send 2 of your men to check my house, asked Joshua. What are you afraid of? Jordan was surprised. A lot of things, replied Joshua. Lots of things. I heard about it, but I didn't know it was like that. Kingsley smiled, enjoying a sip of wine. Thank you, Blaze bowed. Personally, when Potter told us that he would need help with his investigation, I didn't think he would succeed in recruiting you. That wasn't planned, Kingsley smiled. But Harry knew how to find the words to convince me. Flashback. After Rufus Skrygmir managed to obtain an interview with Kingsley Shacklebot, Harry went to the meeting point. The brunette was a little anxious because the Zabini Club affair must not get out of hand. The drug discovered had to be destroyed down to its recipe because it had far too many consequences. He was sure that if he couldn't convince Kingsley, Kingsley could direct him to someone who could help him. The tea room in the Muggle world in Manchester had surprised him when Harry had arrived at the meeting point. It was Tonks who showed it to me, said a voice behind him. Harry smiled as he recognized the tall figure of Kingsley Shacklebot. The latter showed him a remote table and they sat there. Ted Tonks very often took Andromeda and then their daughter there, explained Kingsley. I come there at least once a month to remember. Teddy is the worthy son of his parents. Harry smiled. He inherited the gift of transfiguration, but luckily he doesn't have his clumsiness. Luckily, Kingsley laughed. She always told me that she and Remus made sure that you were their child's guardian, in case something happened to them. It is, Harry assured. But with the madness surrounding my victory over Voldemort, I preferred to keep him away from England. Where is he? Kingsley asked. In Austria, Harry replied. Andromeda agreed to take him with her to keep him safe. It was mainly to put Teddy out of Ginny's reach. She would have hurt him, I'm sure. Indeed, Kingsley conceded. By professional distortion, Kingsley had noted that the youngest Weasley had always been disgusted by Remus. Why do you want to see me? Kingsley finally asked. Harry succinctly summarized the case he was in charge of. I understand what you were looking for, said Kingsley. But why not call on one of your colleagues? The only one still available is Ron Weasley, Harry admitted. It's not ideal, Kingsley understood. The latter still had contact with the Auror body and the reputation of the last Weasley male was well established. Without his mother's connections, Ron would have been kicked out a long time ago or even wouldn't have become an Auror. Skrygmir assured me that he would sort out the administrative side of your participation, said Harry. But I don't want to get you in trouble. If Rufus has been thinking about me, it's because there is something that worries him enough to bring me out of my retirement, Kingsley noted. And if you are here, it's really serious. He doesn't want this drug to hit the market, Harry whispered. I suspect so, Kingsley smiled. Very well, I accept. I was starting to get bored. Anyway, you're not going to be able to make me swallow that, Harry chuckled. I would have at least tried, smiled Kingsley. End flashback. The former Auror had made himself known to Blaze after Skrygmir had regularized his situation. And it was true to say that the former Slytherins were surprised to see him arrive. Where is Harry? Kingsley asked. He always comes after his children go to bed, Draco smiled. Granger will watch over them. Hermione Granger? Kingsley wondered. Isn't she married to Ronald Weasley? Yes, Blaze confirmed. But she left the marital home. Why, Potter wouldn't tell us. The 3 wizards talked for a while longer before Harry arrived. The children were unbearable, Harry sighed. Luckily Hermione is here. What if we got to work? The four of them thought about what they could do to stop this drug trade. It was not until late at night that they separated. Michael Lawrence did not procrastinate for very long before continuing the trail. However, he had very little hope when he turned his gaze towards Ron Weasley, but it seemed that the Auror who did not even deserve the title was proving much more interesting than expected. The marriage contract arranged by his mother showed a violent personality, but according to the investigation he had carried out, it may well be that he was not only brutal with his lawful wife. Since the trial was suspended for the weekend, he had scheduled a meeting without delay with his private detective who was navigating between the wizarding world and the Muggle world. Besides, he was waiting for her in a private room of a large Muggle hotel. Natalia, Michael smiles. Michael greeted the woman as she took her seat. "We don't have much time," said Michael. "I'm listening to you." "We know that Ronald Weasley is not the best Auror of the year," mocked Natalia. "He leaves his post very often to go about his business, and we can't say anything to him because his mother, Lady Pruitt, has her hands buried up to her elbows in the Potter heirs' coffers. I managed to follow him, and it turns out that apart from the ministry, his home or that of his childhood, he has the habit of going to the poor areas of Manchester." "For what?" Michael was surprised. "He leads a double life," Natalia squeaked. "In the apartment he visits, there is a barely legal girl living there. Given the bruises she has, she must be used as a punching bag." Michael was disgusted. "Besides, she's about 6 months pregnant," Natalia added. "Under his marriage contract, he can afford it," Michael noted. "But what does he do with the fact that any pure-blood child who should not be born out of wedlock? Because he cares?" mocked Natalia. "This girl lives in total destitution." "You're not wrong," Michael conceded. "I'll notify the Potter heir. He told me that Ron wasn't smart enough to do anything without his mother's permission. Would Pruitt know what her incapable son would do?" Natalia raised an eyebrow. "Still, it wouldn't surprise me." "Thank you for all this information," smiled Michael. "There is something else," said Natalia. "I stole this from the apartment." "That's how he holds it." She handed him a bag of colorful pills. On it were stamped a wand crossed with a broom. "Drug?" asked Michael for confirmation. "That seems like it to me," said Natalia. "I couldn't analyze it." "I will do it," declared Michael. With these words, they separated. All the journalists were in turmoil. The Department of Magical Justice, in a press release, had announced a few days earlier that the divorce between Ginny Pruitt Weasley and Harry Potter would end. The places were negotiated at a high price, but the judge put an end to all that by announcing that, like the other hearings, this one would also be held behind closed doors. In agreement with the various parties, only 2 journalists would be in contact with the clerks for the articles. "Judge Joshua Mathis," announced the clerk. As soon as the judge had taken his seat, the audience took their turn. "Good," said Joshua. "Throughout this trial, I have carefully reviewed the evidence each person has provided. This case was quite difficult because of the celebrity of each party and the media coverage of the case. Here is my verdict." The whole room held its breath. "Custody of the children is granted without restriction to Harry Potter," declared Joshua. "Their mother may have visitation rights at the discretion of the father. All contracts concerning them signed by their mother will now be null and void, the case of the will having to be examined by the present lawyers and myself to guarantee their rights." Harry breathed in relief. This was the point on which he was not about to procrastinate. He wanted his children with him. He had them now. As no instructions were established during the marriage, all sums and goods brought before and during the union will be returned to their owner, Joshua continued. Gifts from one spouse to the other are not the subject of this lawsuit. Ginny smiled. Therefore, everything she had put in her name as well as the sums she had transferred to her coffers would definitely belong to her. Finally, since Mr. Potter has full and total custody of the children, Miss Pruitt Weasley is asked to pay an annuity to her ex-husband, the amount of which will be discussed between the parties, said Joshua. The verdict was rendered and the trial closed. Harry Potter and Ginny Pruitt Weasley are no longer husband and wife before wizarding law. The magic came into action and the espouses' rings returned to their original shape. Harry immediately took it off and slipped it into his pocket and ordered his lawyer to follow him out of the courtroom. He had a few things to sort out. Harry's first stop was for the goblins. He directly asks the bank director who had welcomed him with pleasure. What can I do for you, Herr Potter? Smiles Ragnarok. Have all the changes I requested before the trial started been made? Asked Harry. Yes, Ragnarok confirmed. The properties that your ex-wife put in her name have all been identified. The money she took from your coffers when she had no legal basis to allow herself to use it remained in her coffers, but we have carefully noted the amounts taken. Harry let an amused smile cross his lips. When he found out he couldn't get rid of Ginny, he set up several things with Ragnarok. The contract allowed the redhead to use the Potter's property as if they were her own. Except that Molly, Ginny, and Ron didn't know that for this, the Potter seal had to be put on it at the same time as the signature. The brunette having always refused to openly take over the Potter titles, this made the manipulation of Pruitt Weasley obsolete. This was what Harry's revenge rested on. Regarding the Pruitt account manager? Asked Harry. Kobold is currently being questioned by our services, revealed Ragnarok. He obviously accepted money to comply with the Pruitt Weasley's demands. He will regret it. Thank you, Harry smiled. Do you want to block your coffers now? Ragnarok suggested. With pleasure, Harry agreed. The two of them went down to the basement of the bank. They started with Harry's student chest, then with the ancestral Potter chests, 5 in number, the 2 of Lily Potter, those of Nick, Alex, and Leah, the 19 of various heritages, whether in the name of the Potters or that of the boy who lived, those of Sirius, Regulus, Narcissa, and Bellatrix Black, the 6 ancestral blacks, and 12 other miscellaneous ones. I forgot I had so many chests, Harry whispered when they reached the last one. Fortunately, he only had to deposit a single drop of blood on the vault doors. If he had to give more, not sure he would have been able to go home. 52, Ragnarok clarified. Well, normally 53, but you want to give your ex-wife access to your joint account. That's it, Harry smiled. Let's take a look, shall we? They went there quickly. How much does this chest contain? Asked Harry. 10,000 galleons, announced Ragnarok. Since I opened this chest, I would like to check the conditions, Harry smiled. They finally returned to the director's office, and after a solid snack, they got to work. The Pruitt Weasleys were going to hit a bone. Amelia Bones looked at the various files on her desk. First, the summary of the divorce between Harry Potter and Ginny Pruitt Weasley. She had wanted to have it because she wanted to know how the young man had negotiated so that his ex-wife could not have anything. A distracted smile had adorned his face at the end of his reading. The brunette was much more cunning than his Gryffindor status would suggest. The next 3 files were Harry Potter's complaints against Molly, Ginny, and Ron Weasley respectively. The brunette had accused the matron of despoiling his inheritance based on the fact that she had never initiated him into witch culture, a crime for the purebloods, even though that was her role of breach of trust, since the marriage contract provided by her did not have the young man's interests at heart, as well as of theft, forgery, use of forgeries, and corruption, as the brunette had discovered that she was happily digging into his coffers to secure her position in government as Lady Pruitt, without her permission, of course. His ex-wife was accused of the same facts, since she was perfectly aware of what her mother was doing, and she had tried throughout the duration of her marriage to appropriate the inheritances of her husband and her children for her personal benefit, not to mention the numerous properties and goods forming part of the Potter heritage that she had dared to put in her name, even though this had to be the subject of a special procedure requiring the presence and conscious agreement of Harry. Finally, Ron was accused of theft, forgery, and use of forgery, since he had stolen Harry's blood to gain power of attorney over Harry's personal safe to pay for his house. But as Mr. Lawrence pointed out when he placed the files on his desk in person, these were only the initial complaints. Amelia had been impressed by what Harry had done to get rid of his wife, who was openly dragging in the mud on name of the Potters but also that of the Weasleys. Now that that was done, the big cleanup could begin. And given the files she had on the 3 protagonists, the fall would be tough for them. Mr. Potter? Called Elizabeth. Come in, Harry invited. The young girl sat in the chair and waited. Since the end of the trial, Harry had asked his parents if she could stay at their house. As they had no say in the matter, they gave in and the young squib joined Grimmauld Place. Well, if I'm here, it's to renegotiate your contract, Harry announced. Elizabeth blanched. I'm not going to send you away, Harry reassured. I just think it's time for you to leave your parents for good. For what? Asked Elizabeth, picking up some colors. I'm not going to lie to you, Harry sighed. Ginny is going to find out about some of the things I've done, and she's probably going to get revenge. I have no regard for your parents, but there's no way you're going to get hurt. Hermione adores you and is happy to have help at home. I want you to become my children's official nanny. I don't understand, sighed Elizabeth. You'll be 17 in a few days, Harry said. Even if you are a squib, your majority is maintained at that age. I would like, as soon as this is the case, you sign a new contract so that you are protected. What will that change? Asked Elizabeth. Your salary, Harry replied. It will be increased accordingly. At the beginning, you will live here, but it is not excluded that when the affair has calmed down, you could live elsewhere. And my friends? Elizabeth asked. Could I bring them here? Not at the moment, Harry mused. I will still find out about increasing protection so that the children and even you are not in danger. But in any case, we will establish the contract together. You know that Hermione has legal training, and if necessary, I could hire my own lawyer to reassure you. Thank you, Elizabeth breathed. You don't have to accept, Harry reminded. And you can leave whenever you want. You will remain free of your actions. If I tell you about it now, it's to give you time to think about it. Thank you, Mr. Potter, said Elizabeth. You can go, Harry smiled. The young girl left. The brunette sat back in his seat. Even though there was no blood connection between them, Elizabeth was part of the Potter family, and he always protected his family. Michael Lawrence was really hesitant about the course of action to follow. The elements brought by Natalia, his detective, were to be shown to the Aurors, but he did not feel like presenting them to Harry, who was his client as well as his friend. He was kept informed of certain cases assigned to him, of course without the details. And he had found an alternative. Master Lawrence, greeted Kingsley. I guess if you wanted to see me, it's not for fun. Michael blushed slightly. Yes, he was sensitive to the wizard's charisma, but for all that, he did not intend to give in to his attraction. I need a contact with the Aurors who isn't Harry, Michael said again. I commissioned someone to carry out some investigations, and she came across something quite strange. What can you tell me about the situation? Kingsley asked. I was looking for elements to make Ronald Weasley dive, admitted Michael. We were spoiled for choice. What did you stumble upon? Kingsley asked. Don't worry, I won't say anything. He has a mistress, sniffed Michael. Obviously he beats quite violently and got pregnant. She must be 6 or 7 months along right now. Oh, and who is 15 years old? Kingsley jumped. Is this a joke? Kingsley gasped. If only, sighed Michael. But that's not the problem. If I'm here, that's why. The lawyer slid a small bag across the table with several pills inside. Curious, the former Auror took it and examined it before widening his eyes. Where did you find this? Kingsley pressed. At this kid's house, revealed Michael. That seems to be what she thrives on. I would like to know what it is. I know what it is, Kingsley admitted. But I have to know everything you know. So be it, Michael accepted. I'll put you in touch with Natalia. Thank you, Kingsley smiled. Dad? Yes, Nick? Smiled Harry as he put his eldest son to bed. Where is Ginny? Nick asked. Harry frowned. It's your mother, Harry reminded. Is a mother like a father? Nick asked for confirmation. She gives kisses and cuddles, reads stories and bakes cakes with us. Right? Yes, Harry confirmed. This is what I do with you. She never did it with us, declared Nick. And she always said that we were just pests. She doesn't like us. So she's not my mom. Harry was saddened to see that Nick was completely aware of the situation. When the divorce was finalized, he explained to his 3 children that from now on their mother would no longer come to live with them. Not that that would change much. But his eldest son was not fooled. And his ex-wife had no consideration for those she had given birth to if she had allowed herself to openly insult them under their noses. She's not here. She went to live with her mother, Harry replied softly. The newspapers had managed to take enough photos of her to confirm her claim. She will come to visit us? Nick asked. Not at the moment, Harry admitted. I don't want to see her. Nick pouted. Now is not the time to discuss this, Harry said, kissing his son on the forehead. You will be the first to know if you have to go see her. Good night, Daddy, yawned Nick. Good night, darling, Harry replied. The brunette put his second to bed and went to kiss his daughter before joining Hermione in the living room. For Nick, Ginny is not his mother, Harry announced. It was hanging in his face, Hermione commented. But he's only 6 years old. And he can remember that his mother never loved him, Harry said. What are you planning to do? Asked Hermione. I'm not objective about this matter, Harry admitted. I don't think I'm going to do anything. As long as he doesn't blatantly disrespect her, I'll let him call her Ginny instead of Mom. Why do you give him so much importance? Hermione wondered. Because even if she did the worst things to me, I want my children to know that revenge and resentment are not a viable course of action, Harry emphasized. I don't want them to miss out on their lives because they wanted to focus on the past. I'm with you, Hermione smiled. That's what I expect from my sister, Harry replied. Hans strongly refrained from slamming the door to the Minister of Magic's office and took refuge in his own. The latter had summoned him because of requests from wizard ambassadors. Indeed, they had all wondered about the vendetta he was waging against Lord Malfoy, who had interests in most countries around the world. Hans had wanted to justify himself. Flashback. At the beginning of my career in this position, I heard rumors that he was destroying my reputation, Hans admitted, falsely sad. I'm just showing my skepticism towards him. The Malfoys have always been critical, reminded the minister. I myself am not in their hearts, and yet, I don't worry that much about what they say and I do my job. Unlike you. Hans jumped. I'm not doing my job. Hans was surprised. The ambassador's complaints are not the only ones I receive about you, admitted the minister. Many of your colleagues complain about your work which they consider sloppy. I was able to observe it myself. The minister straightened up in his seat. Do you know why we did not entrust you with the project with Louisiana? Asked the minister. Hans clenched his fists. Louisiana, United States, had one of the largest witch communities on the continent. The collaboration should have come to him, but being on another project, it was not given to him. No, Hans hissed. Because the director of magical cooperation refuses to work with you, the minister announced abruptly. He must have listened to Malfoy salads. Hans grumbled. He could have smiled the minister, except that he heartily hates Malfoy and it's mutual. Your image and your results are mediocre in his eyes, not to mention the fact that you throw yourself at Malfoy's head whenever you can. Meditate on this and take control of yourself. End flashback. Hans had just understood that his position was at stake. Another disturbing idea had also occurred to him, that the minister would not hesitate to appoint Malfoy in his place. But that was out of the question. Everything is fine, said a voice in his office. Hans immediately recognized Ginny Weasley, ex-Potter. Without a word, he picked her up, placed her on the desk, lifted her dress and thrust into her. He abused her brutally, and seeing the cries of enjoyment of the redhead, she did not complain about it. He quickly ejaculated deep inside her, then withdrew. Bad day? Gasped Ginny. I want to get rid of Malfoy now, Hans growled. My heart goes out to you, Ginny smiled Machiavellianly. Muriel had taken a seat in her favorite armchair. All around her, Arthur, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred and George had settled into the different seats. I think you should be aware of this, announced Muriel. A file circulated among the redheads, and everyone turned pale when they discovered the terrible truth. Molly, Ginny and Ron had simply destroyed Harry's life and by extension Hermione's. The contracts were already the absolute horror, but they never thought they would go this far. But Bill frowned. With this file, Harry will be sheltered, but not Hermione, and even less Rose and Hugo, noted Bill. What do you mean? Asked Arthur. Harry is legally separated from Ginny, Bill reminded. He can deny Ginny's ancestry, but Hermione is still married to Ron, even though they no longer live together. If this file lands on the desk of the Department of Magical Justice, she will take the full brunt of the consequences, without forgetting the children. But what can we do? Percy huffed. We cannot legitimately ask Harry to delay his complaint. That would increase the risk that we would know his plans and be able to counter them. Unless he told you what he planned to do, Aunt Muriel, George intervened. That's right, Muriel confirmed. Hermione's marriage will be annulled, and we will take care of disowning the other three of the family before Harry files a complaint. How? Percy asked. I'm going to do it because she's Muggle-born, Muriel smiled evilly. I thought you didn't mind, Arthur frowned. That's the case, Muriel confirmed. But it's the only way she can break the contract that binds her to this less-than-nothing Ron. She will always be part of the family with the children, but it is absolutely necessary to free her from this unhealthy union before disowning them. Hermione is our sister, said Fred. Like Harry is our brother, George continued. They will always remain so, assured the twins. So we do this? Smiles Bill. All the Weasley males agreed. Very good. I will do what is necessary tomorrow, announced Muriel. Skrygmir refrained from throwing what he had at hand against the wall. You're joking, I hope. Rufus growled. If only, said Kingsley. It was a combination of circumstances that led me to come across this kid. The former Auror had just told his friend of the discovery of Natalia, the detective of Harry Potter's lawyer. Weasley providing drugs to the kid he got pregnant? Rufus summarized. That's it, said Kingsley. I questioned her and she is missing. That's why she told me everything, to get a dose. Where is she? Rufus asked. In a private Muggle clinic, replied Kingsley. She needs to go to rehab, but being close to term it has to be delayed. And the child? Rufus growled. We'll have to talk to Muriel Weasley about it, Kingsley thought. He is certainly an illegitimate child, but he remains a Weasley, and it would be suicidal to leave him with Molly or her daughter. One more fact to add to the case against Weasley, Rufus sneered. What are you planning to do? I need to know where he gets his supplies, Kingsley said. You can question him. I should keep him warm until the matter is over, Rufus thought. I'll let you know as soon as I have a plan. Make it quick, Kingsley warned. This filth is spreading in the streets. Draco smiled when he saw Harry arrive. You seem much calmer to me, said Draco. I am no longer married and I have full custody of my children. Harry replied as he settled down. What more can I ask for? The death of your ex-wife? Draco suggested. Don't make me dream, Harry laughed. So? What did you want to tell me? I would like to invite you to dinner, said Draco. Me or my tribe? Asked Harry. Your tribe? Draco smiled. Scorpius is pestering me to see Alexander. No need to invite me to dinner for that, Harry declared. You can bring your little monster whenever you want without announcing yourself. I have principles, Draco countered. And inviting me over to people's homes isn't one of them. I suspected that, Harry smiled softly. But I maintain my invitation to dinner, added Draco. For you only. Harry jumped. We're big and I might as well be frank with you, Draco whispered. I want to know this new Harry Potter and not the hero of these ladies and gentlemen. The one who didn't hesitate to reassure a little guy when his father was perhaps being beaten up in a dark alley. The one who doesn't hesitate to mingle with the Slytherin while the rest of the world considers us to be the dregs of humanity. You're not bad either, Harry smiled. You buckled down and accepted my help when you were in trouble. And above all, we no longer worry about a yes or a no. Only, we can't do anything at the moment, do you know? Draco sighed. Harry was in charge of Blaze's club drug case and he was his lawyer. The conflict of interest was obvious and the whole affair could fall apart if they were to socialize more closely at the same time. Their children were the limit. Well, wait. I'm not crazy, said Draco. What would the newspapers say if they saw you in my company when the ink of your divorce is not even dry? Harry chuckled. You're right, Harry said. I would love for us to finally become friends. But that will have to wait a bit. Realizing that they had their enemies, they finished their conversation and went their separate ways. Molly went to Gringotts to make a transfer. Her daughter's divorce had gone badly, but they had managed to make sure they could turn around while waiting to collect a new influx of money. I want to access my safe right away, ordered Molly to the first teller, overtaking everyone. Murmurs of discontent arose but quickly died down when they recognized Lady Pruitt, the boy who lived's mother-in-law. Well, ex-mother-in-law, if we were to believe the newspapers which reported the Weasley daughter's divorce from the latter. Follow me, ordered the goblin dryly. Molly did not protest since that was the way of these disgusting creatures. She therefore followed suit and was quite surprised to find herself in the office of the headmaster of Gringotts, England. Lady Pruitt, Ragnarok greeted. What do you want from me? Spat Molly. I regret to inform you that your chest is now empty, declared Ragnarok. There is no liquidity left in it at all, and unless you can deposit the minimum 50 galleons into it before 6 o'clock tomorrow, it will be closed within the hour. Molly blanched. The Pruitt safe was fueled by a Potter safe, a Black safe and a Weasley safe. It was constantly full, so theoretically, it was impossible for it to be empty. How is this possible? Molly hissed. And the Weasleys' pension? Lady Weasley has had all levies suspended for an audit of her family's assets. Ragnarok informed kindly. The redhead hesitated. The withdrawals from the Potter and Black coffers did not fall within the points studied during the divorce. Besides, it was Ginny who set them up as the Potter wife. She didn't know if they were legal or not. You will hear about my lawyers. Roars. Molly leaving the office. The goblin grinned viciously. Harry Potter had told him of his intentions regarding Lady Pruitt and her 2 children, and he was eager to see the consequences. Griphook? Ragnarok called. I want an inspection of all the Pruitt's possessions by 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. I want know what we are going to harvest. Ron woke up with a start. Since he was assigned to Auror School, not a single day went by without him spending time in the infirmary. Sometimes, say 2 or 3 times a week, he would spend the night there, having lost his home and his family in the process. And supporting his mother, his father was always with Muriel, her head of the family, and his sister, whose small studio had been vandalized 3 times in a week after we learned about the trial, was beyond his strength. So as soon as he could, he went to bed. But today it wasn't his doing. For days before, the practical session had gone differently. To the great disgust of the confirmed Aurors present and the teachers of the school, Ron had once again been defeated by students and not the best, please. But the director, in league with the head of the Auror office, had decided to prolong the exercise by having Ron captured and taken prisoner. The student's mission was to keep him safe until he was transferred to the ministry's prisons or let him escape, something he had been trying for 4 days now. What the redhead didn't know was that the school principal and the head of the Auror office had recruited unspeakables to secure the prisoner. Although they both knew that without their little additions, Ron Weasley still wouldn't have been able to get through it. If they did, it was because the evidence Kingsley recovered needed answers. Suddenly, the door burst open and light filled the darkened cell. Blinded, the redhead could do nothing when he was caught, immobilized and deprived of his senses before being transported to another location. When he could see again, he was sitting on a chair, he was restrained, and above all, he was facing a table where 2 people were in the shadows. Good Weasley, said a cheerful voice he didn't recognize. It's time to answer some questions. Hans was lounging in his living room, a glass of alcohol in one hand and the other caressing an outrageously made-up whore who was give him oral sex. Fortunately, her official companion had gone on a trip, and it was a shame that Ginny hadn't been able to come. The redhead was borderline nymphomaniac and loved extreme practices. No, this evening, he had to fall back on a stranger who had not hesitated to spread her legs for money. He needed to relax. As his place was on the line because of Malfoy, he had decided to sideline him. It had not been difficult to convince an innocent young girl to file a complaint against him for rape, having also charged one of his henchmen with the act, who could easily pass himself off as the blonde aristocrat. Then, he made a big fuss to get the matter on everyone's lips at the ministry, and he was not unhappy with the result. The minister had called him back, and he had ensured that his suspicions had new force. Under cover of secrecy, the trial was being prepared, and the next morning, Draco Malfoy was going to be summoned by the Aurors to answer a few questions. It would definitely tarnish his reputation, and Hans would get revenge. Ginny had helped him a lot, especially the evidence he had to recover from the victim and the evidence he had fabricated to make the blonde go down. Boom! 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 Hans stood up, shamelessly throwing the prostitute to the ground. It was almost 11 p.m. Who dared to pound on their door? Angry, he got dressed summarily and opened the front door violently. He was still surprised to see 3 Aurors on the threshold. Hans McGregor? It's me, Hans replied. You are summoned to the Auror office immediately, said one of the Aurors. And it couldn't wait for a more decent hour? Spat Hans. The investigated case does not suffer from any delay, assured the Auror. If you could dress yourself. Hans grinned evilly and let the Aurors into his house. He chased the company away quickly before going to his room and returning about 10 minutes later. On the Aurors' orders, he closed his house and allowed himself to be taken to the ministry, in the interrogation section of the Auror office. However, he was surprised when Rufus Skrygmir took his place in front of him. My dear Hans, Rufus smiled. Can we know why your name often comes up alongside that of Ronald Weasley in magical drug trafficking? Harry stood in front of Family Heart. In the end, he had decided to rent this house, refusing to return to where one of the greatest spectacles of hypocrisy of his life had taken place. Moreover, by questioning his eldest, he understood that children did not have particularly good memories there, so they might as well stay at the Black Mansion. "Mr. Potter?" asked the real estate agent. Harry turned to him. He had preferred to make the house available to Muggles since his name had much less importance. Obviously, he had removed everything related to the wizarding world. "It's a magnificent residence," congratulated the agent. "It's a shame you had to move." "My children had some good times," Harry admitted. "But as I work in London, the reasons are yours," said the agent. "On the other hand, I would like to review your rental conditions with you." "I maintain that my name should not appear on rental agreements," Harry said. "If this is not possible, my lawyer will contact you to provide you with the correct name." "Shouldn't we contact you directly?" Reread the agent. "That's it," Harry confirmed. "You will have to go through my lawyers for this. In fact, we will have no information on you," noted the agent. "Yes," Harry smiled. "I would also have veto power over tenants." The agent was careful not to object. The man who stood before him may have had many demands, but he offered no less than 3 properties for rent in the agency, including this splendid house. Even if what he was asking was not common, there was no question of alienating this invaluable client who, despite his young age, had substantial real estate assets. They ended up leaving each other 20 minutes later. Hermione stood straight in front of Muriel Weasley. Rose and Hugo had been entrusted to Fleur, who was upstairs. "Hermione Jane Granger," Muriel thundered. "You married the last son of my heir Arthur. I never had to comment on your marriage, but your origins pose a problem to me today. The Weasleys, despite the lack of wealth, pride themselves on being made up of wizards descended from wizards. I cannot accept you into our family." Family magic kicked in and Hermione felt her bonds with Ron dissolve. She couldn't help but sigh with relief. "I'm not a Weasley anymore." Hermione trembled. "But Rose Hugo?" "For the moment they are Grangers," informed Muriel. "But Ron recognized them, didn't he?" "I should check their birth certificates," Hermione frowned. "It seems so to me, but since Molly took care of it, we need the answer as quickly as possible," declared Muriel. If so, it would change a lot of things. Aware that she wouldn't know any more, Hermione didn't ask any questions. "I'll warn the children," said Hermione. "Not right away," Muriel refused. "Find information as quickly as possible." Hermione closed her eyes for a moment. The only person she trusted without restriction was Harry. Thanks to Molly, Ginny, and Ron, she had lost faith in humanity. "I hope for your sake that nothing happens to them while I'm gone," Hermione growled. "If so, I would have no qualms about destroying this family." "Let's see, Hermione," Percy protested. "We will not harm your children or you." "Ron promised it too," Hermione spat. "That's why I left him. Don't make promises you can't keep." "I'll be back very soon." She apparat immediately after coming out of the wards. Molly had just arrived at the ministry for a Wisengamot meeting. Her problems with Gringotts were about to be resolved as she remembered that Ginny, as a mother, still had rights to her children's assets. As she had power of attorney over everything her daughter could do, she had no qualms about digging into her grandchildren's coffers to replenish her own. But as she was about to pass the guardian secretary of the assembly, she was arrested. "Lady Pruitt," the secretary bowed. "You cannot enter." "And why?" squeaked Molly, ready to go into high notes. "This is a closed meeting," informed the secretary. "And it has already started." "I'll make myself very small," simpered Molly, her curiosity piqued. Without waiting for any response, she put her hand on the handle to push the door, and she flew across the hall, electrocuted. The secretary held back his laughter with difficulty before going to help him up. "That's what I wanted to tell you," said the secretary. "Protections have been placed on the exits. No one can enter until the end of the session." Angry, Molly stood up and left the scene, without knowing that her exploit had been immortalized. Draco frowned as he looked over his files. He was aware that the director of magical cooperation was trying to hinder him, but that wasn't what intrigued him at the moment. As Blaze's lawyer, he had access to certain information provided by the Aurors. As a result, He had learned that they had an extremely serious lead on the suppliers of the drugs that had wreaked havoc in Blaze's clubs. The investigation brought his attention back to Harry. The brunette haunted his thoughts regularly, and he was really eager for this whole thing to end so that they could finally get to know each other other than through their prejudices dating back to Hogwarts or through their children. The blonde had to admit to himself that he had always been attracted to the boy who lived, and then, when he was finally able to see him for real, to Harry Potter. To swallow the fact that he had been rejected in favor of Ronald Weasley, he had preferred to attack the boy who lived. The wizard behind the hero had started to interest him again around his 6th year, but after so many years of being rivals, and especially the allegiances that were stuck on their backs, he had not been able to show it openly. The years had separated them, but the drug affair had brought them together again, and Draco no longer wanted to hide. And if he wasn't wrong, neither was Harry. A slightly goofy smile graced his lips. It was really time that they freed themselves from the wishes of a fickle public. Ginny was surprised when she discovered something in her mail that she didn't like. The Quibbler. Luna Lovegood took over her father's newspaper part-time and continued to transform it until it became England's most realistic newspaper. Moreover, the latter had signed the front-page article. Creation of the first magic elementary school in England. The war against Voldemort revealed many problems in English wizarding society, lagging far behind all of its neighbors. The most obvious example remains what concerns childhood, since until recently, there was no magical orphanage in England or even the position of Hogwarts, the only school for 11-17-year-olds in the country. Faced with this alarming observation, Lord Harrison Potter decided to open a private school for 6 to 10-year-olds. This elementary school will serve several purposes, assures Lord Potter. First of all, that all wizard children, whether they are pureblood, half-blood, or muggle-born, arrive with the same basics at 11 years old. I remember, during my own schooling, that some students had difficulty reading, writing, and counting. A shame when at the same age Muggle children master these concepts perfectly. Then, allow for social diversity. Numerous studies have shown that children who were around other children from a very young age and from different backgrounds were more stable as adults. Finally, early schooling for magical children can greatly help detect violent and abusive homes. There are of course others reasons for opening such an institution, but these are the first in my eyes. Lord Potter arranged for this new school to operate on private funds, at least for the next 20 years. A contribution will be requested from each parent of a student in school up to their means. A school bus has been set up to allow students to return home each evening. The redhead was mad with rage. It was a project that could bring fame to both the founder and the journalist who covered the event. And Harry had kicked him out of it. They had been married for years. She had given him children, and he was thanking her like that. Besides, with his job as an Auror and the fact that he makes a point of spending as much time as possible with these kids, she didn't see how he could have set up this project without her hearing about it. But honestly, a school for under 11s? What could it be used for? She herself had been educated by her mother until she had to go to Hogwarts, and she didn't complain about it. Violent or abusive homes. That only existed among Muggles. She had never heard that among the wizards. She had of course heard stories from some of her comrades, but she had always thought that they were stories they told to make themselves look good. In the meantime, Ginny had to convince her boss to let her cover this story. Her popularity had dropped drastically when her colleagues accidentally discovered that she had not fought to obtain joint custody of her children. Besides, it was time to take some photos to prove that she still cared about them. Rufus Skrygmir quickly summoned Harry Potter to his office. "Sir?" Harry said. "I need you to take a vacation," Rufus announced. Green eyes widened. "For what?" Harry was surprised. "You must not take care of your children or whatever," Rufus grumbled. Harry crossed his arms. "I hate secrecy, especially if it concerns me directly," Harry asserted. "If you want something from me, make it clear and give me valid reasons." Rufus sighed. "There's a big affair that's going to break out and I don't want you to be there when it happens," Rufus said half-heartedly. "And no, I can't tell you more or else everything we've done will fall through." This shut Harry up. "Is my absence necessary?" Harry insisted. "It would be preferable," Rufus confirmed. "I heard that you created a school. Take care of it for the next month, that would be perfect." "And drug trafficking?" asked Harry. Kingsley takes care of it perfectly, said Rufus. I need your answer now. Are you leaving, yes or no? Paid vacation? Asked Harry. The dark look his superior gave him finished off the brunette, who burst out laughing. It was so tempting, Harry smiled. But if you look closely at the situation, I still have overdue vacation days. Don't tell me about it, Rufus whispered. The psychomages are pestering me for you to take more. With a wave of his hand, Harry summoned a leave request which he quickly filled out. Rufus retrieved it and signed it to accept the request. I will send my notes from the investigation to King's, said Harry. I remain available if you have any questions. I think I'd like to discuss it with you as soon as the storm passes, Rufus thought, but we'll see that later. Above all, you do not set foot in the ministry, except to fulfill your obligations within the Wisengamot. Is this so important to you? Harry's eyes widened. Yes, Rufus replied simply. I agree to stay away, Harry agreed. But whatever happens, I will have the end of the story. I have no doubt about it, Rufus smiled furtively. Mr. Allen, exclaimed little Alex Potter, who was dragging Hugo Granger, one of the new students, age 3, behind him. Easy, Alex, said Allen, lowering himself to their level. I remind you that your cousin is smaller than you and that he cannot necessarily follow you. Sorry, Hugo, Alex apologized. Serious, said Hugo. What did you want to tell me, Alex? Allen asked. There's Sean who took Hugo's blanket, Alex declared. The professor frowned. Since the beginning of the year, he had encountered several behavioral problems with the man named Sean. Neither the loss of various privileges, nor the meeting with the child's grandparents, who raised him in the parents' absence, had changed anything. I'll take care of it, said Allen, standing up. Stay there. It was not for nothing that he had made this request. Sean, at the age of 5, allowed himself to be more and more violent with the other children. Allen was the only adult he bowed to, the other teachers curiously indulging most of his whims. Sean, Allen growled as he arrived near the child. The latter looked up and challenged him with a look. Allen's hardened even more. I want to get back the cuddly toy you stole, declared Allen. Given, Sean shouted. I don't think so, no, assured Allen. This isn't the first time you've stolen your classmates' toys, Sean. And I'm sure he wouldn't give away his security blanket on his first days of school.
Alex rapporteur.
Sean yelled angrily. The cuddly toy, Sean, insisted Allen. The adult remained inflexible while the child rolled on the ground, furious at not being able to keep the fruit of his theft. Allen generally didn't have a preference between the children he looked after, but young Sean was the perfect example of what he didn't want in his own son. In addition to being quite worryingly overweight at his age, he had a fairly significant language delay, not knowing how to speak in complete sentences, not to mention his crude vocabulary. His violent behavior did not help matters, and it was not for lack of strongly advising the grandparents to have him consult a psychologist and the director to report his case to child services. But nothing was done, as if he had said nothing. Sean, Allen snapped after a good 5 minutes of the show. My patience has limits. This was more successful. Allen very rarely got angry, but in those cases everyone, children and adults alike, were angry. Sean had already suffered this once, and he didn't want to do it again. So he stood up and wiped his crocodile tears. Where is Hugo's cuddly toy? Allen growled. Earth, Sean admitted. Without a glance at the child, Allen went to the patch of land available to the children. In one of the most remote corners, he found the object in pieces. He removed as much dirt as possible from it, but it was clear that the blanket was unsalvageable. But he still presented it to little Hugo Granger. I'm sorry, said Allen. Hugo doesn't say a word. Instead, he took the dirty stuffed animal back and hugged it. Alex stayed by his side, but it was obvious he wanted to make Sean pay. The bell announcing the end of school rang, and Allen focused on his students who he had to take to their parents. After announcing to Hermione that he was on leave for several weeks, Harry had decided, at the suggestion of Rufus Scrigmere, to devote himself to the school he had just opened. His desire to make it a private institution came from the fact that within the ministry, there were still too many people who felt that Muggleborns had no place in the wizarding world, and the majority were not purebloods. Thanks to the help, unofficial, that is to say, of the Department of Mysteries, He had been able to get his hands on an artifact similar to the Hogwarts Grimoire to trace wizards under the age of 11 thanks to accidental magic. The staff at Rebirth, an appropriate name for the new life of these children, were specially trained to be in contact with young children. And for that, nothing could be simpler. Harry had completely imposed extensive training in the Muggle world, which had turned many wizardborns who wanted nothing to do with Muggles. Recognizing that their knowledge of child psychology was much more developed than in the wizarding world where it was non-existent, the training had proven to be an excellent asset when it came to dealing with penniless pureblood children in particular, since their feeling of superiority was swelling their little heads and they had to return to Earth at all costs before they learned the hard way that their name would be of no use to them when it came to defending themselves. The school had opened its doors during the summer, mainly to allow children who had disastrous family situations to escape with complete impunity. Now that it was October, Harry wanted to take stock of these first months of operation. To avoid riots, he presented himself under glamour to families who had children in the age group he was interested in and managed to convince the majority of them to entrust their children to the new school. If he had granted interview with Luna, it was first of all to get revenge on Ginny, but also to give a choice to parents who sometimes could not afford a tutor or even a nanny who looked after 4 to 5 children until they were old enough to enter Hogwarts and who learned reading, writing, and the basics of mathematics, well when they could, rather than keeping them without doing anything. In his office at school, Harry was sorting through all the mail that arrived. Love letters or marriage proposals were all thrown into the fire, partnership proposals were put aside for later study, and there remained the numerous applications for registration. Every parent in England wanted to be able to rub shoulders with the hero of the wizarding world because their children attended his school, the brunette side. Unfortunately, the trained staff could only care for around 50 children at most. If he wanted to open other classes, he would need qualified personnel, and for this, he agrees to go to the Muggle world. And therein lay the problem. He did not want to deviate from this rule, and he intended to make it understood. Maybe not through an interview, but he would find a way. Harry, the brunette, raised his head. There were a limited number of people who could access his office without being announced, including Luna Lovegood, whose head rested on the flames of the fireplace. "Hello, Luna," greeted Harry. "Can I come?" Luna asked. "You're always welcome," Harry invited. The next moment, the blonde entered the office and took a seat. "I don't have long," said Luna. "My contacts at the Daily Prophet told me that Ginny was pushing hard to get her the right to lead the Rebirth investigation. She must have felt upset that I didn't beg her to introduce the school." Harry sneered. "Expect her to take up the mantle of Skeeter," Luna warned. "My lawyer is ready to remind him of the definition of defamation," assured Harry. "Ginny really hurt you," Luna observed. "She hurt my children," Harry confided. "I won't give him any gifts." Luna shivered. She had fought alongside Harry when it was necessary to defeat Voldemort, and it was the same aura that surrounded the brunette. He was ready to do anything to protect his children. "Thanks for the information," Harry smiled. "I'll let you know if I do anything." "Have a nice day, Harry," Luna greeted as she walked back into the fireplace. Mail sorting resumed in a slightly more somber atmosphere. Harry had been able to free himself to go find the Potter Granger tribe. Fortunately, Hugo could walk alone because he couldn't have carried 2 strollers and 3 restless children with just his 2 arms. Although, with magic, a crowd in front of the school caught his attention. "Elizabeth, stay close to me, please," Harry said to the young nanny. Faced with the unusual situation, the aura regained the upper hand and he did not want his family members to be hurt. So they approached and noted 2 camps well in place. And in the middle of this mess, children. Discreetly, they sneaked into the school to pick up the children and came across Alan, Alex's schoolmaster. "Good evening, Alan," greeted Harry. "There are people outside. They want to see if I'm going to be fired or not." Alan sighed. Harry froze before taking a seat next to the man. "Go ahead. Explain to me." Harry pushed. "There's this kid, Sean," Alan whispered. "He did almost all the classes before ending up in the principal's class. And he favors him even though he is a boss in the making at 5 years old. All the adults bow to him except me. We can't indulge a child's every whim. That's always been my approach, even if I adore the kid in question. But I think if no one says anything, it's because they're afraid of his family. Isn't he the one who bothers Hugo?" Harry remembered. Yes, and it's Alex who stands up to him. Alan smiles. What's going on, then? Asked Harry. Sean's parents and grandparents filed a complaint with the school for abuse of power. Alan sniffed. Just because I punished Sean for beating up another kid. Harry frowned. The story was familiar to him. What's this kid's name? Asked Harry. Sean Dudley, Alan replied. The brunette froze. Oh, how he hated that name. Do you want this job? Harry growled. I will miss the children, but the atmosphere has become quite unpleasant since the arrival of this plague, admitted Alan. Pack your boxes, you won't stay another minute, Harry ordered. Harry, Alan protested. I can't just leave on a whim. I need this job, you know. I might have a solution for that, Harry evaded. But if these are the people I'm thinking of, they're going to bring up the fact that you're not obediently bowing down to their little tyrant, and the fact that you're gay. Alan blanched. Homophobes? Alan gasped. Harry, they are the worst. If they spread my sexual orientation everywhere, then I can give up my job. You can give up on this school, yes, Harry confirmed. But I will help you continue working with children. Harry, Alan protested. Leave it to me, Harry smiled. Elizabeth, take the kids back to the park with you. If it gets out of hand, you go home. Yes, sir, replied Elizabeth. Get them out, Harry demanded. I'll talk to the director. Don't do anything rash, asked Alan. The troop separated at the entrance hall. Alan did everything to remain discreet, but was spotted as Elizabeth finally left the school grounds. Here comes the child executioner, spat an obese. A child needs firmness, Alan reminded, standing up. It's not by showing him all his whims that he'll learn anything. My grandson had done nothing wrong, the obese hissed. He broke the arm of one of his comrades. Alan rolled his eyes. What did you want me to do? That I would pat him on the head and say what he did was good? He needs to understand that hurting people has consequences. And for him, it was not going to join his friends during recess. There have been no complaints, as far as I know, sniffed the obese man. I was there when your son literally threatened this child's parents when we talked about compensation. Alan recalled. Like father, like son, it seems. I forbid you, roared the obese. I seem to have heard your sweet voice, whispered a new voice. The crowd parted to reveal an easily recognizable person. Potter, spat the obese. Good evening, Uncle, Harry chuckled softly. I see that you still have so many good manners and that you still transmit them with so much passion. Alan's eyes widened. Vernon Dursley was Harry Potter's uncle? The world was small. What are you doing here? Spat Vernon. I came to pick up my children as well as my niece and my nephew, Harry replied kindly. You? Children? Vernon laughed. Who could have agreed to give you kids? I don't need to rape women to get them, not like your son, Harry retorted. Oops. It's true, I shouldn't have said it. Murmurs rose from the crowd. Vernon Dursley's son raped someone? You're talking nonsense. Vernon belched. It's not because you convinced the victim not to press charges that it didn't happen, Harry replied. You won't get him to heaven by telling lies, Vernon threatened. Neither do you, Harry assured. It seems that you are angry with Alan for trying to instill some elementary principles into your flesh. This PD is harassing my grandson, Vernon roared. He made inappropriate gestures. Harry raised his eyebrows. Really? Harry asked. Style like the ones you had with me? The crowd held their breath. Oh, was it still a secret? Harry wondered falsely. What an idiot I am. I talk too much sometimes. What inappropriate gestures, Harry? Alan asked in a blank voice. You are very curious, said Harry mischievously, prolonging the suspense. Harry, Alan insisted. Dear Vernon beat me regularly until I left his house, Harry revealed darkly, which corresponds to 10 years full-time and the following 7 summers. Luckily, I was in a private boarding school the rest of the year. These are lies, roared Vernon. Do you want me to bring you the court decision, too? Harry whispered. A white man invades the crowd. Harry remembered that following the death of Voldemort and faced with his recurring nightmares, Hermione had done research and had proven to him by a+B that psychological help would be beneficial to him. In the greatest secrecy, the 2 brunettes had found and made contact with a squib psychologist who worked in the Muggle world. The latter had managed to make him confess to the Dursleys' unspeakable treatment and had pushed him to file a complaint. Having discovered the trap organized by the Weasleys, he had never opened up to Molly, Ginny, and Ron about it. Project and had requested that the trial be heard in camera, since he was a minor at the time of the facts, which had been granted. Poppy Pomfrey had been a great help since she still had the medical exams she had done when the brunette was in his lair, and after justifying the injuries she had had to take care of, the Dursleys had been hard-pressed to explain the rest. They had received suspended prison sentences, by a miracle, of course, but Harry had taken revenge by completely ruining them financially, and he was well on his way to ruining their reputation. You were found guilty of assault and battery, child abuse, barbaric acts, and failure to assist a person in danger, Harry recited. Petunia for neglect of a minor and failure to assist a person in danger, and Dudley for assault and battery, harassment and failure to assist a person in danger, despite the fact that he was a minor at the time of the events. Vernon wanted to throw himself at his nephew, but the latter took a step aside so that he landed on the ground. "Oh, did I forget to tell you that he is not allowed to approach me or my family within 10 kilometers? Harry said. "One thing that I seem to have pointed out to you when I registered my children here, Mr. Director." The latter lowered his head, clearly at fault. "What are you doing there?" roars a new voice. "Dudley, you were missed at this little party," Harry exclaimed. "I didn't know you were allowed near a school. However, this is one of the consequences of the court decision after you were found guilty of rape of a minor, right?" The director blanched drastically as the crowd roared. "I didn't know about it," stammered the director. "I also run a school," Harry informed. "And I know that when we report the registration of a student in a school recognized by the state, if there are problems with the parents, it is attached to the child's file. What is your excuse for ignoring this child's family's criminal record when registering? Besides, this Sean has caused so many problems for the other children in your care, including my son and my nephew, that I am surprised that social services were not notified of his inappropriate behavior." "I'm listening to you." The director remained silent. "Shut up," Dudley snapped. "We're here for that swatter that hit Sean. And where did Alan touch this boy to make him feel threatened?" Harry pointed, sensing something fishy. "He touched him," Dudley exclaimed. "It's not you I'm talking to," Harry snapped. "Your word has no value in my eyes since the moment you accused me of all your stupidities so that your father would beat me up without batting an eyelid. I want your son to answer me, so tempted that he knows how to do it." "Put your hand there," Sean said, pointing to his crotch. Harry frowned at Alan, who sighed while wanting to say something more. The brunette was tempted to use legilimency, but his abilities had never been able to progress without intense concentration. And he didn't have time. His gaze landed on Hugo in the distance, and he had an enlightenment. "What did you have hidden in your pants?" asked Harry. "Nothing," Sean spluttered. "Really?" Harry sneered. "I remember Dudley doing this when he stole the kids' toys at the park." Sean's indignation clearly wavered, and everyone knew that the brunette had put his finger on the problem. "It must be a little toy," Harry noted. "Alan?" "Hugo Granger's blanket," Alan revealed. This was what he had not been able to tell the director when the latter received the complaint. He had refused to listen to his teacher even though there was room for doubt, which also explained why Hugo had refused to take back his blanket for 3 days. "Yeah," said Harry. "Either way, my decision is made. I was planning to leave my children here until the end of the year, but with this story, I'm taking them out now, as well as the Granger children. You will hear from my lawyers regarding the defamation suit I will pursue for Alan." "Which lawyers, Potter?" sneered Vernon, who had finally managed to get up. "Lord Potter," Harry corrected kindly. "Peer of this realm, please." The director's complexion became cadaverous. Harry Potter had always been generous with the school without interfering in its organization. The loss of the 5 children also meant the loss of subsidies, but if he had wronged a lord, the school would go under. Mr. Potter tried the headmaster. "Lord Potter," Harry snapped, "I don't want to reconsider my decision. Alan, get your stuff. I told you I had a solution for your job. Me alive, you will not return here again." "Lord?" Dudley mocked. "Who did you knock up for that? Just because you married the daughter of an Irish mafioso doesn't mean that's the case for everyone to move up the social ladder," Harry retorted. "Besides, as I think about it, it seems to me that your father-in-law and his family are in prison right now. A story about a family member who was a little too talkative in the evening, and who threw out the names of all the mafiosi he knew as well as their crimes a week ago in a brothel. Dudley turned white as Harry's smile widened. Since the trial against the Dursleys, the brunette had made it his duty to have his family followed. He had thus learned of Dudley's links with the Irish Mafia, his express marriage as well as the birth of Sean, not to mention his cousin's beginnings in the Mafia. But with the divorce, he had relaxed his vigilance and had not been able to counter the arrival of Sean Dursley in his children's school. The crowd, hanging on Harry's lips, jumped when the police sirens sounded. "Oh, I took the opportunity to call the police," Harry pointed out unnecessarily. "I preferred to take precautions as soon as the name of the Dursleys came up in the conversation." The police quickly got out of the car and brutally arrested Dudley as Vernon screamed. Attention being diverted, Harry called Alan, who abandoned the idea of collecting his things, and they joined the children and their nanny. They walked a few blocks further to get into a luxurious limousine. "Who was waiting for them? Are you really a lord?" Alan stammered. "Lord Harrison James Potterblack." Harry introduced himself. "Come on, I'll invite you to my place, you need a good pick-me-up." Dazed, Alan agreed. Molly was upset. In her hands, she held a letter from the goblins ordering her to account for sums improperly paid into her coffers during her daughter's marriage to Harry Potter. The door opened violently. "Mom, the goblins want to know what I did with Harry's money." Ginny screamed. "They asked me to," Molly declared. "But I thought you had done the documents." "I did it," Ginny said, irritated. "But for some reason they don't want to take them into account." The two redheads sat down on the table in their small apartment. The Burroughs wards had abruptly refused to let them in and worse, had ejected their belongings. They had to urgently relocate to await Arthur's return, still with Muriel. After Ron had been missing for more than 10 days, it was another hard blow for the redheads. "What do we do?" asked Ginny. "I'm going to call the Pruitts' lawyer," Molly said. "We cannot be accused without proof." While the matron wrote the letter, the youngest thought. It had been 2 weeks since his brother had left without giving any sign of life. His mother had obviously asked the ministry where her darling son was, but the Orr office told him that he had requisitioned the redhead for a matter of the utmost importance. But so much time without news was worrying. Ron came regularly to stock up on magical drugs to maintain his mistress, and given the doses he was taking, she must have been seriously high. But without this regular purchase, Ginny was broke. Not to mention the departure of Hans, one of her main lovers, whose diplomatic bag she used to smuggle drugs across the country. Drug that she went out of her way to get resold in places owned by former Slytherins. Zabini's clubs were all found, but it was a shame that the victims got away with it and that the affair was hushed up. Both of them had been away too long for her to remain calm. And now the goblins. Ever since Harry had asked for and received a divorce, nothing was going right in their lives. "Ginny," Molly yelled, "they welcome us right away." The witch readjusted her outfit before following her mother. Theo excitedly opened the letter he had just received. Piccadilly Circus in 20 minutes. Brief message in response to his somewhat messy letter. But Theo did not doubt his sender for a single moment. He grabbed his cloak and went to the meeting point at the appointed time. In a corner of the square, Harry stood in all his splendor at the height of his 6'9". "I never realized that I was taller than you," Theo sneered. "It's getting annoying," Harry grumbled. "I didn't have the chance to have a proper childhood. Let's move on to another topic, shall we? Isn't there a place where we could talk quietly?" asked Theo. Without a word, Harry led him to a nearby cafe, and they took a seat in an alcove that they protected by magic. "I'm listening to you," said Harry. "I managed to convince Draco to give me a sample of the drug they found with Blaise," Theo began. "I must be surprised that you kept some?" smiled Harry. "As long as the authorities don't know about it." Theo winked. "Anyway, I did my own analyses. I found nothing in the drug itself but more on the bag." "The bag?" Harry wondered. "Personally, I would never have looked there." "Few people think about it," assured Theo. "The bags are protected by runes. Wizards think about covering their tracks when they cast spells, but much less when they activate runes. We could go back to the producers," Harry understood. "Here is new proof for the case," smiled Theo. "Except I was relieved of the case," admitted Harry. But you are the best, exclaimed Theo. Not in that sense, Harry laughed. My boss absolutely wanted me to take a vacation now. I obey and enjoy my children. But then, how do we do it? Theo worried. Don't worry. Kings is still on the case, Harry smiled. We will contact him so that he can notify the unspeakables who are helping him. They quickly left to reach the wizarding district to contact the Auror and inform him of the new elements. The Wizengamot emptied and Draco almost let out a happy smile. No one had to suspect what he was thinking. Because the fall of the Prewetts was champagne-popping news. For the first time in almost 30 years, Muriel Weasley had taken her place at the Wizengamot and announced that she had disowned Molly, Ginny and Ron in view of the crimes they had committed, particularly against Harry Potter, who had filed the various complaints against the 3 cities the day before. The assembly had to decide on the place of Lady Prewett Weasley, since the renounced could not sit on the Wizengamot. But since Molly had a title, the debate was started. The younger members, including Draco, had fought tooth and nail to emphasize that all of the redheads' actions would plunge Wizarding England into a world worse than what Voldemort wanted to establish. To support their claims, Amelia Bones had agreed to reveal one of Harry Potter's reasons for complaint, the spoliation of inheritance. All the purebloods in the room were speechless when they understood that the matron had surely not hesitated to manipulate an orphan for her ideas of grandeur. Since most knew that she showered the weakest members of the assembly with bribes which certainly did not come from her own coffers. The corrupt tried in vain to defend their cash cow, but in the face of the overwhelming majority, the assembly decided to exclude the matron. At the same time, the Wizengamot had launched a major investigation into all the decisions taken by the assembly and for which the redhead had actively campaigned. The blonde was happy with this decision. Molly was going to be hit in the face for everything she had done, and she would be taught a lesson of humility. Knowing she had already been disowned was a significant bonus too. The blonde headed towards Blaze's club, who was working furiously on his business. Seeing your smile, something extraordinary must have happened during this session, Blaze commented. Son of an Italian pureblood and a South African pureblood, Blaze was born in England following the desire of his father, the second son of the family, to cut his teeth in a country where the family had no contact. Having therefore been established in the country for only a generation, the young man did not have a seat in the Wizengamot. But for all that, he was very interested in what was happening in this noble assembly. Lady Weasley has just told us that she had disowned Molly, Ginny and Ronald, announced Draco. Blaze's pen froze. Can you repeat? Blaze articulated. You heard very well, Draco smiled. Muriel Weasley made this decision after learning about the complaints Harry filed against them, including a spoliation of inheritance. Are you kidding? Blaze choked. That's what I thought too, said Draco. But Bones confirmed. How could they dare? Blaze growled. I don't know, Draco shrugged. But I can't wait to see what excuses they can use. It promises to be fun, Blaze conceded. Did you know about the complaints? Not really, Draco admitted. But I suspected that Harry had something against them, if only from the way he handled the separation from the female weasel. I'm going to use my contacts to find out what he's attacking them on. Keep me informed, Blaze promised. Always, assured Draco. Freed from her disastrous marriage, Hermione reflected on the life she would now live. Despite legal training in the wizarding world, she no longer had any desire in the branch that had fascinated her when she left Hogwarts. In fact, she didn't really want to be in the wizarding world anymore. His isolation following Ron's actions had gradually made him take a step back from wizarding society. However, she did not intend to give up magic, but she felt that if she stayed there, she would not last. Exile in the Muggle world seemed very tempting to her, especially since when she discovered that she could not work, she opted to continue her studies in the Muggle world. All around her, numerous brochures for the different Muggle professions that were possible to practice. Invariably, most were in the legal field. But lying on her pillow was a parchment that she had received a few days before. Granger, I know we're not close, but I have a proposition for you. I suspect you must know that I have an office in the wizarding world. What people don't know is that I deal with Muggles quite often. For this, the goblins are of help. Invaluable, but I can't afford to show up at their house every time I have a doubt. What I would like to offer you is to work for me in the medium term. Let me explain. I managed to negotiate with the goblins for legal training to know the main English Muggle laws and their different applications. Basically, I had to do it because, as you know, I hate being ignorant. But it turns out that I ultimately couldn't do it, since Blaze's affairs and those of my family become more complex, and above all, because more and more former Slytherins call on me to defend them when they face injustice. I suggest you do this training in my place. Rest assured, you are not a default choice but my first choice. For what? Because even though I was angry at not being able to steal first place from you in the rankings, I knew that you were still one of the best. Once this training is completed, I guarantee you a place first as an assistant and who knows, perhaps as an associate if you like the idea. Even if we belong to opposite houses at Hogwarts, I am convinced that we could work together or at least on the same issues. I don't force you to do anything, or rather I do. I simply ask that you work for 3 months in my office before making any decisions. Let me know as soon as possible what you want to do, and if you have any questions I will answer them. Good to you, Draco Malfoy. The proposal had taken her by surprise, but she was really tempted, even if it meant setting her conditions. But she was going to have to think about it very carefully, because from now on, it was she who made the decisions for her life. She wasn't going to let herself be influenced anymore. Muriel Weasley had taken her place within the Wizengamot. Out of the corner of her eye, she was watching over her nephew Arthur, who had become almost apathetic since she announced the renunciation of his ex-wife Molly. Several times, he had tried to reach her, but since the wards of the Weasley cottage only responded to her, he had always been blocked. The first time, she had almost been fooled, and without George's presence of mind, Arthur would have let his magic overwhelm him, distraught at not being able to find Molly. Since then, the matriarch had gotten the end of the story, and learning that the bitch Pruitt had subjected him to a potion of submission throughout their marriage made her cringe. The detoxification had been violent, and more than a year after the denial, the Weasley heir was far from himself. Around him, Bill and Charlie carefully flanked him. When they learned what their mother, or rather now their father, had allowed herself, they had almost gutted her, but their father was more important to them than base revenge. Since then, they had asked to be able to return to England, and they took turns with their other brothers to always keep an eye on their father. It wasn't with the 3 disowned people that she would have expected such behavior. Muriel noted the presence of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger not far from the rest of her family. Both seemed completely fulfilled, despite the press campaigns led by Ginny which accused them of adultery, and also, on his good days, that Harry was the real father of Rose and Hugo. For no answer other than the new defamation complaint, Harry had simply leaked the newspaper in which the redhead worked. And the brunette had made sure that all the new ones, unemployed people know perfectly well to whom they owe their new providence. But today was a big day. Indeed, after more than a year of waiting, Molly, Ginny, and Ron Pruitt, formerly Weasley, were going to appear on different charges. Other complaints had been added to those of Harry. That of Judge Mathis against Ginny for attempted bribery and assault when she came to his house, that of the Wizengamot against Molly for forgery, use of forgery and abuse of power when it turned out that she had bought the votes of the less important members of the assembly with Harry's money which she had no right to take, of course, but also by blackmailing them when they had the misfortune of sleeping with Ginny, or that of magical justice against Ron for drug trafficking, endangering others, and embezzling a minor, thanks to the evidence accumulated by Harry, Kingsley, Natalia, and Theo, and with which the Auror office had discovered that Ron was using his position as Auror to falsify certain reports, notably those surrounding Hans McGregor from the Cooperation Office Magic, to cover up international drug trafficking and take the opportunity to drug the Muggle girls who were running away and whom he raped. Faced with the seriousness of the accusations, Amelia Bones, Director of Magical Justice, had decided that the trial would be behind closed doors. But for all that, the members of the assembly as well as the witnesses called to appear could hear the crowd roaring behind the doors. Because of course, the accusations had leaked out, and a good number of wizards wanted to make the Pruitts pay for having so openly made fun of the one who had saved them all. When she saw that everyone was present, Amelia Bones signaled the Auror on duty to lock the access to the room. "Your attention please, we are going to begin," announced Amelia. Everyone took their seats and the trial of the decade began. Blaise Zabini was happy. Those who had introduced the drugs into his clubs had paid, and it was a bonus that it was Ronald Weasley, whom he had never liked because of his strong and wrong ideas, was among the lot. A few days ago, one of the most important trials of the century took place after those of the Death Eaters around 10 years ago. Harry Potter had openly accused Molly Pruitt of having wanted to spoil his heritage, in particular by refusing him all the teaching he would have needed to evolve in the world. The new Lady Pruitt, who is, we remind you, a pure-blood family with extremely modest incomes who had lost their fortune 2 generations ago, was, among other things, used to drawing heavily from Harry Potter's coffers to pay for what she wanted, including the votes of the less important members of the Wisengamot to pass particularly controversial laws. He would also have accused his ex-wife, Ginny Pruitt, of the same facts, when she monopolized inalienable real estate under the title of Lord Potter, which Harry Potter was not during his marriage. He would have reproached the same thing to Ronald Weasley, one of his closest friends during his schooling, because not content with regularly emptying the coffers of his best friend, he was perfectly aware of his mother's plans concerning Harry Potter and would even have actively helped him to reduce to the strict minimum the young man's knowledge of his true status, at school and after his majority. Of course, these are not Harry Potter's only grievances against the 3 Pruitts, but for reasons of confidentiality, the other charges have been hushed up by the Department of Magical Justice. However, the one who saved us all from who wasn't the only one to throw serious accusations at them. At his side stood Judge Mathis, who had instructed the separation between Ginny Pruitt and Harry Potter, who accused the ex-Mrs. Potter of assault and attempted corruption against him. It turned out that she had bribed a ministry employee to get his address, went there and tried to sell information about the separation in exchange for sexual favors before freezing the judge and casting several spells on him, including several of compulsion to force him to comply with her demands in order to leave with as much money as possible. The ministry also stood by his side, in the presence of the Wisengamot and the Auror office. The first accused Molly Pruitt of having distorted the primary function of the assembly to satisfy her desire for power, in particular by passing a number of openly discriminatory laws with the avowed aim of banning Muggleborns and magical creatures, while their main defenders were excluded from the room in particular by misguided summons. The second accused Ronald Pruitt of having falsified evidence in various cases, of having endangered several of his colleagues as well as civilians during his interventions, and above all, of having participated in international drug trafficking. The Bureau had already notified its dismissed from his ranks after discovering that his results granting him his Auror diploma had been falsified by the care of his mother, Lady Pruitt. Faced with the number of accusations against the 3 protagonists, the Director of Magical Justice, Amelia Bones, decided to hold a single trial behind closed doors 5 days ago. All the evidence was examined, and by midday, it was certain, for the few witnesses who agreed to respond to our pens, that they were going to incur Azkaban. Only the duration was an unknown. The verdict came 3 days later and they were sentenced to Azkaban. The judges, since the Wisengamot was one of the opposing parties, are currently considering the length of the prison sentence. Blaise folded the newspaper and put on his jacket. To celebrate the victory, Harry Potter had invited a number of people to Grimmauld Place. And if he didn't hurry, he was going to be late. "You're late," a voice growled as he entered the living room. "I know, my darling," said Blaise, kissing his wife Daphne Greengrass Zabini. "I didn't see the time passing." The black man greeted all the guests before taking his place. Astoria and Theo Knott were present, as well as Hermione Granger, Luna, and Neville Longbottom. "Harry and Draco are in the kitchen," Hermione informed. "Elizabeth and Alan are with the children." Blaise smiled. Elizabeth, the Potter's nurse, had finally agreed to stay with the children she had practically raised. She had decided to study childcare to become a childminder and have a real job when she took care of wizard children. For the moment, since she was just starting out, she was looking after the Potter children, the Granger children, as well as little Malfoy and the firstborn of Astoria and Theo at Black Manor. As she didn't have all the children at the same time, since the older ones went to rebirth during the day, she did well, especially with the help of house elves put at her disposal by Harry. As for Alan Holmes, Alex's former teacher, after resigning from his job following the affair with the Dursleys, he had been kept in the secret of the wizarding world and had just joined the rebirth teaching team. It took a full year for the Muggle to believe in magic and understand exactly what world he was entering. He was always amazed at accidents, magic of little ones, especially those of Leah who, at the age of 3, loved collecting her toys from the hands of her brothers. Draco and Harry entered the living room and everyone started talking. "You're upset," Hermione observed. I just got a letter from Andromeda, Harry whispered. His condition is getting worse. The eldest of the Black sisters had retired to Austria to mourn. But the more the years passed, the more her body failed her. Do you think it would be a good idea to bring her back? Asked Hermione. There's enough room here, Harry shrugged. No, what worries me is Teddy. Theodore Remus Lupin, the son of Nymphadora Tonks and Remus Lupin, had accompanied his grandmother during her exile at Harry's request to prevent Ginny from attacking him. He had started his first year at Durmstrang, and according to the letters the brunette received, he liked the school. You don't know if you're going to remove him from his school? Hermione understood. Since Karkaroff is no longer there, the school has a good reputation again, even if it is focused on the occult arts, said Harry. But Hogwarts is still too subject to racists for him to flourish there. The best thing would be for you to ask him what he wants to do, advised Hermione. Also remember that you have an international chimney. If there is the slightest problem, you can be there quickly. Thank you, Harry smiled. The two friends became interested in the conversation again. Since the accident that had caused her house to explode thanks to Ron's good care, Hermione had still not left Black Manor. It reminded him of the Middle Ages when several generations of the same family lived in the same house. Since she and Harry considered each other brother and sister, it was just like that. By the way, said Blaise, I read the newspaper before coming here. Daphne, Theo, Neville, Harry, and Draco's faces closed. As long as the sentence has not been communicated, they cannot say anything, Astoria growled. It's done, admitted Theo. Since this morning. So? Blaise asked. 15 years of Azkaban, announced Daphne. Suspended. Jaws dropped. A reprieve? Hermione choked. It's because we were directly involved in their schemes that we think it's a cheap price, explained Draco. But if we take each of the accusations, none envisages more than this sentence. And the accumulation of sentences does not exist in the wizarding world. Which means they will be free, Astoria exclaimed. There's nothing we can do about it. Harry gritted his teeth. I have already strengthened the wards on Black Manor and any properties they may be aware of. I did the same thing for school. You're worried? Draco understood, placing a comforting hand on hers. Even though they got where they were largely thanks to my money, they're not as stupid as you might think, Harry reminded. But for all that, they are real Gryffindors, they rush before thinking, continued Hermione. And there, I think they are going to blame Harry. Or even, if they have nothing left to lose, they will try to kill him to recover the Potter and Black fortunes. Tell us you've got your back, Neville asked. This house is a real fortress, assured Harry. My will completely excludes them from all my possessions. And I had the Pruitt side of my children's genealogy disowned. I can't do more. Everyone agreed. What else was decided? Asked Hermione. Molly Pruitt was expelled from the Wisengamot just before the complaints were made public, Draco said. As she was repudiated and disowned from the Weasley family, the next heir is Ronald. However, in the court decision, the judges decided that neither Molly, nor Ginny and nor Ron could sit in the assembly until the end of their lives. It will therefore be one of their children who will be able to revive this cursed family. Who would want to give them a child after this humiliation? Astoria taunted. Harry cleared his throat. This child already exists, Harry announced. It's 10 months now. You're talking about the latest born, Harry, Hermione sneered darkly. Everyone jumped. Did you know Ron was cheating on you? Said Luna. I'm not blind, Hermione whispered. The few times I discussed the OR office with Harry, I knew that Ron didn't have enough trust from his bosses to work day and night on cases. And being a housewife didn't stop me from following him. I currently have 4 children out of wedlock, aged between 8 and 3. Sorry, 5 from 8 years to 10 months now. Why didn't you leave him when you found out? Blaise asked, outraged. The serving lords and ladies lowered their heads, embarrassed. 2 of the complaints against the Pruitts that had gone unnoticed were those regarding Hermione and Harry's marriage contracts. The judges were scandalized by the terms of the said contracts, which were to the clear disadvantage of the 2 brunettes. The purebloods had thus discovered that their thirst for power had no limit, even the destruction of a life other than Harry's. Hermione took a deep breath before dropping her bomb. I couldn't, Hermione declared heavily. When I got married, I signed a contract that strictly prohibited me from doing so. But Ron didn't have to owe me loyalty. Luna frowned. I thought that marriage contracts authorized adultery, at least discreetly as long as the heir was conceived, Luna said. It is, Draco confirmed. But Hermione protested. Hermione, Harry cut in. They only do it when both members of the couple agree. Adultery is tolerated especially when it comes to arranged marriages. Neville continued. Generally, the couple doesn't love each other, so there's no point in forcing them to stay together. As Draco said, as long as the heir is conceived and born, they are not required to share the same bed. And they can take lovers and mistress as long as the other agrees. I don't understand why the judges were shocked, said Hermione. That's because a marriage contract must be to the advantage of both parties. Draco continued. Now, more or less, you and Harry had signed slavery contracts. Hermione blanched drastically.
Pardon.
Hermione stammered. It wasn't obvious for Harry but much more for you, Draco reassured. Slavery does not exist in the world of magic because it rebels and slavery contracts have been prohibited for several centuries. We're not going to talk about that now, Harry brushed off. If you are all here, it was mainly to warn you that I am certain that they will come after you. We're not Hufflepuffs, Draco criticized, because you will keep your calm if they attack Scorpius? Cut Harry. The blonde's gaze then seemed to be molten steel. If someone touched his son, he no longer answered for anything. Understanding the extent of the warning, they moved on. The Pruitt mansion was an old, dilapidated building that had been abandoned since the death of the former lady. Faced with the modesty of the residents, Molly had refused to have the necessary work carried out for its restoration. As a result, since they had nothing left and had lost the meager savings they had, Molly and Ginny had to resolve to settle there. The trial didn't go any worse. The two redheads had always imagined that once the divorce was finalized, Harry would leave them alone, but they understood that he had discovered all the shenanigans against him and that he intended to make them pay for them. When they had been summoned to Weasley Manor to be disowned, the shock had been such that they had not been able to imagine a plan to prevent everything from falling on them. First thing the next morning, the Aurors were able to pick them up as soon as they got out of bed so that they could respond to the various complaints against them. Ginny had tried to play up her connections, but when the Aurors had informed her that Hans McGregor, one of her regular lovers, was also a guest in the Ministry's jails, the youngest had understood that they were ruined. Throughout the investigation, Molly and Ginny had been placed under house arrest and forbidden from stepping outside of the Pruitt Manor. They had wondered about Ron's absence and had discovered that given his former membership in the Auror Corps, it was much safer to keep him in prison, especially since he could inform the justice system on numerous cases on which he had worked. So for almost a year, the two Pruitts had been completely isolated. Oh, they still received the paper. Ginny had even worked by correspondence, but after several questionable insinuations through her articles, Harry had filed a new complaint against her and had caused the newspaper where she worked to go under, which meant that they had been without resources for 5 months. The Pruitts' little jackpot was dwindling more and more quickly, and they had to significantly reduce their lifestyle. The money they had been able to take from the Potter coffers had been confiscated after a goblin audit, the same for the numerous properties set aside. And now the court decision. The two women looked at each other, the same idea crossing their minds. Those who brought them down were going to pay. Rufus Scrigmere had his nose buried in one of the many reports that covered his desk. "Chief," said a voice. "Come in," growled the head of the Aurors. Kingsley Shacklebot took his place in front of his old friend and mentor. "Is the drug story over?" Kingsley asked. Almost Rufus grumbled. "Weasley and McGregor provided us with the main suppliers. Arrests are underway. But something is bothering you," Kingsley noted. "How I had to have Weasley under my command," Rufus spat. Kingsley didn't let his ironic smile escape. He had already discussed it with Harry, who did not understand how the Ministry could be so interconnected and that the separation of powers did not exist in the wizarding world. That a member of the Wizengamot being able to interfere in the appointment of new Aurors was something quite inconceivable for the brunette. "Ask Amelia Bones to vote for the independence of the Department of Justice," Kingsley shrugged. "At least corruption will be more difficult." "Where do you get that from?" frowned Rufus. "From the Muggle world," Kingsley admitted without shame. They have a few little ideas that it wouldn't be stupid to take up. I'll think about it, said Rufus. And you? Are you staying with us? I don't really know, Kingsley huffed. On the one hand, I find a job that I love, but on the other, I can no longer afford to put my life in danger. I'm listening to you, said Rufus. Kingsley sat down and they talked quietly. Theo was trying to break through the smoke screen that was spreading around him. The explosion had been brutal and many bodies littered the pedestrian street and even inside the club. It was a Saturday evening, the peak day for Blaze's club in London. Like every week, he came to have a drink in the VIP area with Blaze and Draco, the three of them taking an hour to get together. The three friends were still in the owner's office when it all started. The earth had rumbled, the howls of terror had then rang out in the darkness, and the smoke told them that the place was on fire. They had wanted to take the stairs but realized that it had been destroyed. They therefore resolved to apparate to the ground floor to assess the damage and to evacuate the many injured. While Blaze and Draco assessed the damage, Theo took charge of clearing the way. But a feeling of pressure on his magic made him raise his nose. Quickly, he cast several spells and discovered the horrible truth. Shit. Theo gritted his teeth before drawing a rune on the ground. Immediately, the smoke cleared and customers could more easily find the exit. He rushed to the club in the basement. Theo, Blaze exclaimed, we have to consolidate the ceiling to get them all out of here. We won't be able to, interrupted Theo. Find all the trapped people and free them. We have to be out of here in less than an hour. Aware that they would not have answers immediately, they did so immediately. The club's patrons, still stunned by the explosion, left the building to be taken care of by Medowitches and Aurors outside. The three friends meticulously combed the area, using magical detection spells to find the last ones. A rumbling alerted Theo as they carried 5 people downstairs. Run away, roared Theo, and everything collapsed. Astoria felt her magic suddenly revolt. Cross? Mistress Astoria, not Madame, called Cross. Bowed a house elf. Pack the whole family's bags, ordered Astoria. The mansion will be completely closed. Do you or one of your people want to come with us? Mistress Astoria, not Madame, is very kind to have thought of us. Cross bowed. But the house elves will prefer to stay here. You must not be killed, Astoria warned. Yes, ma'am, said Cross. In less than 20 minutes. She was obeyed, and she took her son before going to the Muggle world. Since Harry had told them of his suspicions, the former Slytherins had come up with several plans to take cover. Daphne, Astoria, Theo, Blaze and Draco had assumed that the Weasleys had powerful allies, and that they would stop at nothing to take revenge on the people they believed to be the cause of their downfall. With Hermione and Harry out of reach, holed up in the heart of Black Manor, all that remained was the gang of Slytherins who they had openly approached since the complaints were made. Caring about Scorpius as the apple of his eye, Draco had decided to have him live with Harry and came back every evening to take care of him. Wenceslas, the son of Astoria and Theo, had not followed suit because Theo felt that it would be too big for Astoria's 2 sons to disappear at the same time. Moreover, Wenceslas was far too small to do without his mother so much. The Slytherins' plan was simple. As soon as the signal was given or a serious event occurred, they were to blend into the Muggle world before joining Black Manor a few days later. There, Astoria had packed up as soon as she felt her magic rising, because she had felt that Theo was in mortal danger. Her heart was torn at not being able to go to the aid of the man she loved, but she knew that the latter would prefer that she protect the fruit of their love rather than put herself in mortal danger. Wenceslas asleep against her heart, she traveled the streets of Paris thanks to the portkey that she had activated from the Knot Manor. She took a suite in a Muggle palace that did not have a wizarding part and settled in with her son for the next 24 hours. At dawn, she would change hotels across the world before joining Hermione and getting news from her family. Hermione was stunned at the state of the mansion before her eyes. How could she dare? Hermione whispered, "If we hadn't disowned him and his offspring," squeaked Muriel Weasley. "But I don't regret anything." An owl from Bill had urged her to go to Weasley Manor where she discovered what was left of it. A fiend had ravaged the property, and without the speed of reaction of the Weasley elders, the entire family would have perished. The crime was signed. There was no doubt that Molly Pruitt was behind it. I thought they had their wands taken away. Hermione frowned. That would be so beautiful, scoffed Muriel, who was clearing the rubble. I'm not teaching you what reprieve means. They simply must not do anything wrong for the next 15 years. This in no way means that during this time, she would not have the right to take revenge. The brunette let her gaze wander around her. There was almost nothing left of the warm house where she brought her children, so as not to place them with Molly. Fortunately, their greatest treasures and secrets were protected in the personal vault and had not been damaged. All this is destroyed just out of hatred. Do you have a place to go? Asked Hermione. Bill will host us, replied Muriel. I think it's time we had some vacation too. You should do the same. Not as long as there are people threatening my children, Hermione replied. Rufus Skrymir was furious. Having had Ronald Weasley under his command, he had suspected that Molly and Ginny were going to make a scene after their conviction. To prepare for any eventuality, he had a discreet surveillance posted around the Pruitt mansion. Except that these imbeciles had just told him that they had just discovered that the two plagues were no longer where they should be. All incapables, roared Rufus. Of course, he had fired those responsible for the discovery and launched a team to search for them. Some tough guys had been outraged to see the Ministry's forces deployed for them, but for once, the head of the Auror office had taken the bait and literally shouted that he would rather spend resources now to find them than see one of his most talented Aurors injured and face a resounding trial for not having known how to take the necessary measures to protect the population. Plus, to make matters worse, he had just learned what had happened at Weasley Manor. For the sake of fairness, he had not sent Potter to investigate, but the two Aurors who had gone there were still shaking. Bad day? Shut up, Kings, Rufus barked. Without losing his composure, Kingsley entered the office and poured 2 glasses of alcohol, one of which he handed to his interlocutor. The latter swallowed it dry before being served another one which he savored more. The Pruitt bitches are out there, Rufus announced. Does Harry know? Kingsley asked. It won't be long, especially if it connects what happened at the Weasleys. The former retiree nodded. It had been in all the newspapers, since the use of a fiend was even more regulated than an unforgivable and even more complicated to control. What are you planning to do? Kingsley asked. Go to the field, replied Rufus. Kingsley jumped. You're joking, I hope. Kingsley choked. I am currently surrounded by notorious incompetence, Rufus hissed. And then, I'm wary of the Pruitts. Even though Molly is a schemer and Ginny is one of the most beautiful sluts I have ever seen, they are Fabian and Gideon Pruitt's family and they weren't penguins, Rufus explained. And then, if I don't find them, I only have myself to blame. Are you sure this is a good idea? Kingsley worried. Would you be ready to see Potter in Daddy Hen mode who would destroy everything in his path? Rufus sneered. I remember what happened when someone unintentionally hurt his eldest. I wouldn't want to clean the blood off the walls if they attacked him. Why are you sure they will come after him? Kingsley wondered. He told me that, and the rest of the Weasleys are sure too, Rufus admitted. If you look closely, they are better able to tell you how they will react. That's true, Kingsley conceded. What did you come for? Rufus asked. For the explosion of the Zabini Club, replied Kingsley. Rufus ran a tired hand through what little hair he had left. The club had been the target of a very well carried out attack which left around 10 dead the day before the attack on Weasley Manor. From what he knew, Nott was in serious condition. Zabini and Malfoy had burns on part of their body. Luckily they had managed to get the rest of the customers out in time before the building collapsed. Do you know where they are? Rufus asked. Not at St. Mungo's, assured Kingsley. I was just going to visit Harry to see if he had picked them up. Finally, after joining Andromeda. She's coming back to England? Rufus jumped. Yes, Kingsley confirmed. For the moment, she's going to live with Harry, and he hasn't given her a choice. And little Lupin? Rufus asked. I don't know, Kingsley shrugged. Do you want me to ask the question? No point, I have to see Potter anyway, Rufus huffed. Want a helping hand? Kingsley suggested. You really miss being an Auror, Rufus noted. Let's just say it takes up my days, Kingsley smiled. Thank you all for coming, Harry smiled. Faced with the attack in the center of London and that of Weasley Manor, psychosis had invaded the wizards and more particularly the parents of the children attending Rebirth. Aware of the ever-increasing number of letters asking him what measures were being taken to protect children, He took it upon himself to organize a meeting. "I know you are all worried about your children," Harry said. "Unfortunately, I believe that this is no reason to deprive them of a good education. When I had the idea for this school, the first thing that came to my mind was that this place should be a safe haven for children. Nothing and no one should be able to attack them, and that is why I ensured that the best people at erecting protective barriers were called in to do so." What he didn't say was that the best were still the dwarves and goblins. The latter, despite their repulsion, had contacted the former so that Harry could hire them. To their great surprise, it turned out that the wizard and the dwarves had gotten along more than well, even more so when they learned that he intended to teach respect for other magical races from a young age. So in theory, no wizard could take the place. The brunette had even taken part in the exercise and the result had been conclusive. But to get it right, a few magical oaths were necessary. The chimney, for born wizards connected to the network, has seen its protections increased, Harry continued. Rebirth's bus, the school bus, has been reinforced and a guard specially recruited by me will now stay on it on each trip. He purposely failed to mention that a house elf would also be on the bus to report any problems. The latter had orders to apparate all the children in case of danger, the driver and the guard theoretically knowing how to defend themselves. The children will each carry a talisman which will activate in case of danger. Harry continued. I will show them the emergency procedure to activate them, and they will only work with their magic and only it. For what? A parent intervened. I can't create one for all parents, Harry lied openly. In truth, he could do it, but since he had defeated Voldemort, he had promised himself not to mother the wizards anymore. He made an exception for children since they didn't know how to defend themselves, but there was no question of adults relying on him. I think I've done the trick, Harry smiled. Questions? All the parents spoke at the same time. With his most hypocritical smile as time passed, the brunette answered all the questions. Some parents wanted to convince him to create other talismans for them, but Harry remained firm and refused. Others wanted to know exactly the spells used to protect the school, but he invoked secrecy to remain silent. Some wanted to know if his children would benefit from preferential treatment, but the sorcerer's closed face effectively made them understand that they had gone too far. Finally, Harry dispersed them and he collapsed into a chair. I would have already killed them all in your place, commented Hermione, who was watching the meeting from a corner of the room. I held back several times, Harry admitted, letting his magic tidy up. Is it me, or was there someone who had questions that were too specific for worried parents? It was, Hermione confirmed. I wrote down their names to give to your lawyer. He has more resources than us to carry out the investigation. Thank you, said Harry. We agree that you lied to them? Hermione sneered. Let's just say I didn't go into detail, Harry admitted. But otherwise only once. For talismans, if you could create some for the parents? Hermione said. I thought it was good too. They may not have as much magic as me, but they have a wand so they can get by, Harry squeaked. Hermione burst into cynical laughter. The wizarding world will always be the same, Hermione reminded. If there's a powerful wizard around, they'll do anything to get him to do the dirty work. I learned that the hard way, Harry whispered. Killing Voldemort should never have fallen on the shoulders of a barely formed teenager. But that had been the case, and fortunately he had succeeded. Children will be protected? Hermione asked for confirmation. Always, Harry assured. I hope for Molly and Ginny that they don't come here because otherwise, if it takes raising all of England to find them, I promise you I will do it to make them pay. And I will be at your side to make them suffer, declared Hermione, whose gaze took on a metallic shine. Ronald Weasley stared at the walls of his cell. He had been a prisoner for over a year. A whole year of thinking about his actions, his behavior, his life. He realized that if he had acted differently, many things would have changed. If he had been less jealous and less selfish, maybe he would have been closer to Harry, who would have gotten him out of there. If he had been smarter, the brunette surely wouldn't have accused him of helping to spoil his heritage. With ifs, when he attended the trial, he was surprised to see his mother and his sister with him in the dock. He had learned at that time all the charges and also that Harry and Hermione had discovered everything they had done. For his denial, he had unfortunately suffered all alone in his cell, and the guards had not even pretended to help him. Unlike them, he had not been able to benefit from a reprieve, especially because of his Auror training. Curiously, Harry had spoken with the judges and the guards had pointed out to him that if he had not been entitled to Azkaban, it was only thanks to his ex-best friend. This made Ron frown, and he owed him even more. Since it was housed for the next 15 years permanently at the Ministry of Magic, Rufus Skrygmir had the idea of using it for the training of Aurors, particularly those assigned to Azkaban. To avoid a repeat of the fiasco with Bartholomew Crouch Jr. or Sirius Black, each Auror had to check, summarily, of course, the condition of the prisoners. The apprentices thus learned to cast unformulated diagnostic spells and certain others to ensure that the prisoner had not fled or even committed suicide between 2 rounds. Unfortunately, Skrygmir had felt that Ron would also be useful in testing the new interrogation techniques. Not crazy though. Neither the redhead nor the Aurors knew who was opposite, and only psychological techniques were used. "Good evening, Weasley," said a voice. Only 2 people came openly into the redhead's cell, Rufus Skrygmir and Kingsley Shacklebot. "What do you want?" spat Ron. "I think this might interest you," said Kingsley, handing him a parchment. It was a copy of the article announcing the attack on Weasley Manor. Ron visibly paled. "Impossible," huffed Ron. "I had the opportunity to speak with Muriel Weasley," added Rufus. "She is certain that the perpetrator of this crime is your mother, Molly Pruitt." "What am I doing in this story?" Ron asked in a weak voice. "Even if officially he is no longer part of this family, we all know that Harry considers the Weasleys to be his own," Rufus reminded. "He will not let this act go unpunished. I know that his lawyer has already brought to him the idea of claiming your sister's life in response to the life debt she incurred upon entering Hogwarts. I'm not here as an Auror but as a representative of the Wizengamot," said Kingsley. "Despite your mother's wrongdoing, the Coven felt that, with the wars against Voldemort, the purebloods cannot afford to lose another family. By your renunciation of the Weasley family, you are the next heir of the Pruitt family." "What about Ginny's children?" Ron frowned. "In the eyes of magic, you and Ginny had no children," Kingsley pointed out. "By disowning you, the Weasleys stripped your children of their affiliation with the family. Hermione and Harry then had their Pruitt part disowned on behalf of their children. In the eyes of the world, there are only Rose and Hugo Granger as well as Nick, Alex, and Leah Potter. You are nothing to them anymore, and they can no longer claim the Pruitt inheritance." "These are our children," roared Ron. "That's not the debate at the moment," cut in Kingsley. "If I tell you all this, it is because the Wizengamot wishes to name one of your illegitimate children as heir to keep the family within the pureblood circle. To do this, you will need to recognize them all without exception. And if I refuse," Ron squeaked, "when you finally get out of prison, you will have nothing left and you will be chased out of the English wizarding community," Kingsley announced. "However, if one of your children takes over the family title, you will have the hope of living a peaceful life until your death." The 2 Aurors stood up. "I'll let you think," said Kingsley. "I will come back in a week to get your response." "Be careful, Mr. Weasley. I'll only come once. Then it will be too late." The redhead didn't even see them leave, absorbed in his thoughts. "If you want to see your child again, go to this address." Draco burned the note to ashes. Harry stared at him. "I want their heads," Draco growled. "With pleasure," Harry hissed with accents of Parseltongue. "Before you do anything stupid, let me warn Skrygmir and Kingsley," said Hermione. "I'll work out the details with them and then we can go." "Hermione," said Harry, "don't think you're going to leave me behind." Hermione snapped. "My wand is itchy, so I come." In less than 20 minutes, everything was completed and the 3 friends left. Daphne and Astoria, taking refuge with Wenceslas at Black Manor, had to go to Greengrass Manor for a family reunion. Scorpius had expressed the wish to accompany his mother, and Alex, not wanting to leave his friend alone, had wanted to go too. Seeing no problem, Harry agreed. Unfortunately, one of the members of the Greengrass family, in the name of base revenge, had decided to kidnap Scorpius Malfoy. The little blonde had towed his friend Alex Potter, and both were in the hands of kidnappers. And their dads and godmothers cheered up like Swiss cuckoos. When they arrived in open country, they were totally surprised to find several people who they did not think could associate together. "Molly and Ginny Pruitt," Draco spat. "I thought it smelled like carrion." Accompanied by Felix Parkinson, Harry smiled evilly. One of the most wanted Death Eaters by the Auror office. Not forgetting Terry Boot and Lisa Turpin, 2 other Death Eaters, added Hermione. I'm curious to know what you two do together, Harry said. I can answer you, said Draco. Do you remember the drugs found in Blaze's club? I present to you the designer of this marvel, Felix Parkinson. How can you know that? Lisa hissed. Simple, you forgot that Pansy Parkinson, cousin of dear Felix, has always been in love with me, mocked Draco. It was therefore quite natural that she revealed to me that she was the one who received the contraband goods within Hogwarts. She also revealed to me who her contacts were at Ravenclaw, but she was never able to tell me to whom these two passed their junk for Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, but with the presence of the female weasel. That's a mystery solved. But for drugs? Asked Hermione. We were able to isolate the magical signature of the wizard who sealed this shit, Draco hissed. She always said something to me, and now I know what she was telling me. It was the magic of Parkinson's. Now, Pansy is too stupid to be precise, don't. Remains more than you, whose main job at Voldemort was to find the best torture potions. Hermione and Harry didn't even jump at all this information. But some things were becoming clearer. Bravo, what a sense of deduction, applauds Felix. Unfortunately, you won't be able to tell anyone since you're going to die here. He couldn't continue because the next moment, he was looking at his arm, which was resting a few meters from him. Usually I would have let you spout your barely credible threats, but now all I want is the kids back, Harry declared. Don't worry. I promised Hermione not to kill you, but there is no stipulation that you must be in good condition when I hand you over to the Aurors. The 3 friends raised their wands and attacked without further ado. Leah closed the book written by her aunt. Is that what really happened? Whispered the 17-year-old young woman. The eldest smiled tenderly at the young Potter. I know it's quite improbable, Hermione smiled, but when you're not completely in control of your destiny, there are things you can only endure. Do the others know what happened? Asked Leah. The others? His older brothers Nick and Alex. His cousin Rose. His cousin Hugo. Children at the heart of the story. When they finished Hogwarts, I made them read this book, just like you today, Hermione smiled. I think the hardest part was with Nick, because he remembered Ginny and Ron. Alex and Scorpius witnessed the fight where we faced their captors. Rose and Hugo have already seen me get beaten by Ron. You're the one who's seen the least in the end. How come you talk about it so freely? Leah hesitated. It all ended almost 15 years ago, Hermione reminded. I had time to realize that I was a battered woman and that I did not want what had happened to me to happen to others. I had time to rebuild myself and give a new purpose to my life. Hence your specialization in domestic violence. Leah smiles. The brunette had finally accepted Draco Malfoy's proposal. After a few years, they joined forces and their practice grew. At his request, they had created a channel for ordinary crimes and, above all, for what happened behind the walls of a house. Battered spouses were Hermione's spearhead, and she had never deviated from her course of action. She was renowned in the wizarding world, but also among muggles and squibs married to wizards, who no longer saw themselves left behind due to their lack of magic. Why not publish this book? Asked Leah. You're the first to ask me the question, and in a way, it makes sense that you would ask me, Hermione laughed. For what? Leah was surprised. Your father never liked the fame that came from his name, Hermione reminded. But what you hold in your hands is nothing more than part of the complete biography of Harry Potter. Leah jumped. Even though the Harry Potter craze had waned slightly, journalists were still going out of their way to have the honor of writing the hero's official biography. According to Draco, the sums offered were sky high. With Harry, we decided to write our respective biographies, but they were going to stay within our family, explained Hermione. Your father wrote down his entire schooling and stored it in his vault at Gringotts while telling you about it when you were little. I took charge of the next 12 years and only pull this book out for our children every time you finish Hogwarts. For what? Asked Leah. You are going to enter working life, and this story, even if it is distant, is known to everyone, explained Hermione. We wanted you to know the truth before you get hurt. Nathaniel will also know the story? Asked Leah. He's only 10, Hermione reminded. But yes, he will know too. Leah followed her aunt's gaze and smiled as she saw her younger brother playing with Alex and Scorpius. Nathaniel was the son of Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. After filing the complaints against the Pruitts, the two wizards had started hanging out, first as friends and then, when Alex and Scorpius had been kidnapped on a more intimate basis. They ended up getting married 3 years later, and the desire to have a child together had plagued them. Unfortunately, even though homosexuality was perfectly accepted, magic did not allow a couple of the same sex to have children alone, for purely biological reasons. So Hermione had offered to be a surrogate mother. Born Muggle, she had thus discovered that the term had inspired the definition in the Muggle world and that she was going to be, in the strict sense of the term, a surrogate mother. The child she was going to carry would not have an ounce of her DNA, he would be the pure product of her friends. Nathaniel was born, and his fathers refused to separate him from his mother. So, Hermione had returned to live with Harry with her children. Black Manor had once again become a house full of life, and the Potters, the Malfoys and the Grangers had formed a huge family, quickly joined by Teddy Lupin, Harry's godson. Leah looked at her brothers. Upon entering Hogwarts, she had been surprised to be taken to task to find out if Alex and Scorpius were dating, by dint of being screwed with each other, despite the fact that the dark-haired one was a Slytherin and the blonde one was a Gryffindor. As they were only 13 years old, she hadn't taken it into account, but as the years went by, she asked herself the question. Finally, as it worked, she interviewed the main people involved during their 7th year. Flashback. You're not the only one asking that question, Scorpius smiled. But we want you to keep it a secret, warned Alex. If they don't have the balls to come to us and find out, don't hand them the answer on a silver platter. Alex, pesta Scorpius. Well, what? Alex shrugged. Isn't that the truth? Your language, Scorpius growled. I don't want to have any problems with Dad. Don't worry, Alex brushed off. Leah smiles. Both Draco and Harry were very particular about politeness. If one of them caught them being rude, they took it for granted. Their rank. So? Leah pressed. We have always considered ourselves brothers. I'm not telling you anything, said Scorpius. Leah nodded. Ever since Scorpius lived with them, he and Alex were like magical twins. They did everything together. We also experimented together. Alex blushed. Leah opened, afraid of seeing confirmation of the idea that had just crossed her mind. We had our first time together, Scorpius explained, glaring at Alex for being so embarrassed. It was their sister, not some random stranger. Daddy and Daddy know that? Asked Leah. Oddly enough, yes, said Scorpius while Alex blushed even more. We decided to do it at home, when you were at Bill and Fleur's with the rest of the family last year. The next morning, they were waiting for us in the kitchen and asked us if we had still protected ourselves. How is that done? Leah wondered. That they knew? Dad Harry explained to me later that he had a pretty close magical bond with Nick, Alex and you, Scorpius replied. He immediately sensed what was happening. But incest, said Leah. The two boys stared at her to the point that she was embarrassed. Alex and Scorpius understood his question. They had clarified that they considered brothers. She just wanted to understand. She didn't judge them. Our approach was to have our first time with someone we trusted completely. Alex breathed. In fact, even though we grew up together and our fathers are married, we are not brothers. In the eyes of the law, this is not incest. We love each other, assured Scorpius. But like brothers, not like lovers. We never did that again, Alex declared. Because even though we had fun, we weren't particularly satisfied. Unfortunately for our gay fans, we are for women, Scorpius laughs. So if I understand correctly, all the little gestures that you have between you are just to fuel the rumors? Smiles Leah. Always, Alex sneered. End flashback. Today, they were multiplying their conquests, but she was sure that once they found the girl they liked and who saw them beyond the heirs of the Black and Malfoy families, then they would calm down. Go join them, you're dying to do so, Hermione smiled. Thank you, Aunt Hermione, said Leah, returning the book to him before leaving. The brunette stayed at the window for a long time. You should enjoy this beautiful sun, smiled a voice. Harry's hand rested on her shoulder. It was Leah's turn today, noted a new voice. Draco took a seat in the abandoned seat, Harry on the armrest. I don't think she realizes how much impact this story has had on us and on the wizarding world, Hermione whispered. But she's the one who's seen the least, so it's normal. They remained silent for a few moments. Weasel will be released from prison in 3 weeks, announced Draco. Hermione tensed. Even though she had assured Leah that she had rebuilt herself, There was still a part of her that anguished when she thought of her past. "What does he plan to do?" asked Harry. "Quinn is going to meet him tomorrow," Draco revealed. Quinn Pruitt was Ron's first adulterous son. He was 9 years old when Kingsley Shacklebot came to pick him up from his orphanage to tell him that members of his family had been found. Bill Weasley, after agreement from Muriel, the matriarch, had agreed to raise him to restore the honor of the Pruitts who had damaged that of the Weasleys. The little boy had very quickly learned the truth about his birth and the actions of his father, as well as the wizarding world. Fortunately in France, his name was not as heavily known, and he was able to have a quiet schooling before obtaining his diplomas and returning to England. For 6 years now, he had been working hard to re-establish his name, and fortunately he had the support of the Potters, the Malfoys, the Grangers, and the Weasleys, because otherwise it would have taken several generations. Quinn had also regained guardianship of his last living half-brother, Gustav, the penultimate born 5 years his junior, the others having all died following the magical drug that their respective mothers took and with which their father generously drenched them. Janitor, who was going to be released from prison. When he took over the Pruitt name, Ronald's case arose. He had thought about it for a long time but had not told anyone of his decision. "He knows your position on Ron," reassured Harry. "He will never force you to meet him." Hermione, Rose, and Hugo had met Quinn several times when he entered the wizarding world. The two children had no preconceptions about this half-brother, but their mother had a harder time looking at the fruit of her ex-husband's errors. When he was old enough, Hermione and Quinn had had a heart-to-heart, and they didn't hang out much more than that. "Stop worrying," Draco advised. "There's a page that is definitely turning. You won't see him again." Hermione nodded, unconvinced. Nick Potter and Quinn Pruitt had been brought together by Harry in his office at Grimmauld Place. Draco and Scorpius Malfoy as well as Alex Potter were also invited. "What good news do you have for us?" Draco asked. "Her name is Morgan Pruitt Black Potter," Harry declared, "and she claims her inheritance." Everyone frowned. "How old is she?" Nick asked. 23 years, Harry sighed. "It's possible she could be my daughter, it fits." "How can she have these names if you don't know her?" said Scorpius. Molly had declared the birth of Nick, Alex, and Leah the same way, Harry replied. "But what she didn't know was that if I didn't confirm the names, my children would not be able to claim the Potter and Black inheritance." "Well, in theory, we should study this more closely," Draco frowned. "How did you learn of its existence?" "She has just filed a complaint for spoliation of inheritance," Harry revealed. "That reminds me of something," Draco chuckled. "If only it was the same situation," Harry replied. "What are you planning to do?" Quinn asked. "First ask for a complete genealogy," said Harry. "Then see if she had contact with her mother." "Do you think Ginny started this mess?" Draco jumped. "She used the same method to gain access to the Black and Potter heritage," Harry shrugged. "If I hadn't intervened, Nick would have been James Sirius Pruitt Potter Black, Alex, Albus Severus Pruitt Potter Black, and Leah, Lily Luna Pruitt Potter Black." Nick and Alex turned green. The names were truly horrible. They were really happy that their father had smelled something. "I may have used my life debt to keep her away from our family for good. But Ginny is not someone who gives up," Harry pointed out. "Although she disappeared after her magic was sealed 15 years ago, I never doubted that she would be talked about again." "But a child?" Scorpius wondered. "There's a possibility that crossed my mind at the time of the divorce," Harry admitted. "I didn't pay attention to it because I always thought she would have a hard time hiding that she had other children. I was wrong. We'll take care of it," declared Nick. The two elders looked at him. "This Morgana is attacking our heritage," Nick continued. "Mine, that of Quinn and Alex. You fought against Ginny, who wanted to take what was rightfully ours. It was up to us to fight our battles." "But," Harry protested, "they have to prove themselves," Draco declared. "We were much younger when we had to decide our future, with the threat of Voldemort hanging over our heads. Unlike us back then, they have elders they can count on. Let them do it." Harry sighed. "They're my babies," Harry whined. "And your babies need to get their teeth in," Draco scoffed. "Especially Quinn, if he wants any chance of convincing Gabrielle that he can be a great son-in-law." Everyone giggled while the person concerned turned a bright red shade. The young man kept very good contacts with his adopted family in France. 2 years ago, he fell under the spell of Gabrielle Delacour's daughter, Cynthia, barely 17 years old. Knowing her history, the half-Vila had expressed very serious doubts about her daughter's suitor. To prove his good faith, Quinn had initiated a formal court, to which Cynthia was more than sensitive. The story with Morgan Pruitt could tip the scales in her favor. Very well, Harry breathed. But you know we'll always be here for you. Okay? In response, the youngest rolled their eyes before looking at each other mischievously. It was time for the new generation to show what they had in their stomach. It's up to them to write their story. After several complaints because certain questions remained unanswered, explanations seemed to be in order. This fiction will not be followed up on by me. Unlike others, I feel uncomfortable with the new generation, because it involves creating characters from scratch. I would like to point out that I have not read the 8th volume of Harry Potter. However, I will not leave you hungry, so I'm going to write some bonuses to answer the most important questions. At the moment I have 2 in mind and I don't know if I'll write more. However, I will leave the FIC in completed status. Happy reading. Big kisses. Crystal of Shadow. Bonus 1. Rome was not built in a day. The wizard was led to a small living room under very good guard, but not with delicacy. He was about to tell them what he thought of their behavior when his guards left him in the room without a word. Don't worry, they don't like you, that's all, said a voice. The wizard turned around. Quinn, the wizard, understood. Hello, Ronald, greeted Quinn. I'm your father, said Ron, embarrassed by his coldness. In no time, Quinn was standing in front of Ron and staring into his eyes, her gaze hard. You lost that title when you raped and drugged my mother to keep her under your control. Quinn hissed. You don't deserve the title of father when you didn't even bother to acknowledge me, let alone make sure I was okay. If you want the title of father, then start by behaving like a man and taking responsibility for your actions. But remember that, in my eyes, my father died at the same time as my mother. Ron pulled back, struck by the intensity of his words. Quinn looked away to regain her composure. I brought clothes, Quinn said. The other door leads to a bathroom. Change your clothes, I don't have all the time. Ron didn't hesitate long before going there. Quinn sighed in relief when her sire closed the door behind him. Like Rose, Hugo, Nick, Alex, Scorpius, and Leah, he had been able to read Hermione's book. He had been shocked by all the tragedies that had shaken this large family, but above all, he did not understand how he could have had such a father. At first, he had thought it was Hermione's resentment as a scorned woman speaking, but after questioning people who had also known Ron, he understood that the portrait the brunette had painted was surprisingly accurate. Finally, he went to talk to her face to face and realized that she was right about everything. Having been raised by his Uncle Bill and his wife Fleur in France, he had learned that family was sacred and that one had to deal with the stupidities of one's own. Bill had told him that he had had to live with the title of blood traitor throughout his childhood, and that it had been very hard for him like his brothers, not to mention the actions of his mother, her last brother, and her sister. Quinn had therefore put his situation into perspective and decided to make the best of bad luck. That was why he had decided to place Ron in a small house, mainly to keep an eye on him. He had not gone so far as to grant him a pension. Pruitt's new fortune could not support his ideas of grandeur. But he had every intention of impressing upon him that he only intended to offer him accommodation. As for the cover, he had better manage on his own. When Ron came out 3/4 of an hour later, Quinn congratulated herself for not having taken any risks with her father's outfit. Even with a stupid witch dress, he managed to get it wrong. Worse than a kid. Quinn refrained from correcting his outfit as he usually did with Nathaniel, Harry, and Draco's son. Instead, he raised his voice. Are you finished? Quinn asked. I want to go see my mother, imposed Ron. We can do it before I take you home, Quinn conceded. But first, I prefer to put things straight. Because given the surprise that awaited him, Quinn wasn't sure that Ron would have understood anything after his visit. Not that he didn't understand anything now, but no, he was a bad language. Although, Ron lost his temper. Except it's not you who decides, it's me, Quinn growled. So you put your ass down here or else I'll leave you out in the wild. Alone. And, contrary to what you think, the wizarding people still haven't forgotten that you betrayed Harry Potter in the worst way possible. Don't even expect me to come to your funeral. I'm not even sure I want to pay you for them. Sensitive to the threat, Ron complied. Quinn took her seat and took out a sheaf of documents. Let's get started, said Quinn. First thing, I'm Lord Pruitt. Therefore, you are totally under my responsibility, despite the fact that you are my father. In case you have this absurd idea, your next children will have no rights to the Pruitt inheritance. Is it clear? Yes, Ron grumbled. Good, Quinn smiled coldly. Second point, your conviction says that you are permanently excluded from the wizarding world at the end of your prison sentence. For this reason,
Pardon.
roared Ron. Do you ever listen when it doesn't concern your little navel? Quinn hissed. Sit down before I glue you to your chair. Now, quickly, Ron obeyed. You are expelled from the wizarding world as of today, Quinn repeated. So I bought a house in the Muggle world and it is perfectly protected. All equipment is Muggle. But, Ron protested, what don't you understand about cast out of the wizarding world, Quinn hissed. I might as well warn you right away, if you are caught voluntarily doing magic in the Muggle world, you will be entitled to Azkaban without going through trial, and I don't even give yourself 3 months before you kill yourself. And don't even expect me to come and defend you. Ron swallowed and remained silent. It's much better when you decide to keep quiet, joked Quinn. I continue. Your wand is permanently destroyed and you will not get a new one. You are forbidden to approach any wizard. Oh, and before I forget, you're forbidden from going near Grangers, Potters, and Malfoys. Remembering the previous recommendations, Ron nodded. You will not have to pay rent, but the electricity, heating, and food bill will be entirely your responsibility, declared Quinn. As the head of the family, I fully accept the fact of not wanting to give you a pension. You're an adult, so you're supposed to be able to support yourself without anyone's help. If you're having difficulty, I might be able to help you find a job, but that's only if your efforts have been sufficient. Quinn selected a document and handed it to Ron. This is a magical contract of the conditions of your release, explained Quinn. Read it carefully. If you don't understand something, I'll explain it to you. If you refuse to sign it anyway, I will leave this room and it will be the last time you see me and the last moments of your life will be counted in hours. But otherwise, Quinn left out. With disturbing clarity, Ron understood that the rest of his life was now at stake. He therefore carefully read the document, which was written in very simple and perfectly clear terms. He took the pen from the table and had some difficulty handling it, but it was with a sure movement that he put his signature. You made the right decision, Quinn smiled. Now we're going to visit your mother. Quinn apparat Ron into the shadows of an abandoned house. Ron, unsure on his feet and having not apparat in over 15 years, fell backwards. He stood up, a little dazed but quickly recovered. When he was sure he wasn't passing out anymore, Quinn started walking, his sire following suit. They passed through the quiet village, and the eldest understood that they were in a Muggle village when he saw that no one was jumping on him. They walked towards a large building with a tall tower but did not enter it. Instead, they walked around the building and entered the cemetery. Despite Ron's many questions, Quinn didn't say a word. Finally, they stopped in front of a grave. But what are we doing here? Pestered Ron. Read the name on the grave, ordered Quinn. But, Ron protested. Read, Quinn ordered. Ron obeyed and his gaze fell on the name carved into the stone. Molly Pruitt. Ron froze. No, she can't be dead. Ron stammered. No, when? About 14, Quinn replied. Did Potter kill him? Ron spat. When he attacked her. Because he couldn't bear to owe her something? If I catch it, you're so stupid, Quinn blurted. The venom in the voice was so powerful that Ron lost his voice. In your narrow mind, she couldn't be guilty of anything, Quinn scoffed. That she enslaved the one you loved didn't even shock you. That she helps herself to someone else's fortune without asking them for her ideas of grandeur seems completely normal to you. You don't even know what happened and you still find ways to blame everything on someone else instead of looking objectively at your mother's behavior. Everything she did was for the good of all, Ron yelled. And that's why you're in prison, Quinn mocked. Because you know how she died? Growled Ron. Of course, Harry told me everything, said Quinn. And you're going to believe a guy who accused his own wife of cheating on him when he did the same thing with my own wife? Sneered Ron. And I was able to see the memories of the children she had kidnapped and obviously intended to sacrifice, Quinn finished.
Pardon?
Ron choked. Mom would never hurt children. Really? Quinn smiled. Spoiling a child of his heritage is not harming him? Yet that's what she did with Harry. You're so blind it's almost heartbreaking. Molly would have agreed without batting an eyelid to kill a kid barely 6 years old just for revenge. I'm willing to swear on my magic that it's true. Or better yet, I can take you the children she wanted to kill. And oh, surprise, it turns out that one of them was Harry Potter's second son, who your dear sister gave birth to, his own grandson. Still so virtuous, your mother? While Ron was in shock, Quinn held back from spitting on the grave. If this witch had known how to be content with what she had or work for more instead of destroying lives for her own benefit, none of this would have happened. Certainly, he himself would not have been born, but he could also have been the legitimate son of Hermione and Ron Weasley and the older brother of Rose and Hugo. But no, he was the adulterous son of Ron and the half-brother of Rose and Hugo, with whom fortunately he got along well. Just because of her. I might as well tell you right away, Molly didn't die when she attacked Harry and Hermione, said Quinn. She died 8 days later. How? Huffed Ron. Quinn got lost in thought. He hadn't witnessed Molly Pruitt's death. He was barely 10 years old. But when he was old enough, Hermione, Harry and Draco had shown him the moments that had led him to pass from life to death. It was not a violent memory, but the intensity was palpable. Soon after you were all sentenced to prison, Molly or Ginny convinced a member of the Greengrass family to take revenge on the two heiresses by kidnapping Astoria's first son, Scorpius Malfoy, Quinn said. However, at the time of the kidnapping, he happened to be accompanied by his best friend, a certain Alexander Potter. They wanted to kill two birds with one stone. Quinn glanced at her father, who had turned pale. Hermione Granger, Draco Malfoy, and Harry Potter were quick to find them. Quinn continued. They discovered that the kidnappers were, in addition to Molly and Ginny, Felix Parkinson, Terry Boot, and Lisa Turpin, 3 recognized and wanted Death Eaters. There was a big battle and Hermione, Draco, and Harry overpowered them. They were taken to St. Mungo's for treatment and then charged with kidnapping and assault with intent to cause death. Parkinson, Boot, and Turpin were sentenced to life in prison, mainly because of the dark mark. Molly and Ginny were sentenced to permanent exile from England and necessarily into the Muggle world. Harry then used the life debt that Ginny had towards him to completely forbid her from approaching her family and loved ones, as well as to completely remove her magic. She left without looking back. Quinn swallowed hard. And Mom? Ron asked, his voice cracking. As she was leaving the courtroom, someone went to meet Molly. Quinn replied. I think you knew him, his name was Arthur Weasley. Dad? Said Ron in a toneless voice. Yes, Quinn confirmed. He seemed very weak to me, and I learned that he had been drugged with the potion of submission for years by his wife and that he had only been detoxifying for barely a year. Anyway, Arthur approached Molly, looking her straight in the eyes, and placed a tender hand on her cheek. Do you know what he said to her? No, Ron whispered. I loved you so much, Molly, Quinn recited. I loved you so much, and I honestly thought you were happy with me. But I don't know why you decided to raise our last 2 children according to beliefs contrary to those we advocate. When I stood up to you, you drugged me. Are you happy when you destroyed our family in the name of overrated and imaginary greatness? When you almost destroyed the lives of 2 children? Are you satisfied with everything you have accomplished? If you hadn't been obsessed with money and prestige. But today you've lost everything. You lost me when I loved you. Goodbye, Molly. Quinn rolled her eyes, her throat tight. 2 hours later, she committed suicide, and in her hand, there was a piece of parchment on which she had written, to my only love, Arthur, Quinn revealed. Ron fell to his knees, tears flowing freely. Quinn walked away so he could begin his mourning. Yes, his father had many faults, but now that he had learned that crime did not pay, perhaps there was hope for him. Maybe, a woman. Sometimes Theo wondered why he married one when he was so happy with Blaise. Yes, he remembered he had fallen in love with Astoria. But sometimes he wishes she was a man, because mood swings were okay for 5 minutes. Uncle Theo? Theo lowered his head to meet Scorpius' gaze. He remembered, when he married Astoria, that many had asked him if he could stand to see the child his new wife had from his previous marriage. But unfortunately for all the bad tongues, he adored Scorpius, who considered him more like an uncle than a stepfather. Yes, Scorp? Smiles Theo. Mom is looking for you, Scorpius smiled. It's not a secret, said Theo, stroking her hair. We'll go together, okay? Yes, Uncle Theo. Scorpius smiled. As the child trotted quietly, Theo lost himself in thought. The kidnapping of Scorpius and Alex had taken place 6 months earlier, and the two children seemed to have put this traumatic episode behind them. Theo was sorry not to have been there when it had happened. Indeed, the explosion at Blaze's club had seriously injured him, and he had to stay several weeks first in St. Mungo's to be stabilized then. When the hospital had expelled him because he was the son of a Death Eater, the official reason was that his injuries no longer required hospital treatment, which had turned out to be false in France, where the oversights of the English Mediwitches had been corrected. He knew that after Draco had recovered his son, Astoria had in turn taken over the Black Manor to be closer to Scorpius. And now everything was fine. Well, almost. Theo and Scorpius arrived in the winter living room where their extended family had gathered for an intimate day. When he saw them, Draco immediately stood up. Scorpius. Draco growled. I guess you were in such a hurry to get back that you forgot that Theo couldn't go as fast as you? The little blonde looked contrite. Sorry, Dad, said Scorpius. It's Theo you have to apologize to, Draco reminded. Sorry, Uncle Theo, said Scorpius. It doesn't matter. Scorp, Theo smiled, offering him a hug. Anyway, you're still very small, so you're not going fast. Chue not little, Scorpius said indignantly. We all know that, smiles Theo. Go join your twin before he shows up. Scorpius didn't have to be told twice before running off. Draco then helped Theo sit up. Your leg is still stiff, Harry noticed. The Mediwitches can't do anything anymore, declared Theo. They say Street Mungo didn't provide the necessary treatment in time for me to regain full use of my leg. When Theo was found under the rubble of the club, his leg was trapped under a wall. It took hours for the emergency services to get him out of there, especially since the young man's unconsciousness and gaping wound had complicated things. When he was brought to the Wizard Hospital, the Mediwitches had proven their mediocrity and had almost left the young man to die. Without knowing it, it was Harry who had allowed him to survive, when he had asked for news of him during his own passage after his encounter with his son's kidnappers. Needless to say, they had botched the job before sending him away, supposedly that he no longer had anything to do at the hospital. Furious, Daphne, Astoria, Draco and Blaze had driven him out of the country where he had been properly taken care of. Too late, obviously. Reassure me. Did you at least sue them? Said Hermione. Of course, Theo sneered. Besides, they are falling under the Howlers for having deviated so much from their code of ethics. All the adults present snickered. Theo looked at the assembly. Besides his wife Astoria, Daphne was there with Blaze, as well as Draco, Harry, and Hermione. Their respective children were outside playing, apart from Wenceslas, who was taking his nap under the care of a house elf. It's not that I don't like seeing each other, but why are we here? Asked Hermione. Astoria took Theo's hand before speaking. You are all here for the baptism of Wenceslas, announced Astoria. All the purebloods in the room stiffened. Hermione and Harry, for their part, frowned. Isn't this a Muggle practice? Hermione wondered. It's a witch custom that we have in common, explained Daphne. But why now? We haven't done it since Voldemort appeared. Blaze understood. Yes, why not? I'm not sure I understand, Harry said. Magical baptism allows a child to be placed under the protection of magic, explained Draco. It is also at this moment that the child's godfather and godmother are chosen. Thus, the bond is indestructible between godfather or godmother and godchild. Voldemort banned baptism because he said it was a Muggle practice. But why now? Asked Hermione. We have to return to magic. That's essentially what came out of the wars against Voldemort, explained Theo. That begins by resuming the ancient practices that link us to magic with a capital M. We wanted an intimate ceremony, continued Astoria, with our closest friends. Who will be the godmother and godfather? Asked Hermione. You would make a perfect godmother, smiled Theo. And Draco the godfather who should not be bothered. It would be an honor, Draco bowed. When will the ceremony take place? Asked Daphne. At sunset, replied Theo. In 3 hours? Hermione chirped. But I don't have any outfit. I can't be so poorly dressed. Easy, Blaze laughed. You won't need this, Theo. I'll bring it to you right away. Theo smiles. The next moment, a house elf brought an ancient grimoire. I think you and Harry need to read this grimoire to understand what is going to happen, said Theo, levitating the book towards them. We'll stick around to explain what you don't understand. The two friends immersed themselves in their reading while the others chatted while glancing at the tribe who were rowdy outside. Did you have the same idea for Scorpius? Said a voice behind Draco's back 2 hours later. The blonde smiled as he watched Harry take a seat next to him on the sofa which he had directed towards the park where the children were playing. Without a word, he handed him a cup of tea which the brunette accepted with pleasure. Actually, I never knew how to decide on a proper godfather for Scorpius, Draco admitted. What the grimoire does not say is that the godmother and/or godfather are very rarely chosen from within the family. However, the people who are here are the closest to me, and they are linked to Scorpius mainly through Astoria. I understand, said Harry. Besides, it surprises me that the Pruitts didn't force you to choose a godfather for each of your children, Draco noted. Ginny always refused, Harry replied. But above all, I think she didn't want anyone to have the chance to get their hands on the fortune she so wanted to spend. Well, other than his mother. That seems logical, Draco conceded. Do you think it would be possible to do the ceremony now for Nick, Alex, or Leah? Asked Harry. It's not impossible, Draco thought. But they have to be people who are very close to you without being part of your family. I imagine you were thinking of Hermione? But she's my sister, Harry smiled. We both thought about it. At one time I might have thought about Ron, but today that's out of the question, as you can imagine. Hermione is the only one I would have imagined in this role. It was a foregone conclusion, Draco smiled. The two men looked at their children tenderly. I would like to understand, said Harry. We don't say it in the grimoire. But why did we abandon this practice? And what was Voldemort relying on to forbid all this? It's quite vague, Draco conceded. But I think Voldemort banned these ceremonies because he was never able to participate in them. How do you know that? Harry was surprised. My parents attended Felix Parkinson's baptism, Draco revealed. Basically, his parents had wanted Voldemort to be their son's godfather. When they began the ceremony, the summoning circle rejected him. I always wondered why my father didn't immediately understand that he was unworthy of magic. Is this happening? Harry said. What? Said Draco. That people are rejected from magical ceremonies. Harry clarified. These are people who are generally guilty of outrages against magic, said Draco. But it is extremely rare. And the rest? Harry said. Magical baptisms incorporate a little blood magic, Draco reminded. Wasn't that written in the grimoire? An exchange as a sign of protection, Harry recited. Is that what we're talking about? Yes, Draco confirmed. And if you remember correctly, for the Ministry, anything a little out of the ordinary is considered evil. What do you want? Harry smiled. Their shoulders touched without them finding fault. Do you know what we said to each other with Hermione? Harry said. This is because baptism is a kind of blessing of magic with elements considered dark. It's like Molly Pruitt. The brunette felt the blonde tense and waited for the prick, which did not take long. What does this, which have to do with a baptism? Draco growled. I would have thought you would be more vulgar, noted Harry. We don't gossip about the dead, Draco declared. Even if they deserved it while they were alive. It is a precept that we learn to everyone. Pure blood. But go on, I'm curious to see what you came up with. Molly was someone who was good in every way, Harry said. That's what everyone thought. But like me, you saw everything she did for her ideas of grandeur, even if it meant destroying the people in her path. The analogy isn't so wrong, Draco conceded. That's pretty much the principle. That seems like a nice tribute to magic, Harry sighed. What a shame that Voldemort passed. We both know that Voldemort was something of a good thing for the wizarding world, Draco reminded. Both of them had had the opportunity to discuss without taboo, and Harry, who had been able to study Voldemort's actions, had admitted half-heartedly that the wizard had the advantage of showing all the dysfunctions of the English wizarding world. Draco had to agree with her, but he always used the worst means to make himself heard. Harry smiled. I would have loved to follow this custom for my children. For what? Draco was somewhat surprised. Sirius Black was my godfather. Did you know that? Harry declared. Black? My mother's cousin? Draco remembered, and the last direct descendant of the main Black family, Harry completed. It is through him that I am the head of the Black clan. Well, he made the wrong choice in wanting revenge on Pettigrew, but the last years of his life, after he escaped from Azkaban, his only goal was to protect me, even through his madness and depression. How so? Draco frowned. He escaped from Azkaban after being locked there for 12 years, Harry replied. He remained in the custody of the Dementors throughout this time. When he came out, he wandered the English countryside for a year, then took refuge until his death in a place where he had experienced his worst memories. In the meantime, he never took care of himself. He never spoke of the hell he had experienced. He was forcibly removed from the people he cared about most. You, Draco, understood. Among others, but mainly me, Harry confirmed. I was his goal through the mists of his mind. Unfailing loyalty. He died trying to protect me. Draco placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. So he died as he wanted. Draco smiled. I know you are surely responsible for his death, but you must pay tribute to him by taking advantage of the chance to live that he gave you. You know you're one of the only ones to tell me that? Harry smiled sadly. It was only Hermione who wanted to console me for Sirius' death and help me grieve. Everyone thought I was taking it. Good. Translation, they ignored your pain. Draco understood. You could say that, Harry scoffed. Okay, let's stop talking about that. Today is not the day. Today is Wenceslas Day. You're right, said Draco. Besides, we will have to prepare ourselves. But Harry held him back. I have one last question to ask you. Harry hesitated. I'm listening to you, said Draco. Is it normal that I don't regret the end of Molly? Huffed Harry. The blonde looked outside absently. After Hermione and Harry had captured everyone involved in Scorpius and Alex's kidnapping, they had been treated and locked up in the Ministry prisons. The trials had been very quick since each of them was wanted and ready to be sentenced or had had quite significant problems with the law, in the case of the Pruitts. He had seen that Harry had been angry during the trials, but Hermione had admitted to him that she expected him to blame himself for Molly's death, Ginny's exile or Ron's imprisonment, because they had meant a lot to him at one time. First, start by getting it out of your head that you are like Voldemort because you have no regrets, Draco ordered firmly. You are a human being, Harry, and you are not responsible for all the actions of your enemies. But, Harry protested weakly. No buts. Draco cut in gently. Molly is the only one responsible for his downfall. It was his desire for grandeur that led to his death. But if I hadn't been there, said Harry. Could have been someone else, assured Draco. The First War left many orphans, especially among the purebloods. Bad luck, you were one of the most prestigious and richest. But there are others she could have gotten hold of. She was the children's grandmother, whispered Harry. Before, Draco pointed out. You know perfectly well that they were just a means to your fortune, not members of his family. Draco stood in front of Harry. Listen, Draco whispered. Just because you're not perfect every moment of the day doesn't mean you're bad. I observed you when we were still at Hogwarts and I saw clearly that they wanted to format you into an icon of the light without fear and without reproach. You were praised when you did a heroic act when you were only fixing their stupidities. But as soon as you deviated by a millimeter from their narrow vision of a flawless idol, you were sunk lower than the earth. You have the right to be resentful, to not feel pity for a witch who has manipulated you all your life to satisfy her wildest desires. But his death, said Harry. She especially opened her eyes to his actions. Draco grumbled. She realized that if she had not blindly followed her unreal desires, she would not have lost everything. She and she alone created the situation that led him there. Not you. She. The brunette's indecisive look convinced him to stop there. We'll discuss it another day, Draco finally said. As you said, today Wenceslas is the star. But don't worry, no matter how many times I tell you. But you have to understand every good man has a dark side in him like an evil man has a light side. Like you? Smiled Harry. Seen like that, yes, Draco conceded. Hello, Potter, said a voice. Alex rolled his eyes before turning around. Gladys Miranda, a sixth-year Slytherin like him, had been trying to get at him for about 2 years. In vain. Get to the point, Miranda, Alex sighed. I don't have time to listen to you yap. I'm letting you know that I'm the only one who will agree to accompany you to the back-to-school ball. Gladys pointed out. When Hogwarts reopened, several things were implemented. One of these was an annual ball held the first weekend after school started in January. The teaching staff had agreed on this date because it had no connection with a Muggle or witch festival, and it did not force students to sacrifice their holidays with their families to attend. Are you sure? Alex taunted. You know perfectly well that all the girls at school would be delighted to be able to appear on the arm of one of the sons of the great Harry Potter. You are only the first on the list, but certainly not the only one. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll go. Alex hurried to leave the scene before the young girl felt violated. Seriously? Miranda? Sneered a voice that he recognized immediately. What did you hear? Sighed Alex. That you were going to go to the ball with her, Scorpius replied. In response, Alex sighed. Since last year, both of them had noticed that girls were trying even harder for them to go out with one of them. Harry naively thought it had to do with the fact that they all lived together under the same roof as the Savior, but Draco had revealed to them that as the Malfoy heir and the Black heir, the blonde had pushed his husband to formalize the statuses of his two sons as soon as possible to avoid potential problems. The two teenagers were prime candidates for a prestigious marriage. Bad luck. After Harry Potter's colorful divorce, the Potter-Malfoy Granger clan had a horror of arranged marriages. Hey, you're here. Pink, Alex exclaimed. Tell me it's not true. Do you really want me to lie to you? Rose asked. Rose Granger was the third member of the Triangle. Ravenclaw first in the rankings of her year. She was also the confidant of her cousins Alex Potter and Scorpius Malfoy, whom she considered as a part of herself. Raised together for years, they did nothing without each other. No one dared attack them because they knew how to defend themselves perfectly. The Triangle took refuge in a classroom that they properly insulated and furnished comfortably. How were the holidays? Smiles rose. Although they lived under the same roof, their respective parents made sure to spend time apart. For the end-of-year holidays, the Malfoys had both gone to some luxury palace in the world. The Grangers had decided to tour Mexico, and the Potters had visited Santa Claus in Scandinavia. They had only seen each other for Yule, in fact. You'll have to convince Harry to make renovations to the house, sighed Scorpius. I spent 2 weeks listening to Dad complain about the simple decor at the Black Mansion. Does that surprise you? Smiled Rose. Mom is always surprised that there isn't yet a scandalously luxurious room in the entire house. On the other hand, I hope there is still space in the library. I counted £137 that we brought back from our trip. I'm going to end up believing that she's using Uncle Harry's coffers to pay for all this. Dad is in need of a baby, announced Alex. The three teenagers grimaced a little. They were around 9 years old when Hermione, Rose's mother, had carried Nathaniel, Harry, and Draco's son. They had taken the arrival of this child a little badly because it was going to change a lot of things in their cohabitation. In fact, Nathaniel was the true link of the Potter-Malfoy Granger clan. Even though they loved this kid, they no longer wanted to go through diapers and babysitting. Mom wants to do that again? Grimaced Rose. I'm not sure she knows. Alex shrugged. He's 7 years old, Scorpius reminded. It was Leah's age when Nathaniel arrived, right? Do you think there is a link? Shirley smiled Rose. Wizards live longer than Muggles anyway. Mom will be able to have children for around 30 years easily. And if there is a new little brother or sister, we will be far from home, Alex chuckled. I think the family is quite large, Scorpius grumbled. There are only 7 of us, Rose teased. That's enough, Scorpius growled. Anyway, it's a decision that will be made between Mom, Uncle Harry, and Uncle Draco. Rose shrugged. We'll know soon enough. It's true, Alex conceded. Okay, let's move on to the homecoming dance problem. I have a plan to give the whole school a heart attack, Rose offered casually. And to think that it is me, poor Malfoy, who corrupts you while it is the wise Granger who develops the worst plans of our gang, sneered Scorpius. Instead of listening to his nonsense, tell us what you're thinking, Alex smiled. 30 galleons is Rose's plan, Draco bet. My daughter is not like that, Hermione railed. I have to agree with Draco, Harry apologized. This is way too elaborate for Scorpius or Alex. If Nick was still at Hogwarts, I would have bet on him, but now. Definitely Rose. My Rose is very nice, Hermione protested. You're forgetting one thing, Draco intervened, sneering. She's not just a Granger. She is a Potter-Malfoy Granger. Scorpius gives more in the action. Alex is a strategist, but Rose is a smart brain with the touch of madness that characterizes our family. I hate it when you're right, Hermione hissed. All three were looking at the letter they had received from Leah Potter and Hugo Granger. Dear parents, I think that the right-thinking students who want to be seen by the three of you have informed you of what happened, but you might as well have the real version. As you know, the homecoming ball takes place the first Saturday after the start of the school year in January. Lucky people that you are, we didn't have to look for a rider in September. We have already observed since last year that the triangle was highly sought after as a potential rider. Don't worry, we cut everyone's steam by going together. But anyway, that's not the point. Since last year, fights have broken out over the chance to ask Rose, Scorpius, or Alex to go to the damn dance with them. Listening, it turns out that there are potions of attraction circulating under the cloak. We thought they were Uncle George's, but after getting a few, it turns out not. It would be safer if you put things in order. There have been several fairly serious poisonings. So, every student over the age of 13 dreams of going to the ball with a member of the triangle. They refused all the offers that had been made to them, which meant for the school that they had already found their riders. Even we didn't know. The triangle finally arranged to meet us just before the ball to explain to us what they were planning to do. Rose went with Wenceslas, and Scorpius and Alex went together. Yes, we know, we too called them crazy because they gave reason to all the rumors that were circulating about them, but obviously they totally accepted their choice, which did not please some. Besides, in this regard, we advise you to go and calm the Mirandes. Gladys, who is in the same year as the triangle, has been harassing Alex since the beginning of the year. His reaction to seeing who Alex was with and his actions during the ball really don't work in his favor. Rose and Scorpius are already looking at her askance. So if I were you, I'd make sure her body wasn't found as soon as possible. The boys showed up to the dance together, and there were many fainting spells and heat strokes. The photo that we have attached to this letter will explain it to you much more than words. Scorpius and Alex danced the majority of the time together. The rest of the time it was only with family members, Rose, Wenceslas, and us. Many people, especially girls, were outraged that they only reserved their favors for such a small group, in addition to their families. So they decided to set traps. Don't worry, we and Wenceslas had no scratches. On the other hand, the same will not be said of the triangle's adversaries. A gang wanted to attack Wenceslas, but luckily we were there. We protected him, and the triangle saw who attacked us. You will be delighted to learn that the person at the head of this nonsense is none other than Candy Parkinson, who, like her mother, only wants a marriage with the Malfoy heir. Then, let's say the triangle got a little looser. We suspect that it won't be long before you receive a summons from the headmaster of Hogwarts to discuss your respective children's aggressive tendencies. Don't worry, as soon as you arrive, we will give you the evidence of harassment that we have collected since the beginning of the year. Hermione, you will also have to prove that the spells that the triangle cast, the list of which is attached, are indeed part of the school curriculum. If we tell you this, it's because the deputy headmistress, Tanya Gilmore, seems to have a very strong grudge against the Potter Malfoy Granger clan. She never misses any opportunity to want to punish us, especially when we are innocent. She also has trouble with the Slytherins, and there are countless times she and Alex have clashed. Long story short, during the ball, Scorpius and Alex went together, refused to dance with everyone except the family, and defended Wenceslas when people wanted revenge for this imaginary slight. For other information, we will be happy to answer you. Just avoid contacting the triangle, since Mrs. Gilmore confiscates their mail as a preventive punishment. With all our love, Leah and Hugo. P.S. Scorpius and Alex made gestures, not inappropriate but loving. They even kissed each other on the lips in the middle of the dance floor, and that's what really ignited things. We tell you this first so that you won't be surprised if it comes up on the table, but especially because we have just learned that the assistant director intends to punish them for inappropriate behavior when we saw half-naked girls doing treats right under her nose. Draco sighed. Only them would put themselves in situations like this. Nick didn't have any problems with this Tanya Gilmore? Harry wondered. Yes, Hermione frowned. She was appointed by the ministry a few years ago to assist the school principal. So she has no legitimate place at Hogwarts, Harry understood. The three friends looked at each other, smiling. between two lawyers and an Auror. They should find out all her shameful little secrets so that she stops harassing their children. And what if she could also leave her position? You think Alex and Scorpius are together? Hermione asked thoughtfully. No, Harry said. They are like brothers. But it wouldn't surprise me if their future halves looked a lot like them. Okay, said Draco. We have work ahead of us. But I promise you that as soon as they come back, I'll teach them not to get caught when they have such a lame plan. They burst out laughing.